Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course. In this entire free course, you will meet myself, Trevor Zheng, and my business partner, Marcus Lamb, in an entire 9 to 10 hour plus free course going over everything you need to know about high-ticket dropshipping. We cover everything in detail, but if you want coaching and one-on-one, make sure you check the link in the description. All the resources with all the documents from the free course modules will be all inside the description. So make sure you check each one to make sure each module is covered in detail, and you can check and view the resources inside of this entire long free course. If you took away any value from this video, make sure you drop a like, and if you have any questions, comment it in the comment section below. So let's get started in the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course. This is worth easily $10,000 worth of value. I hope you guys enjoyed all of this content, and I'll see you guys at the end. Alright guys, so a little bit about me. My name is Trevor Zheng. I'm an e-commerce entrepreneur. I'm currently 20, living in the US. I've been doing e-commerce since I was only 12 years old. Started with fidget spinners, eBay dropshipping. I transitioned to Facebook Marketplace dropshipping. That's when I essentially made over 7 figures in revenue, along with Shopify dropshipping, but low ticket style. So eventually I transitioned to high ticket dropshipping because my Facebook Marketplace business was no longer sustainable. Sales just started crashing down, and I had to figure out something that could sustain my income, because Facebook Marketplace was dying for me and I needed another income source to replace that. So I found high ticket dropshipping in late 2021 and eventually scaled it to over 7 figures with my business partner Marcus. We want to share our entire journey with you guys so you guys can start your own high ticket dropshipping store completely from zero.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Marcus Lamb. I'm an e-commerce entrepreneur from Brooklyn, New York. And when I was younger, I was training with the Shaolin monks, and that is how I've learned to be the most disciplined person ever. When I was younger, I did train with them, but I pretty much slacked off and just messed around in college. I actually joined a fraternity, got super drunk during the weekends, and really found myself lost and in a pit hole. That's when I discovered e-commerce. That's when I discovered dropshipping. But it doesn't stop there, right? I found dropshipping, but I scaled a winning product using Facebook ads and AliExpress to like $2 million. I ended up going into debt because I had terrible order fulfillment systems, terrible logistics, and just the real world aspects of a business. And so from then on, I had 2 choices. I either had to pick myself up or I have to go and get a job. And so I'm recording this today. You probably know what happened. So I ended up sticking it through. I discovered high ticket dropshipping. It took me about 1.5 years to go through that learning curve and understand it. And me and my partner Trevor have translated all of that knowledge, all of that wisdom into this free course here for you today. So without further ado, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in your journey, and I'll see you guys all in the inside.
Welcome to this video. Let's talk about what is high ticket dropshipping. So high ticket dropshipping in a nutshell is where you become an authorized retailer of established USA brands. Now this applies if you are not in the US, you might be in Canada, the same thing applies. But I'm based in the US, so most of my videos are going to be tailored towards US audiences. But just note that this entire business strategy and how everything operates can be operated in Canada, Australia, Germany, anywhere where there's e-commerce presence, meaning people are shopping online. So high ticket dropshipping is where you call and establish relationships with local suppliers that have high quality items, so that way you do not have the risk of selling junk products. We also sell high ticket items because we are advertising on this magical platform that it is Google. So Google Ads is our main advertising platform that we use for high ticket dropshipping. So the reason why we use Google Ads is because of how targeted it is. I'm on google.com, like you already see, and if I'm shopping for something like fireplace, this is way more higher buying intent than someone scrolling on TikTok. If you're going to advertise, you may as well advertise to someone that is already looking for something that you're selling. So if you're selling fireplaces, then you want to show up, your ad wants to be shown up to customers that are looking for fireplace. You don't want to be showing to people that are just scrolling endlessly on TikTok. They're not really ready to buy a $5,000 fireplace. Now, essentially, I'm going to show you a few high ticket dropshipping stores and stores that I essentially build essentially the same model. So if we look at this store, which is electricfireplacesdirect.com, we build e-commerce sites just like this, where we reach out to USA brands, in this instance Napoleon. So we look up Napoleon on Google and we'll just type in fireplace. We can find the actual manufacturer, which is Napoleon. What we do is we essentially reach out to Napoleon, tell them that we want to be an authorized retailer for them, and what risks do they have. Yes, they can say no, but on the upside, you are essentially bringing them customers, more brand awareness to the brand, and essentially there is very little risk to them in terms of bringing you on as an authorized retailer. The only risk that they have is if you misrepresent their customers. You provide bad customer service, which if that is an issue that you are doing, it's ultimately on you, because if you're providing bad customer service, it ultimately comes down to you not treating the customers well, and you're eventually going to go out of business because customers are going to be mad at you for not actually treating them and taking care of them after and before purchasing. So essentially we call these USA brands and we establish relationships with them. We get permission to sell their products on our website, such as electricfireplacesdirect.com. Once we have permission, we list the products on this website or on your website, and you essentially advertise on Google Ads to people that are already looking for, in this case, Napoleon fireplace. So if we look up Napoleon fireplace, you want to be showing up your ads right here. This is called Google Shopping. These are Google search results. You want to be advertising and taking up real estate inside of Google in terms of Google's search engine. So when you are essentially contacting these brands and bringing them onto your store, you might not get the very best brand in the beginning, and that's completely fine. We want to be working with any brands in the beginning, but working our way up to get the better and better brands. The better brands usually, have more potential for our store because they're more exclusive. Not everyone can sell them. Just stores that have been around long enough have sales history. So essentially, there's more things to work towards with high ticket dropshipping versus if we're selling a junk product from China on your Shopify store. You really are not building anything. With high ticket dropshipping, not only that you are building an asset that you can sell in the future, an asset that is worth 3 to 5 years worth of your monthly profit. So if your store makes $10K per month for a year straight, then you can essentially sell for 3 to 5 years worth of that multiple. So imagine getting $360,000 worth of upfront cash right up to you for your store. That it only makes 10K per month. That's just the power of high ticket dropshipping. So with that being said, this is essentially high ticket dropshipping, explained very shortly. There's more to the story, but this is essentially the business model that I use to go from 0 to 10K a month profit in less than 24 weeks and beyond that going forward. So this is probably one of the best business models that a beginner can start because of the low upfront capital. You don't need to invest a ton of money. Yes, you need to buy a pretty much Shopify theme, get your store built up, maybe some apps, but that's very minimal compared to, if you were to start a brand where you had to buy all inventory up front. This is all drop shipping, but high quality products from the USA to customers that are already looking for it. It does not get simpler than that. And essentially, to scale a high ticket dropshipping store is you contact more suppliers, add them to your brand, and run more ads. It really comes down to this. Now, there's other things like you can do SEO, you can hire more employees, and eventually the goal is to step away from the business and have systems in place that the business runs by itself without your daily input. And that's essentially the beauty of high ticket dropshipping. It's really an amazing business model that has changed my life, to be honest with you. So that's it for this video, and giving you an introduction to what high ticket dropshipping is. And I'll see you guys in some future videos.
Hey everybody, welcome to the next chapter of our training. In this chapter, we're going to go over just some of my reasons on why I adopted high ticket dropshipping. Because remember, when I first started, I actually started off with Facebook ads and using AliExpress as my supplier. Fast forward a few years later, I'm using Google ads with high ticket USA suppliers. So there was definitely a transition period. And let me just kind of give you the takeaways and experiences that I learned in this chapter so you kind of could avoid some of the mistakes that I made in the past going into dropshipping. And with that being said, let's get right into it. So when it comes to high ticket dropshipping, the biggest reason why I actually adopted this business model was because it has good profit margins. Now, it's not to say that the other business models with low ticket, AliExpress, like that doesn't work. It definitely works, guys. Like, it's just you have less profit margins, which means you have less margin of error to play with. So let's just say I'm selling an item for like $85 and I make $30 profit for each sale. Well, within that profit margin, that's how much money I have to use for like marketing expenses or just other business operating expenses I might need. So my wiggle room between $30 profit and $300 profit is completely different. Let's just say now you're selling a product that's, $700 and you're making 50% profit margins. You're making $200 profit. Well, now you have a lot more room to play with, right? Like you could put more marketing budget into those products. You have more money to hire people, and who doesn't want to sell, products that give you better profit, right? So ultimately, if you could even find suppliers, I actually work with a few suppliers, and some of my products that I sell literally have more than $1,000 profit margins, guys. Like that's insane, right? Like imagine getting one sale and you could literally make $1,000 profit. How many like $30 profit? Like how many of these items do you have to sell in order to get to the profit margin I get for one order? So let me answer that. You need 30 orders at this profit. You need 30 orders while I just need one order. So now with this one order, I have more wiggle room. Again, it's all about like how much money do I have to play with. It's pretty much a numbers game. So ultimately now more wiggle room to put into ads, into other areas, content creation, team management, operations to expand the business. So that's why you need to adopt like high ticket drop shipping, because you naturally just have more wiggle room to play with. So your margin of error could increase and you'll be able to take it because, you get that much profit margin with just one sale. Many people think that it's so hard to sell a $1,000 item, but the truth is it's just as easy to sell a $30 item as it is a $1,000 item. It's pretty much, just a twist to how you look at it, but ultimately, selling is the same. It's ultimately the same concepts. But also, another reason why I adopted high ticket dropshipping was because you're really learning how to deal with a real business. Like you're really building a real legitimate e-commerce business from ground up. Now, I know a lot of people think that dropshipping is a scam, and to some extent, they could be right, because if you're, creating a faulty website, a website that doesn't look legitimate, and then you're just getting sales, but the sales you're getting you're shipping them from China, and the customer experience is just super bad, and the customer is not happy. Well, of course, people will think like that. But if we start our operations ground up, really understanding the pillars of running a business, understanding sales, understanding marketing, operations, team management, all of which you should already know, because if you've taken Ecom 101, I actually went over these in one of the courses. But basically, you're really learning how to operate a real business, because these are the 4 fundamentals that you really need to run a business. So you kind of get to build these types from ground up. And as you are growing, as you are making some sales and kind of learning how to get more sales, improving your marketing, improving your sales, you're going to be able to build connections with suppliers to get a competitive advantage. For example, one of my winning suppliers that has literally changed my life, I've done millions of dollars in sales for them. They stopped accepting applications for new dealers. So it doesn't even matter if people know my winning supplier, but obviously I'm not just going to share it to the whole world. But they're not even accepting new dealers. So I have a competitive advantage because I've sold so many items for them, and they're at a point where they don't need new dealers, because the dealers that they have already are bringing them enough sales. And guess what? This brand is a legitimate brand, and they do so much volume, and there's a whole market, and now I'm exclusive in that market, and I don't really got to worry about too many new competitors. So, that's just competitive advantage. I built connections with them. So that's really, ultimately where you want to be at is you want to have a store, you want to have good relationships. Networking is very important. Business is all about networking. And it literally works, guys, because it changed my life. I was able to go on trips that I never could have imagined, meet people that I never thought possible, and it's just been such an eye-opening experience. And it can happen to you too. One thing, bonus tip that I want to point out is you could actually, as you are building out your high-ticket store, you could apply to certain credit cards so that as you're spending money on, whether it's ads or spending money on product, on your suppliers, because remember, if you're selling an item that's $4,000, your cost of goods, meaning the cost you are taking to, purchase this product from supplier, they're a few $1,000s. And you could actually, utilize all of this and get 4x points to redeem. And so it builds up a lot of travel points really easy for you to kind of travel and kind of get some location freedom as well. So ultimately, this is literally why I adopted a high ticket business model, right? It's sustainable. It obviously does depend on the market though, because let's just say, there's not a lot of people that, are in the market of massage chairs, then maybe, things might be slowing down, but it's seasonal, right? It's now we're really getting into the economy and seeing how the economy is playing out. But ultimately, this really teaches you how to run a real legitimate business, gives you the foundations, all of the fundamental sales, marketing, operations, team management. You learn to build connections. You kind of learn to, grow out of your shell and, become that best CEO that, I know you could be. And with that being said, this is why I did it. And hopefully I've convinced you to kind of go and adopt high ticket dropshipping in your business model as well. It's not that low ticket doesn't work. It's just for me, what worked for me was high ticket, and here I am transferring all my knowledge to you. After, we're going to go over some common misconceptions about dropshipping. So what do I hear in the market, people are saying about dropshipping? Because people sometimes, when you're researching and doing all that stuff on Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere, you're going to hear some people say oh, dropshipping's a scam, dropshipping doesn't work, it's not profitable, it's easy. There's a lot of misconceptions that I've picked up, just eavesdropping over the voices of social media. So I want to kind of address my viewpoints in regards to these misconceptions, kind of debunk it for you so that you have a solid understanding of where dropshipping is, kind of align you with reality. It's not going to be the one thing that you do and you're going to become a freaking multi-billionaire, but at the same time, it's also not a scam. It's kind of right in between. I'm going to explain more in this chapter. And with that being said, let's get right into it. So some of the biggest misconceptions that I've heard, and I'm just going to start from bottom to up, because as I was creating this list, I noticed that I should have started from bottom to up. Dropshipping is easy. All right, let me be the first to debunk that nothing in life comes easy, guys. I just want to keep it as real as possible. The model in itself can seem simple, but tactically the doing, at the end of the day, you're really starting a business, and be prepared to enter that entrepreneur life. You're really going to have to invest your time, energy, effort into building something that could be really sustainable, right? If I told you straight from up right here, dropshipping is easy, I'd be lying to you. I face challenges every single day. I go through problems, big or small, when it comes to my business model. And, it's certainly something that if you put in the right amount of work, the work ethic, the efforts, you're going to see the fruits of your labor. And if you're not going to put that, amount of reps in, you don't want to put in that much input, then you're not going to see the results that you want to. It's very, fair, in my opinion. And it's certainly not easy. Even, at my level where, I can kind of communicate how dropshipping works and teach other people, I don't tell anybody that's easy, because it's not easy. And I'll tell you why. Many people think I just want to get, $20,000 in sales, $30,000 in sales, $1 million in sales. But what you neglect to, well, not you, but most people neglect to realize that once you hit those big numbers, you have to fulfill it, meaning you have to get the item to the customer. So let's just say, you're selling massage chairs and you're selling these $5,000. Let's just say these are $5,000 massage chairs. You're selling 5,000 units and you sold 10 units. So you made $50,000 in a month selling it with, a certain amount of profit margin, blah, 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 blah. Well, great. On the number side, you're profitable, things is going well. But keep in mind that once you get these orders, you have to be the one that is responsible for the product to go to the client. And sometimes it works flawlessly, and other times you might just have some trucking error, where they mess up the shipment and it comes damaged, and you're just going to have to kind of talk to the customer, kind of, make them feel better, or maybe, the item is delayed and there's extra shipping times that the customer wasn't aware of. You're going to have to talk to the customer. Like, it's not just getting the sale. It's really running a business, really giving the best customer service possible. So let me be the first to debunk, like, if you think this is kind of going to be like a one-stop shop to, fast track your way to success, this will fast track you, because everything that I learned took me years to understand, but it's not going to be something that's like super easy. Like, it's not just going to be given to you. Like, you're going to have to work hard for it. But at the same time, if you do work hard, true to yourself, true to your heart, and you really are fully accountable for every action you do when it comes to this business model, you're going to, find success. And the next kind of misconception I want to debunk is that dropshipping is risk-free. Let me be the first to tell you that there is no such thing as risk-free in business, right? And the reason why is because, let's just say you do get sales and you do get orders for a particular supplier and you're able to scale. Don't think that like you're just solid from there, because the truth is, statistically speaking, I think like 98% of businesses fail. Let me just double check that. Yeah, like literally like 98% of businesses fail. Like literally 96% of business fail. Like, it's very like normal, and that's just the reality of the situation. My goal is to kind of bring you guys into the 2%, because, there are ways around it, but don't think that like anything in life is risk-free, right? Even this business model, there is some risk to it. And let me give you some scenarios on how. Let's just say that you were selling this massage chair, you sold it for $5,000, and you got 10 units of these, and you got $50,000, in sales. And so now there are 10 units that you have to ship to 10 different clients, but your supplier, the Osaki supplier, this person that's shipping it, they mess you over. Like, they don't ship the item, or like they take super long to ship, and then your customers are angry, and then, you don't know how to communicate. Like, you get what I mean? Like, there's always risk to it. That's why, like, we want to build good foundations. When we choose suppliers, we have to make sure like they're responsive, they seem really legit. Like, you don't want to, and I mean, you're not really going to run into the problem where the supplier like flakes on you. Like, I don't see that happening, because, these brands are all legitimate at the end of the day. But I'm just giving you scenarios, right? Like, you never know. Like, at the end of the day, like, you're working with somebody else that you don't really know. This is in the business world, and there's always risk to it, right? You never know. Like, even if you sell 10 units of these, you didn't know that these products were not good. And when people get it, it breaks after like a month. Like, there's always that risk. Like, you never know. Like, this is how business works, though. So keep that in mind at all times. Like, it's definitely not risk-free. But at the end of the day, like, you got to be able to take on risk at some point. The next misconception I want to go into is dropshipping is not profitable. That brings me to my previous point of, when people say that, I actually find it very normal for people to say it, because at the end of the day, I understand, like, 98% of businesses fail. Most people that I see on social media, you have to assume that they're either doing break even or just, barely doing well. I don't, how do I say it? Like, I think it's normal for dropshipping businesses to not be profitable, but, people try to sustain themselves. They have like extra savings and capital to make it work. But at the end of the day, you do want a business model that can sustain itself. And the business model that I'm teaching you, it can. And I'm going to tell you why. You don't even need to run ads to your store, right? You could have like, the only expense you need for my business model, at the lowest, is literally you just have to create a website, which is going to be $30 a month. And, with some apps and everything, and fees, let's just say you're paying $100 a month. You don't need to run ads, but if you just constantly close suppliers, if you get as many suppliers as Wayfair does, you're operating with like 50, 100 different suppliers, you could actually advertise for free. There's something called SEO, which is search engine optimization. Search engine optimization is basically like these free listings that you see on Google over here, right? Instead of, paying for it, as you can see, they're sponsored. That's what you're paying for. There's also free traffic. And when somebody searches massage show over here, this is sponsored over here on shopping. This is sponsored, but this stuff over here, these are all free. So what am I saying? At the lowest expense, you literally just have to have a website running, work with these suppliers, and the fact is, if you get people to come onto your website, you literally have a chance to make and close a $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 client without even running ads to it. Like, that's how this model works. So obviously you might, go through some months where you lose money. It's very normal because, no business, you start off and you make a lot of money. But at the end of the day, at least there's growth that you can go and really become profitable if you're not profitable in dropshipping at first. And the last thing I want to talk about is dropshipping is a scam. I'm just going to dismiss it right now. Like, there's no way I'm going to kind of build my entire life and put all of my energy into a course, into a model that doesn't work. It works for Luke Belmar. It works for Jordan Bell. It works for, every other dropshipper on YouTube. So why wouldn't it work for you, right? It works for me. So it's just about how you interpret dropshipping. As long as you're not, giving back customer service, as long as you're not being a faulty, business owner, you're not trying to, if you're coming from a good intent, you're just trying to make a living, you're really just trying to sell products, hustle, flip, like, you're going to be good. But if you're somebody that's like, I don't know, you just want a quick flip, like you just want to, make a quick bag and just trying to make a quick profit, then, if you're like that type of person, obviously, you're a scammer. But ultimately, that's not what I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to teach you guys, how to build a legitimate business from zero to hero, ground up, showing you guys everything that I learned and, how I can kind of teach you so that you don't have to go through my mistakes. So everything that I show you guys is, coming from my experience. And with that being said, I hope that kind of debunks any misnomers that you might have or any confusion that you might have in regards to the topic of dropshipping. And with that being said, peace and love.
Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course. Now, the aim of this free course is to take you from zero, beginner, to making your very first sale and beyond. Now, this free course is action-packed and fast-paced. It essentially lists out everything that you need to do in bullet point formats in order for you to make your store, to getting your first sale, and hiring employees and scaling your business. Now, I'm super excited to share this free course with you. And if you have taken any value from this entire free course series, make sure to drop a comment below if you have any questions. I'll try my best to answer each and every single one of them. So let's jump right into module number 1, which is business setup. Now, I'll cut right to the chase. Business setup is kind of tedious, but it is completely needed because we are building a actual business. This is not a free, or this is not an AliExpress dropshipping store where you set up a business and you launch ads within 1 hour. Business setup takes a little bit of time, but this is going to be your foundation of your business, because this is not going to be some overnight success. So let's jump right into it. Business setup overview. Here are the 5 steps, if I can count, of setting up your business. Number 1 is going to be incorporating your business. Number 2, obtaining an EIN number. Number 3, resale certificate. Number 4, business banking. And number 5, business credit card. Now, I will leave a link to this exact Google Doc so you can also view all this information. Link in the description below. So in order to incorporate business, so if you're in the US, things are fairly simple. If you're in the US, you would want to incorporate business in the US. If you're not from the US, that's completely fine. You can run your business from anywhere, because you can set up a US LLC and then sell in the US. Or if you're in more established markets such as the UK, Australia, and even Europe, and any established markets that has e-commerce, meaning people are buying and shopping online, you can completely sell there. So with that being said, you're based in the US, incorporating in your home state is the easiest. So for example, if you are in the state of Florida, then incorporating in Florida is going to be the most straightforward way in incorporating your business. Alternatively, you can also choose to incorporate in the no state tax state, such as Wyoming, Delaware, and there's a few others like Nevada, which is another one, but most popular ones are going to be Wyoming or Delaware. If you're outside the US, incorporating a US company, I would suggest using or incorporating that in Delaware or Wyoming, because you're not going to have any state tax. Now, service recommendations for this are going to be LegalZoom. They are not a sponsor, but LegalZoom is going to be a very easy way in order to set up your business. So in order to get set up with LegalZoom, what you need to do is go to business, and then register your business. You want to pick an LLC. Now, I have what is called a corporation, and corporations have a benefit over an LLC, but they both give you the same legal protection. You do not want to start your business as a sole proprietorship, mainly because you do not have any legal protection. Now, I can go and rant about LLC versus corporation, but basically corporations, you want to essentially form that once your business is doing $50K a year in net profit. Then it's worth switching to a corporation. But start with an LLC and click on Start My LLC. Now, there are a few options to choose with LegalZoom. I suggest either going for the Pro or Premium. Now, the Pro, it says you get hands-on guidance with an experienced business attorney, which, for $50 more, you can ask, you get an unlimited 30-minute attorney consultation, and first 30 days of subscription included. So I would probably go for Premium if you want to talk with an attorney. This is not legal advice, but what I did was actually just form my LLC from your state's website. You can also do that if you just Google form LLC in, for example, Delaware, and then you can. There's definitely tons of resources out there to help you set up your LLC. Now, along with this, you also get an EIN if you choose to go with LegalZoom. It's just LegalZoom is an all-in-one platform to get you set up with your business, compared to doing it manually with the state and basically the government's website. The EIN can be obtained from the IRS website. Or you can just pay like a service like LegalZoom and get that all done for you. So once you get LegalZoom set up, what I recommend is obviously the LLC. They're both considered corporations, but your legal entity is actually an LLC. What I have is S corporation, which is different. So obtaining your EIN number, you want to do this after you have formed your business. So if you're using LegalZoom and you're doing your LLC and you pick either the Pro or Premium package, you will get your EIN. So you do not have to worry about it if you go with LegalZoom. However, if you go with something else where you set up with your state, your EIN number is attainable from the IRS website. So if you just simply Google IRS EIN, and it should be this one right here, apply for an employer identification number. Now, you can apply for one anywhere from Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern time. And what you do is just click Apply Online Now, and then just begin application. This is very, very simple. There shouldn't be too many questions about this. You just choose, if you're using LLC, click LLC. Obviously, this is not legal advice, as always. How many members? If it's just you, just choose one. Where you are incorporated. So, for example, you're incorporated in Delaware, choose Delaware. And I've done this plenty of times with other people. It's very, very simple. Started a new business, continue, authenticate, put in your first name, last name. I'm one of the owner's members. So you are going to be the owner of your LLC, obviously. And then your address, details, confirmation. Once you get to the confirmation stage, what you want to do is make sure you save your EIN number somewhere secure. I recommend creating like a Google Drive so you can store all your business information in there if you are doing it on yourself without LegalZoom. If you're doing it LegalZoom, they're just going to give you all the information up front after they incorporate your business, and they're just going to organize all your files for you. So after you attain your EIN number, some other recommendations is you either use the official IRS website, which is this right here, or you can use an EIN service from Fiverr. You can just search up EIN service on Fiverr, and then you should find plenty. But I would just recommend doing it yourself. It's not that hard at all. So your resale certificate. Now, the resale certificate is essentially a form that you present to your suppliers in order to not pay sales tax on the order. What you're doing is you are essentially telling your suppliers that you are buying the item at wholesale and reselling it at retail cost, and you should not be paying sales tax because you are not the end consumer. The end consumer is the person that should be paying sales tax. So In order to get a resource certificate, it depends on the state that you incorporate your business in. I have linked this tax jar article that goes over every single state and how to get a resource certificate there. Just follow the guide and you should be able to get your resource certificate. Some states you don't even need to like send in the form with your state. You just need to fill out the form and you're ready to go. So with that being said, I will make sure to grab the Google Docs, link in the description, and then you should be able to open this tax jar document to see how to get a research certificate in every single state. So with that being said, your research certificate is fairly straightforward. You just want to get that set up after you incorporate your business and then obtain your EIN number. This is in order. Please do not skip. It is purposely laid out this way so you can follow it step by step. It's laid out exactly how you should set up this business. So after you have gotten your research certificate, next is going to be business banking and business credit cards. Now, if you're in the US, you can use banks like if you have a bank account at Chase, Bank of America, just open one there. Or you can also use an online bank if you really don't want to use like these big banks that obviously these banks are good, but they require like a minimum. Some are like 1,500, some are maybe like close to 2,000. Otherwise, they charge you a fee. If you don't want to deal with all that fees, I recommend Wise or Noble Bank. I have both. And if I were to recommend one, I would use Wise simply because once you are hiring employees, you can pay them out of Wise, and it's very, very affordable. Noble Bank is also a US bank, but it's online. Their support is not the best, but if all you're doing is just banking, then it's completely fine. So either one of these are completely fine. If you're not from the US, obviously you would, if you're selling in the US, you would have your US LLC, and you should be able to apply for these just fine. So the other ones, so I would just use Wise if you're from another country, because it's just very simple and easy to use. Now, that being said, business credit cards. So business credit cards are excellent ways to actually add profit to your business, and I'm able to get anywhere from a couple $1,000s in free cash back with my business every single month, and that cashback is actually not taxable, so you can deposit into your personal account without paying taxes. One of my friends that I know that he doesn't do high ticket dropshipping, but I saw that he cashed out like nearly 100K worth of Amex points, and that is completely tax free. It's very good. But you also have to need to be spending that much on ads to get all those points. So some credit card recommendations are going to be the Amex Business Gold. So this is good for your ad spend, so advertising spend. This does come with a $295 annual fee, but once you are spending more than a couple $1,000s a month, then this easily pays for itself. Now, if you don't really want points for like travel, Amex is good for travel. You can get other cards that you can like boost this point exchange rate. They have the American Express Charles Schwab card, and essentially what you can do is get more value for your points if you deposit that into an investment account. But without getting too in depth, the Amex is good if you want travel, and Capital One Business Spark, which I also have this card, is good for cash back. You get unlimited 2%, and for most people, if you're not going to travel, I recommend the Capital One Business Spark. This is a little bit hard of a card to get into, but once you get into it, I really like this card. It's just very simple and easy to use. Some suppliers do not take Amex, so Amex is probably only going to be used on Google Ads and Bing ad spend or any other advertising spend. But this Capital One Business Spark, you have unlimited 2%, and if you just click on this link, you get a $500 annual bonus, and that's like you can get that money like deposited into your bank. They send a check, but after you spend like 50K in a year, which for high ticket it's not that much because remember we're selling very expensive items, and 50K worth of inventory, is like, I don't know, 10 to 50 orders. So it's very, very achievable. So with that being said, those are the business credit cards I recommend: Capital One Business Spark or American Express Business Gold. And then some final words before we wrap this video up. So thank you so much for staying till this all the way until this part of the video. So some final words are just tips for staying organized. Make sure you create a Google Drive, store all your business information in there, set up folders in a way so you know exactly where each and every document is, and just start being organized at this stage of the business, because once you have more things going on, it's very easy to be overwhelmed if you misplace folders here or documents here and there. So make sure you are organized. Just create Google Drive. And I also would recommend actually creating an LLC email. It can be a Gmail account. You can do, like, for example, your initials, LLC 123 at gmail.com or anything like that, and use that essentially to store all your business information. So your business setup, your EIN, your resale, your business banking, your business credit cards. Make sure you just make a separate email that's separate from your personal email. So with that being said, that is it for the completely free high ticket dropshipping course, module 1, which is business setup. I'll see you in module 2. Thank you so much for watching. Welcome to the completely free high ticket dropshipping course. This is module number 2, going over niche selection. Now, it's niche or niche, whatever way you want to say it. But if you haven't watched module 1, I highly recommend you watch module 1 before you watch any part of this video. These modules are set up in order so you can follow it step by step to see your first dropshipping sale with high ticket, and hiring and scaling your business from there. So in today's video, we will be talking about niche selection. This is going to be the foundation after you set up your business, got all your LLC, business banking, credit cards, and all that set up. Let's talk about niche selection. Here is an overview of what we're going to be talking about inside of this video. So we're going to talk about what makes a good niche, brainstorming niche ideas, the perfect amount of niche down, niche research spreadsheet, so that will be here, and then your niche angle. So let's talk about the characteristics of a good niche. So that entails low competition, high demand, non-seasonal, lots of suppliers, and high price point. These are all characteristics of a good niche. You don't have to fit every single one, but if you fit all 5, this could mean that you will see success a lot faster. So with high ticket dropshipping, the beauty of this business model is that any store and any niche will work if you give it enough time. It just depends. If you pick a very competitive niche, it will take you longer to see results ultimately. I have never failed a single store with high ticket dropshipping. Now, the store that I recommend is to have a niche down store. Don't have a broad store where you sell generators to saunas to fireplaces to desks, stand-up desks. We want to be an authority in a specific industry. So these are what makes a good niche, and we'll come back to this, so don't worry. So brainstorming niche ideas. So we need to find some niche ideas to go into. So these are 3 ways I recommend that you use to find niche ideas for your store. One is to look around you. This I do recommend depending on where you are. If you're in a city area, you will find more products that maybe less people have sold in the past or are less competitive. You can also use a random word generator, which I'm going to show you a live demo of in Browse Big Box Retailers. So let's just jump right into using the random word generator. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to use the random word generator. So let's go ahead and pull up a random word generator. And we'll go to google.com. We're also going to pull up a notepad. So these are going to be the 3 foundations in order to find a niche. So I like to use this to just find random niches and then branch ideas off from them. So number of words, let's do 3. Generate random words. With history, see, and direct. These aren't really good product words, so we'll just keep generating. Possible, negligence, trench. Okay, let's see what we can find. Trench warfare, trench coat. Trench coat. Okay, this is, we don't really want to be selling clothing. We want to be selling stuff above $1,000, so trench coats really don't fit in that. So what we can do is just search, what's a trench pike? Looks like some World War II thing. Trench drain. Okay, what is this? 4-inch trench drain system. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So what I'd like to do is just filter by $1,000, just so we can find more expensive items. So this looks like a store that sells landscape equipment. NDS Slope Kit. So it looks like it's a drainage system. Okay, so I have no clue like what this even. Obviously, it's a drainage system, but I'm not really technical on that. So looks like they have a landscape store. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of unique items. So catch basins, drain gates, channel and trench drains, drain pipes, erosion control, pop-up drainage emitters. You get the point. Let's take a look at these. These aren't too expensive. We want to look items ideally above $1,000. Let's do price high to low. Okay. So drainage system. So let's go ahead and reload. Just type in drainage system. So they seem to have like a landscape store where selling landscape equipment, a ton of random items that I would really have no clue they are, but most of the items aren't really that expensive. If we click, yeah, it just looks like view all equipment parts. Let's do price high to low. Yes, there's the $8,000 gauge, but like most of the items are really cheap, so I really don't want to get into this niche because the items are really way too cheap. So let's just put in terms of ideas found drainage system. So we type in drainage system. Let's go above $1,000. M Marine Online. Okay, interesting. So this is, at first I thought it's like a marine store where it sells like marine equipment, but now it has like, okay, I mean this does go in marine air conditioning, marine refrigerating. So right here, like you could do this store the same angle, so the marine store that sells the similar product types, but like I can tell you like this store is not really well optimized, doesn't look that great, and you would be able to compete on them against them in terms of customers. So that is one angle or one store idea. Let's see. So there is this perfect amount of niche down. We're gonna go ahead and make a copy of this just so we can edit it for this scenario. There are some pre-written product types, but let's do, what is this? A drainage system. So we found drainage system, where we looked up trench, and then we're here looking at marine air conditioning. So this is definitely a really good store in terms of competition. We would have to check other areas, but let's just type in marine air conditioning. Average price point. These are really good in terms of price point. I mean, not super good, but they're a lot better than what we were looking at before. 2,000 to 3,000, upwards of 5,000. Okay, seasonality. This is where we probably aren't going to be that good on in terms of this niche. So we type in marine air conditioning. Do last 5 years. Okay, so wait, why does it say Trump? Marine air conditioning. Okay, so this is seems to be up and down, probably because there's not a ton of searches, which isn't the end of the deal. Mostly like people in California, Florida, and New York are buying these. Let's use Ahrefs. So this is a paid tool, but if you type in marine air conditioning, you can see that competition is very low based on the keyword difficulty, but the volume is only 400. So volume being this low is only a worry if this is the only thing that you're selling. When you have a marine store that sells not just marine air conditioning, this is not to be worried about, because even if there's only 400 people searching per month for just marine air conditioning, it's such an underground item that you're going to be able to bid very cheaply and get very cheap clicks, and overall be very easily able to convert customers that are looking for something like this. So even if marine air conditioning is only 400 searches a month, that's completely fine. Let's take a look at the seasonality. So it always peaks in June, July. Yeah. Peaks in warmer months. All right, and then let's fill out the brand section. So if you just look at this, these are all product types that we can have in a marine store. So even though these are seasonal, low search volume, these are still very, very uncompetitive. We have other things that we can sell on a marine store, like boat equipment. So these are going to be very seasonal, most likely, unless there's some items that are not related to just boats. Like yacht toys. $17,000 water sled. Marine generators. Okay. Let's just look up generator instead of parts. Okay, these generators are really expensive. Upwards of 25,000. So marine generators. 800 searches. Very, very uncompetitive. So if someone were to do this niche, which is a really good idea. So marine generators, marine air conditioner, marine store, seasonal, in the summer months. Unless there is something on here that is not like good for the winter, then this would be like a really good niche. Being super seasonal like this, where it's mainly for the summer, I personally would not do, but you could definitely do it. You know, in the winter months, your store would just kind of be like on autopilot. You might get a sale here and there, but your big months are going to be the summer months if you were to do this store angle. Stabilizers, air heater. Okay, so these are marine air heater. These are really expensive too. Marine heater has 250. These are definitely not seasonal. I mean, they would do better in the winter months. Marine water heater. Yeah, these are pretty consistent. So most of these items don't have a ton of search volume, and that's completely fine. Ideally, we want stuff combined above 20K, and there's definitely a ton of products on this store that we haven't even discovered. So I would say this is easily above 20K in terms of search volume per month for all the product types on here. So this would be a good store angle that you could potentially do. Now, in terms of buying a domain, we like to use Namecheap. And in terms of this store, marine water heater. Oh, we haven't done the brand, so generally with the brand section of this sheet, you just want to list out. If you can find 10 brands pretty easily, that's a good sign. You want to pick a niche that has plenty of brands, so you aren't locked into just a couple brands that if you can't get in with, you would be in a bad situation. So just looking at this store, there's plenty of brands in tons of categories. Marine lighting. Okay, these are definitely cheaper, but would fit on a marine type store. Marine refrigerator. So that's another brand. So the brand is usually like the very first part of the title. It's also the brand is who it makes the item. So in this case, it's Vertigo. I think that's how you pronounce it. So if you can find 10 pretty easily, then it's not, don't really have to fill out the rest of the sheet. Marine toilets, okay. These are some really underground. So Vetus, that's another brand. Japsco, okay, that's another brand. So it looks like there's plenty of brands in this industry. Bow trousers. Or bow trousers. What even is this? What is a bow trouser? A propeller located in the ship's bow to provide added maneuverability as when docking. Okay, and I really don't know what this is, but like these go up to 16K, 9K, 5K. Yeah, so that is definitely a product type. Also, good to first get started. So inside niche and store angle, obviously we're going to do a marine store seasonal in the summer months, and then we're going to actually get these 4 brands, or sorry, start with these 4 product types in terms of building out our marine store. It's going to center around the boat. So we just look at bow trousers. These are 300. So there's plenty of brands. Sorry, I'm flipping through a ton of pages. Quick USA, it's another brand. Fetus. Here's another one for Stern Trouser. Again, don't even know what this is either. So there we go. We have 5 product types. Plenty of brands to go and start the store around. If we build a very niche down store that is going to be specialized in marine equipment. So let's do something like marine equipment.com. Is that even available? It is, but it's 24,000. Marine. Whoops. Supplies.com. Nope. Marine supply. How about like that? Marine supply direct. Now with domain names, you really don't want to have more than 3 words, because it's just going to be very hard to remember. My Marine Direct. Okay, there we go. My Marine Direct. We have a domain name we can use. Available. So there we go. We went from just searching up trench drain, or the word was actually trench, to building out an entire store around some marine equipment. Now the only thing is that this fits a lot of things, such as high price point. Let me go back to this. High price point, lots of suppliers, doesn't have high demand, but with all the products and product types that there are on that competitor's website, there's going to be plenty of demand to go around. Low competition. To check this, you can just look at the keyword difficulty. It gives you a good idea. So if you just type in like the main product types that you're going to be selling, so bow trousers only has 31. So ideally, like the lower the better. But I sell some stuff that are above like 60, 70 really well on my store. So just because this number may be high doesn't mean that you can't sell that product type on a store that's very specific about marine equipment. So we just look at marine generators. I believe this was not even competitive at all. 18 on a scale of 100. So this is something worth looking into. Go back. Non-seasonal. So this is where this store angle and niche is going to be not quite fitting this non-seasonal. There are probably items I haven't really spent a ton of time on. Where was the store? I think I closed out of the store, but that competitor store, I didn't spend a ton of time on there, but there probably is items that are not as seasonal, like those heaters. Oh, there we go. Like these heaters, maybe anchoring docking is not as seasonal. We just want to discover this niche more. As long as there are items that are the bulk of this store is going to sell marine stuff, boat stuff. People are going to buy that stuff in the summer, but in the winter, think of stuff like heaters that they have that can compensate for the winter months. So you're not completely dead or have very, very low sales during that period. So in terms of that, I wouldn't say seasonality is the worst for this store angle. It's obviously definitely going to do better in the summer months, but that does not kill this store entirely. So I would say I would scale like 1 through 10. This fits most of these, 8 to 9 out of 10. This would be a store I would probably pursue. But that's how you essentially find a niche. You got everything built out for you. Now you can grab this sheet down below, and that's how you use a random word generator. There's also, you can browse big box retailers, which I'll show you, but it's not really, I don't think it's as good as just doing the random word generator, but I'll show you real quick. So we just go to like Home Depot, for example. You can do the same thing. Instead of generating random words and looking at Google Shopping, you just browse like random categories. So I don't know, kitchen appliances, French presses. I think this is coffee related. Okay. Meat slicers. I actually sold one of these back when I was doing low ticket dropshipping, or plenty of these, not just one. Interesting. So you take meat slicers and then you just put it in Google Shopping and you start the whole process over again. Or $1,000, and then you find a store angle based on just that one product that you looked up. So we have WN machinery, kitchen groups. So open up some stores, Cooler Depot. Okay, so this does not look like a good store. Looks like just a supplier trying to sell on their own website. You can tell because it doesn't show you the brand, and Wenming's sounds like an Asian brand. So we're not going to be selling Asian brands anyways. We want to be selling, unless you're selling in China, of course. So, kitchen groups. So this looks like their own brand, is because it says right here, become a dealer. So this is like a supplier that's selling on their own website. But that doesn't really matter at this stage. If you were to find a niche, you can look at what product types they have. So we have like commercial meat slicers. So you can go into like commercial restaurant equipment. Maybe stuff that only has to do with meat, so you're not just a general restaurant store. But you can still pick a domain name that's like restaurant supplies direct, so that you're not just only selling meat slicer. Because if the meat slicers don't do that well for you, they don't have the best margins, then you can always add other products that are under that domain name, but still are specialized because you're still a restaurant store. Alright, so that's how you find niches using all random word generators and looking at big box retailers. So the perfect amount of niche down, I'm going to show you right here. So a niche that's not too broad and not too niche is a perfect way to approach and angle a store. This will give you the best of both niche and broad stores in terms of benefits. So we look at right here, pros of a broad store. The ability to expand. You have a ton of suppliers. This is good for a broad store. However, the cons of the broad store is probably what is going to give you lower success rates. Not success rates, like the ability to see results as fast. Because the cons of a broad store is it's logistically complex. When you have a ton of suppliers, it's a lot to manage because One might have sales, one might have price updates, and it's a lot of managing suppliers. It's doable, but we're not recommended for beginners. Now, lower conversion rate because you're not specialized in one area. I think this is the most important part. When you're not specialized, you have a store that sells like sofas to, I don't know, sofas to lawnmowers to saunas, random items on one store. You're not specialized compared to something like My Marine or mymarinedirect.com, where you only are selling marine equipment. Now we'll talk about a niche store in terms of its pros. So higher conversion rate, quicker sales and success. Typically, no success is guaranteed with anything in life. And then able to find winners faster. This is very, very important as well. When you're spending advertising dollars on a store that has thousands of products versus tens to hundreds of products, the more diversified your budget is and your spend is to the amount of products, the slower it will take for you to find those potential best sellers and to be aggressive and sell more of those. So that's why a niche store is by far the preferred way of building your high ticket dropshipping store. Cons of a niche store: less scalability. You can still do 6 to 7 figures revenue monthly, so do not worry about it if you're not already making that, because by then, if you're doing 6 to 7 figures, million per month, then you can just build another broad store. You can build a broad store if you really want the challenge, but for most people, a niche store is the best way to go in terms of building their first online e-commerce store. So again, your niche angle is you want to build it around a theme. So my theme inside of that example is where we sell marine equipment. You can also theme stuff around a hobby, activity, or a particular customer avatar is an easy way to visualize it. So think athletes. So maybe a store around just basketball or just basketball athletes. So think basketball hoops, basketball stadium, what products are there. That's a good way to visualize if you're going to do the customer avatar route. So what I've done in this example is clearly a hobby or activity. So my marine, people that like to be on their boats and just like, do whatever they fish or just enjoy the sea. My Marine Direct would be the go-to place for them to buy marine equipment. So that covers everything up in terms of niche selection. What makes a good niche? Brainstorming niche ideas using the random word generator. Is what I recommend. The perfect amount of niche down. The niche research spreadsheet. So you can grab this spreadsheet with a link down in the description of this video, as well as your niche angle. So your niche angle, again, is covered right here, and I went over it multiple times. But generally, this is how I pick a 6 to 7 figure store niche. If you have any questions, leave them down below inside the comment section. I'll do my best to reply to each and every single one of them. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to the completely free high ticket dropshipping course. This is to add on to module 2, which is niche selection. People really loved how I was able to find a niche, a store angle in like 15 minutes or so. So I'm going to do another example live for you so you can see my thought process in finding a high ticket niche in less than 15 minutes. So I have a browser pulled up, and what we're going to do is we're just going to pull up a simple notepad just to jot down any notes. And then we also will open up Google, and then we'll also open up random word generator. So these are the 3 tools that I like to use when picking out an industry to go into. So inside the random word generator, I like to do 3 words and then generate random words. And then what I am looking for here is like a product type word, something that describes something. So we have ambition, face, and temporary. So it may seem like ambition may not be a good word, but we'll see if we can make this work. So what we can do is we can type this word into Google, and Google is going to auto-complete some keywords down here. These are keywords that people are looking for. So if we click on this like ambitions cast. Obviously, I don't really watch movies, so I don't know what that is. Let's just type in ambition into Google. Ambition strikes. That looks like some sort of video game. I don't really watch movies or watch much video games, so I'm probably clueless on this. So what we want to do is we want to go to shopping and then look at the results. So obviously these are not very relevant results, and it's completely fine. We can just use another word. Let's do faint. Let's try steel. So we type in steel. You can see steel toe boots, work boots, sneakers, cutouts, guitars, steel buildings. So we click on steel buildings. Okay, interesting. This is where we're getting somewhere now. So we just used steel and it auto-completed steel buildings. Next, we want to filter this by $1,000. We don't really want to look at cheap items when building a high-ticket store. So this looks like a 50 by 200 commercial metal building. I'm not really going to click on it because it's not something that we're probably going to be selling. So let's just look at this. So this is a vertical roof metal garage. Seems to have some sort of 3D element to it. This is very cool. Vertical roof. Okay, so if we look at carports, this looks to just be a guide. Metal buildings. So with storage buildings, residential steel buildings, garage buildings, RV camper. Okay, so let's look at RV camper because steel buildings gave us an idea. Let's do RV camper. We can probably look at some RV stores. So we'll open up a few stores. So this looks like travel camp. So they're selling an entire RV. And we're not going to be selling these. These are vehicles. Air skirts. What are even these sites talking about? Inflatable coolers. No, not really what we're looking for. Let's look at RV toilet. Okay, so getting somewhere now. Waterless composting toilet. Perfect for RV boats, cabins, basements, campers, workshops, and tiny homes. Okay, so this goes into RVs. So we could position ourselves into like an RV store. So if we just pull up like Google Trends. So we type in trends. We just look at RV camper and see the demand for those. We should easily tell if this is a growing industry or a declining industry. So 36. So the interest over time is 36 around the same time period 5 years ago versus now it's at 41. So definitely the demand the interest and demand is going up over time. If we look at 2004 till present, it's definitely seasonal for sure. It peaks in the summer months, but like overall the graph is going up. It may not look like it, but from this starting here all the way to here, it's definitely on the upcline. But this is absolutely very seasonal. Like it peaks in June, but this is for RV campers. If we can find something that RV people that like to travel into RVs like buy in the winter, we can balance things out. So I don't really want to kill this entire idea right now because seems like this is pretty workable. Let's do like an RV accessory store. So we have RV toilets. These don't really look like things that go in an RV. There's another marine. Boaters land. Discount marine supplies. Let's go ahead and filter this above $1,000. Let's open up a few more and see if we can find other product types to fit under this RV store. So we have more toilets, vacuum pump, vacuum generator. These are for marine stuff. Probably not what we're looking for. This website is giving an error. Doesn't make sense. How these websites are still advertising on Google. Badet King. Okay, so renewable outdoors. Portable dry flush toilet. Okay, so along with RVs, it's definitely off-grid. People want to be off-grid. And excuse if I'm an absolute noob at this, because like I really don't know anything about like traveling and living in their campers and stuff like that. But we can see like we have awnings. These go onto RVs. You can see them in the pictures right here. These are like $1,000 to $3,000. Toilets were, $800 to $1.5K. Coolers, okay. Obviously these are seasonal. Let's just put RV coolers. Can we find something that is hammocks, first aid kits? Portable shower seats. These aren't too expensive. Roof tents. Okay, so these definitely, they might not go on RVs, but they go on cars. Like, if they're traveling, they would be probably buying this. Roof tents. Water purifiers. This site selling greenhouses and stuff, I would not do something this generic, like just a bunch of outdoor stuff. So we have like this stuff. It's definitely seasonal. But let's see if we can find something else. Air conditioner. Okay, like that's something worth selling as well, but that's definitely going to be seasonal in the summer. Antifreeze. Winter. Okay. Winter skirting. These are like covers. They aren't ultra expensive, but some of them go up to a couple $1,000. So, winter. Notes. Most items are seasonal. To go into this store, pick a balance of winter products to balance out the seasonality. So we have these, there's plenty of summer items because most of them are summer items, but we can definitely find stuff like these skirtings, these covers. I think they're the same thing. Just by like putting that into Google and finding winter storage. Are these the same thing? I really don't know. I'll just put it in there anyway. The skirting, cover, and winter storage might be the same thing. Water hose. Yeah, they're not crazy expensive. Insulation. Let's look at winter RV essentials. You can also read blog articles and videos to understand the industry. Maybe you can find something else that goes in the industry. Highly recommend you do this, research it. Obviously heaters. Mattress pads. So definitely the covers and heaters are the obvious ones, but you could definitely, I guarantee if you spend a little bit more time, you can find some more underground stuff that go. What is this? GE metered RV pad mount. I don't even know what this is. Okay, so seems like there might not be as many winter items as I hoped. This is a heater kit. Could potentially look into this. Yeah, these are for recreational vehicles, which are RVs, caravans, motorhomes. So there's definitely some winter stuff, probably not as many as I hope for. So if you're going to do this niche, it's going to be more seasonal. You're going to have a slower winter if these don't, if the demand for these aren't as high as you anticipated. But I feel like it still can be a very viable store. Now let's just go ahead and do a domain name before we wrap things up. So we like to use Namecheap to buy domain. First intuition is rvsupplies.com. See if that's available. It's not. Okay, so rvsupplydirect.com is available. I'm not sure why it says Canadian dollars, but it's probably like $12 USD. So RV Supply Direct. Boom, just like that, we have an entire store, the products that we should start with, summer stuff, winter stuff, and a brandable domain. So now it's only time for you to go ahead and take action and create this entire store, because the whole roadmap is like laid out in front of you. All right, so that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to this video. So just want to make this video in addition to the niche selection masterclass, and essentially give you an idea of what is the perfect amount of niche down that you want to frame your store around. So I'm going to give you three different ways you can approach a high ticket store. We'll start from the bottom. So these are bad examples. Do not do this. I want to repeat this as many times as possible and just scream this at you, because if you're going to do this, one, it's not recommended for beginners, and two, yes, you can absolutely have success with it, but I highly do not recommend it, because one, you're not going to essentially get the results fast enough to create a positive feedback loop to keep going and pursuing your store. I do not want you to have a store, run ads and not see results and just quit. I do not want that to happen. So I'm going to show you some bad store examples and why they are bad, essentially, so you know not to make a store like this. So here are two examples. The tradetable.com. When you first land on this website, what do you see? First, I'm looking at, so I see this pop-up. So I see, is this store about furniture? Is it about fireplaces? What is this about? So they have home upgrades, they have plumbing, they have power, HVAC. So right away, it's just all over the place. We have home stuff, we have saunas, oxygen therapy, ice bath, kitchen stuff, ovens, ranges, cooktops, ice makers, microwaves, grills. It's just way too many things all at once. And this store is just way too broad. They have brands from kitchen, brands from saunas, brands from bathroom stuff. It's just all over the place. When someone lands on this, they know that if they're gonna be buying a sauna from this store, they're not gonna be an expert in the field. All you really need to do to succeed with high ticket is just be an expert on a select few product types and just master that and be the best at that, and you will have a successful 6 and 7 figure per month e-commerce business. When you have a store like this where it's just everything thrown onto one store, you are not authority. When someone thinks of your store name as the tradetable.com, what comes up? Honestly, with this domain name, I would think that they're probably selling like trading courses or something like that. It's honestly has nothing to do with what they're selling. It's honestly really, really bad, and I'm sure this store is making sales, but definitely is not as many sales as you and I would like to. So this is a very, very bad example, and I do not want to see your store end up like this. Very, very, very important. Here's another store, Competitors Outlet. So this one is a bit better. It's just the domain name is just really does not fit with the store. So this is a gym/fitness store, right? They have like gym equipment, plates, all types of gym brands. What is really, really bad about this is just the store name, Competitors Outlet. It just screams not a professional or an authority in this niche. When you're selling gym equipment, you want to have something like fitness in the name, maybe gym in the name, something that has to do with a niche. Something like a competitor's outlet, it's just the domain name is too broad, and the domain name is very, very important in order to assert that you're the authority in your niche. Now, besides the domain name, this store can do well because it's themed around a specific avatar, people that want to get into shape, which is what we're going to be talking about. So this is a lot better than the trade table, but it's still not something we want to ideally do because of the domain name. If they fix the domain name, this could potentially be a very, very well niche down store. They also have saunas, so they're creating content about saunas. It can, it has to do with, fitness and wellness, but it's just, you just want to stick to one avatar. So going up from these bad store examples, which are way too broad, are these broad niche stores. So these are broad niche stores, which we will take a look at. So we have the fitness recovery lab. So this is when you tell someone this domain name, you can definitely figure out that they're selling fitness and recovery equipment. So let's take a look at what they're selling. Fitness equipment, saunas for the recovery aspect, saunas, light therapy, air purifiers. So air purifiers doesn't really fit with the fitness recovery unless I'm missing something. Massage chairs can, yeah, I would say it's basically borderline. Steam showers, a little bit, yeah, probably. I would not have steam showers on a fitness recovery lab website. So this is a lot better than the other two, but still not ideal because of the product types and choices that they do. Because, right, if you're gonna do if this is your store, fitness recovery lab, and all you need to do is just double down on your store angle and your expertise, which is going to be fitness equipment and recovery equipment, and create content around it. Create content and advertise and be the expert in that niche. Here's another example: My Home Wellness Club. So it's obviously about wellness. So it has recovery equipment, outdoor equipment. Okay, water sports would not probably go on this store. So this is quite not. They're better than the other two. Don't get me wrong, but these are still not ideal. I would not recommend having saunas fit into wellness, sure, but kayaks, paddleboards doesn't really fit into wellness. Quite the opposite of wellness, to be honest. So, fire tables don't really fit. So this is something that you could have a six-figure store with, but it's going to take some time. Eventually, you can get there, but I'm sure with you want to get results fast. And I don't blame you, because obviously you don't want to be sitting there wasting a ton of time working on a store that's just not getting you the result that you want. So here are the stores that you want to model and look after for inspiration. So we have Air Kayaks. This is an Australian store. Sports Unlimited. So we'll start with these. So Sports Unlimited is going to be a sports themed store. Now they have football equipment, baseball, basketball, hockey, more sports. So they are a sports themed store. They have a very good domain name, which is Sports Unlimited Inc. Probably Sports Unlimited was taken, so Sports Unlimited Inc. isn't the end of the deal, because it still goes better than other stores. So they have a sports themed store. They sell football equipment, baseball equipment. So anyone that is going to buy any of these sports related equipment, when they land on Sports Unlimited, they're going to know that they're going to be the authority in the niche. They only need to study and essentially be pros at these in selling these equipment. They don't have to have like, they don't need to know everything about, fitness equipment and then saunas as well. They only need to know about this customer avatar. One way to think about it is you want to have a store themed around a hobby, an activity, or a particular customer avatar. Just one. You don't need two, because you can have two separate stores, but just pick one. So this is going to be someone that is an athlete, someone that plays, football, baseball. They might be a pro at it, or they could, be amateur. Regardless of the fact, they are that avatar, which is they like playing sports. So this store is an excellent example, something that you can model after in order to create a themed niche store. So here's another one. This is Anytime Sports Supply. So this is a baseball or another sports themed store. So they have like it's very, very similar. So they have like more equipment stuff. See the same soccer. So these guys may not have soccer. Yeah, they probably have soccer, but this store is just a lot bigger. So this store, is just more into like jerseys and stuff, but rather this store is more into selling the more high ticket stores. So I would rather prefer this store over this one, because sure, you can sell these jerseys, but the margins aren't going to be great. I would bundle them with your high ticket items in order to make more revenue per sale. So this would be a better Anytime Sports Supply. Technically isn't as authoritative as Sports Unlimited, but I would take this store over Sports Unlimited because of the higher price point. You don't need as many orders to make the same amount of profit, and it's going to be a lot easier to manage than Sports Unlimited when you selling cheap stuff like this. You can do that down the line, but absolutely bundle it with your higher ticket items. Here's the last example, which is going to be Air Kayaks Direct. The customer avatar is going to be someone that likes to be on the water. They likes to fish. That likes to just be in nature, on their kayak, on their boat. So this is an excellent example. So kayaks, SUPs. So I don't even know. So these are paddles. Okay, it's very interesting. We have full boats, so inflatable boats, platforms, and floats. So it's themed. Everything is themed around the customer avatar, which is someone that goes on this site is going to be buying, some sort of, kayak or inflatable to be, to enjoy their time on the water. That is essentially it. So this is another excellent example. I would study this store and model the entire theme and store angle, which is this store, airkayakdirect.com.au. So excellent store, and you just want to be an authoritative store around this customer avatar, which is going to be someone that likes to be on the water, kayaking, just enjoying their time essentially. So that's it for the demonstration and essentially what type of store angle that you want to be basing yourself on. So this is what is recommended. You can get away with a broad niche store. It's going to take longer. Sure, there are upsides like discussed in pros of a broader store. It's never-ending amount of suppliers. It's logistically complex, and usually it's not something I recommend for beginners. So I recommend a themed niche store. Do not ever do one of these stores. The trade table is a better example. The competitor's outlet, it's a fitness store, but the domain is pretty awful. Alright guys, welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 3, going over website setup. Now inside of this module, we'll be talking about everything you need to do in order to get up your website and start contacting and securing suppliers. Now, with this step, there's not going to be any technical videos that goes over what you need to do. Click this, click that, click this, and click this. That stuff is paid, part of the paid program. But if you can figure things out on your own, this is the exact roadmap that you need to take in order to see your first sale with high ticket dropshipping and get to 10K a month profit. So right off the bat with website setup, we need to choose a store name. So we like to use Namecheap in order to buy our domain names, mainly because this is relatively inexpensive. Plus, it's very simple to use, set up, and they have great support. So when choosing a store name, make sure you do not have maximum, or make sure you don't have over 3 words. What I mean by this is if you were selling like desk, your domain name should not be Trevor's Green Stand-Up Desk Direct.com. Is way more than 3 words. Only have maximum 3 words, and preferably you want to use 2 words if possible, but 3 words should be your maximum inside your domain name, because the more words you have in your domain name, it's just going to be harder to memorize. So something like Amazon, there's just 1 word. It's more likely to be remembered. Something like Ashley Furniture, that's relatively easy to remember. But something, like, I don't know, BestBuy.com, Sam's Club, that's 2 words. But 3 words should be your maximum. In terms of your domain name, always use a .com domain. Make sure it's brandable, but not too narrow. What I mean by this is if you are selling like desk, don't do standupdeskdirect.com. Do something like livingroomparadise.com or something like that, where you're still niche down where you're selling living room furniture, but you're not just selling living room stand-up desk. So don't be too narrow, but also be a brandable domain. Next, we're going to talk about building your demo store. But before that, we need to buy our domain from Namecheap. So find your domain, make sure you use .com, make sure it's brandable, and purchase your domain through Namecheap. Very easy to do. So buy your domain via Namecheap, and then we need to register our G Suite accounts. So what you need to do is just look up Google Workspace, and essentially Google Workspace is a way to get a brandable email. So what I mean by this is if I own the website mydeskdirect.com, I can essentially have Trevor at mydeskdirect.com as the email. And what that does is it's a more professional email that we need to essentially use to secure, brands in the industry. They're not going to be accepting retailers that have a just traditional Gmail account. So this is a well-worthy investment. And in terms of pricing for this, just pick the business starter plan. It's only $6 a month per user. You ideally want to have 3 users for your store. 1 should be support, where you are going to be talking to customers. 1 which is wholesale, which is where you will be sending purchase orders or orders to your suppliers. And 1 should be your own name. So for example, Trevor at mydeskdirect.com. And this is where you will be outreaching to suppliers and building that relationship in order to sell their products on your website. So once you register your G Suite account via Google Workspace, make sure you set up your 3 accounts. And after you have done that, there's going to be some steps regarding like verifying your email and MX records. That is fairly straightforward, but if you don't know how to do that, you can use Google or use their helpful support. They will help you guide you to connect your email account with Google Workspace. That way, you can use Google Workspace to send emails with 100% delivery rates. Now, along with setting up your email accounts, you can also do email warm-up. Now, in terms of email warm-up, I recommend you use this tool. It's called instantly.ai. I use this for a lot of my email outreach, mainly for SEO purposes, but this has a very nice feature, which if you do monthly, it's only $37, and you have unlimited email accounts where you can just connect your email accounts and warm up automatically. This is essentially necessary in order to make sure our emails are not going to our recipient's spam folder. Because if it goes to our, the person that we're emailing spam folder, the email is kind of useless. You can also do it manually if you want to just subscribe to a few newsletters and just act like a human. It takes about 2 weeks to warm up your email completely, and with Instantly, you can do it on autopilot essentially. But if you don't want to and just want to do it for free, just subscribe to a few newsletters and just click on it every couple days and just act a human. Send emails back and forth. Just act human essentially. So make sure you verify your domain with Google Workspace. That's part of the MX records with Namecheap. So that should be pretty straightforward. Email warm up, where you just talking about designing your logo. So your logo for your store should be simple. So if you want to create a logo for free, use the Canva logo maker. Canva is a free tool. Excellent way to create a logo very fast and efficient. You can also use like free logo generators, and there's plenty of websites to help you generate a logo. Just make sure you can use it for commercial use, because that's basically what we're going to be using it for. But you can also use it to get ideas and then design your own via Canva. So logos should be very straightforward. In terms of a good logo, I would opt for a more simple logo. So if your website is deskdirect.com, just do desk and direct, but don't do, just don't make the logo super fancy. It doesn't have to be. In terms of a good logo to look at, now Amazon is like the very best example, because obviously their logo is just one word, but it's very, very simple. It's just literally the word, and it has a little slogan or just a little icon. You can add that if you want. It adds a little bit of touch to your branding. Now I would just opt for a more simplistic design at the end of the day. That's what is most important. Okay, so after you design your logo, we created our Shopify account. There will be a link in the description to get your Shopify account for $1 for 3 months. This is a currently limited time deal, so make sure you check out the link in the description if you want to get that promotion that is currently going on for only I think it's 3 free days and then 3 months for $1 a month. So you're basically getting like 93 days for $3, which is a lot cheaper than what it normally would be, which is like closer to $100. So after you create your Shopify account, got your domain set up, design your logo, you want to be adding your demo products to your store. So for your demo products, you essentially want to add products that you take with your smartphone. So pick up your smartphone. There's my smartphone, and then what you want to do is just take pictures of random things. I don't know, stuff like this. This mug. This is a Jarvis mug. Just take pictures of things, 3 products ideally, and upload them to your store. The idea behind this is we want to be approved from Merchant Center. Google Merchant Center is what we will be using to essentially run Google Shopping ads. Google Shopping ads are these ads right here. They're a little listing with a box. You click on it and it takes you to the ad. So with that being said, we want to add 3 demo products to Merchant Center and then get approved from Merchant Center. So you have to apply for the Merchant Center. So look up Merchant Center, and it should be Google Merchant Center, showcase or show your business and products across Google. So there is a free option, but you're not going to make that much revenue from free listings. Most of the revenue will come from paid Google Shopping. So sign up for free. Oh, okay, this is actually Google Business Profile. Maybe they rebranded something. Look at Google Merchant Center. Okay, they might have just rebranded to Google for Retail, something like that. But yeah, Google. This should still be Google Merchant Center. Yep, it looks like list your products on Google straight from e-commerce solution. We use Shopify, so it looks like they just rebranded to like Google for Retail instead of Google Merchant Center, but it's still the same thing. You just want to link your Shopify account once you are approved for Google Merchant Center. So when you're building out your demo store, here are some essentials of a high converting store. So you want to have 3 colors max. So one of the best examples that I like to showcase is HomeDepot.com. If you look at HomeDepot.com, there's really not too many colors. There's orange, obviously, and then there's the white and black for text. They also have this bluish color, blue-greenish color for some of the headings. That's 3 colors. They also have green for sale, but so that's 4 colors. You ideally want to have maximum 3 colors to keep it simple. Home Depot does a good job. They obviously have 4, which is completely fine because the green is just to showcase the sale. So they only have like 3 colors in terms of like headings, the font, and where text is being read. Green is completely fine because it showcases the sale. So have 3 colors max. Opt for a simplistic design, and you should use 1 to 2 fonts throughout your entire website. It says 1 font right here, but most sites probably use about 2 fonts max. But if you can, stick with 1 font. It's just some like parts of the website, it looks better with 1 font compared to another. So stick with 2 fonts maximum. And lastly, we want to be looking at competitors for inspiration. So Home Depot is one great example. So you can look at their homepage and see what they're doing, and you can kind of essentially be inspired by them and mimic their design. Look at their product pages, see what they're doing well, and see how you can implement the same thing that they're doing on your website. So make sure to, just always be looking at website. Home Depot is not just one. There's others like Wayfair. So just look at their website, see what they're doing well on, and just mimic them. So in terms of recommended themes, because themes are essentially template for your website, my recommended theme is Empire, but there's others like Expanse and Warehouse, depending on what your taste is in terms of website design. Empire theme, you just look up Empire theme. This is a very, very popular theme. A lot of people are using it, and to good reason, because it's built for a large catalog. You have all of these right here. Headers and menus. You have search function. You have quick links. You have you have an account similar to Amazon. You have social media links, more stuff, and the product pages are pretty good right off the bat. You have these tabs. You have reviews. You have all these little sections right here. Your USP, like your unique selling points, and your headers all look very good. So Empire thing, I think, is a very, very good there's not a lot of customization that you need to do in order to make it look good. Another one that I recommend is Warehouse theme. Also a very, very good industrial theme. Now, depending on what you're selling, you can definitely customize it to your liking. But what Empire does well, I think it does better on the design aspect. But what Warehouse does is it's very industrial. If you have a more industrial industry where it's not very like sleek and sexy, I feel like furniture does better with Empire. And if you're selling like, I don't know, machinery, then Warehouse might look better because it just is built for industrial look. But it's up to you. At the end of the day, both of them work, and I would not overthink the theme. So here are some must-have Shopify apps and softwares in order to get set up with launching your store. So Simprose's Google Shopping feed is essentially, it connects Google Shopping and your store. So any products that you upload onto your Shopify store will automatically be pulled into Merchant Center. And Merchant Center is the software that will allow you to run these shopping ads right here. So these are the apps. There's also Tidio, Talk, Chatter for live chat. Live chat is this little, we'll see if any of these websites don't really have it, but okay, Home Depot has it. It's just this little pop-up right here where you can chat to an expert and get your answer, or you get your questions answered. So Tidio and Chatter are paid options. Talk is free. So if you want a free solution, Talk is excellent. Now with Tidio and Chatter, the only reason why it's paid is they have like little automations where you can do pop-ups on specific pages and whatnot. But if you're just starting out, Talk, it should be talk.2. So talk.2 is a free option to add to your website. It looks like this. People can start a conversation. Very, very useful and easy to use. Also, we need a phone number for our store. So OpenPhone is a very affordable option where you can call and text your customers. Keeper, this is essentially what it does is if you have a customer that's shopping on their phone, they add in, let's say they are shopping for, I don't know, a restaurant fryer, for example. They add it to their cart on their phone, but they didn't check out fully. But if they have the same Google account logged in on their computer, they will, once they go back to your website, they will have the same item on their cart. So it's very easy. It kind of gives it a more seamless feel without having them to log in. So highly recommend this. This is free as well. Zapier automation tool. It does it automates a lot of tedious tasks, such as letting you know when there's a abandoned checkout. That's more advanced, but not completely necessary in the beginning, but it's nice to have. Judge Me, this is for reviews. Definitely have this on your website. There is a free option that's more than sufficient to get your reviews displayed on your website. And then Buddha, which is a mega menu app. And if you look up Buddha mega menu, essentially you can just create like complex menus like this, depending on how large your catalog is. It's optional. I use it for most of my stores. Once I have a large enough catalog, it keeps it organized. But in the beginning, if you don't have any, if you don't have a lot of collections and products, then just using Empire and just its simple menu in the top is more than sufficient. So after you have everything set up, your demo store, all your products and apps installed, you don't actually want to install Simprosys Google Shopping Feed until you're approved for Merchant Center. So very, very important to know that. Don't install any of these apps. If you just want to keep it simple, don't install any apps until you're approved for Merchant Center. Just keep it simple like that. Once you are set up with Merchant Center, however, you can install all these apps. So to set up Merchant Center, you need to sign up for Google Merchant Center, add a demo products from your store, and apply to run Google Shopping ads. Approval usually takes about 72 hours. There are instances where you might be rejected, and in that instance, you would have to look at your policy pages on your website. If you need some example policy pages, you can look at find a competitor. I just looked up Fireplace right here, and I just clicked on one. Essentially, what you want to do is just look at their policy pages if you want to make sure you're compliant with Google Merchant Center. So look through their policies and see exactly where you may be having issues with Google Merchant Center. Your policies should be very visibly displayed on your website in order to get approved from Merchant Center. I don't really want to talk about too much inside of here because there's a lot of things to essentially talk about, but setting up Merchant Center is pretty straightforward. Just if you run into errors and if you don't know and you want a direct solution, you can look on Fiverr for a person to help you with Merchant Center, because like the more technical stuff is part of the paid program, where we give you exactly the policies to use. But if you don't have that, you can use someone from Fiverr to help you fix Merchant Center suspensions. Suspensions are very normal. It's not permanent. You will get it fixed if you stay persistent and keep following up with Google support. Once you are all approved for Merchant Center, however, you're ready to go to start ads. But before we actually get ads started, we need suppliers on our website. So in the next module, we're going to be talking about how we will be able to get suppliers and onboard them onto our website. So I'll see you guys in the next module, and thank you for staying tuned and watching it all the way through module 3, which is website setup. And drop a like if you liked the video. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In this chapter, we're going to go over manual capturing. So basically, instead of using automatic capture, we're going to do manual capture. And for those that don't know what that means, basically when you go ahead and get somebody's payment, when somebody pays you money over, the store, and that money gets transferred into your bank account, you can either have it captured automatically or you can manually capture it. Now, the reason why you want to switch from automatic to manual is because if you do automatic capturing, then you are subjected to a transaction fee of up to 3%, depending on, which payment gateway you're using. And so that 3% fee, is incurred to you. So the biggest example that I have for you guys is when I was scaling, at one point, I was doing huge numbers, but then I was also getting a lot of returns and just customer cancellations. So imagine you get a $10,000 order and then you caught the payment, like you got the money into your bank account from the client, you paid that 3%, and then you have to refund it back to the customer. Obviously, the customer is going to get their full money back, right? However, who incurs that 3%? Not the customer, unless you put in like your policy pages where you do it, but then that gets a little scammy or shady, right? If they buy from you, they have to, lose money from buying from you. So who's going to incur? You're going to have to incur that fee. And so naturally, the best way to kind of proceed with that problem is if you go into your Shopify platform, you go into settings over here, go into payments, and as you can see, Shopify payments gives you 2.6% plus 30 cents. And you just toggle from automatic into manual. So this way you are capturing payments. So whenever you get an order, you have about like 7 days to capture it. So during that 7-day window, even if you void the order, even if you cancel it, there's going to be 0% transaction fee, because that order, I believe, is in Shopify system. So it's not in your account. It's not in the client's account. It's in the Shopify system. So nobody takes a fee. You don't get hit with fees because those fees add up, right? I've had cases where like I would lose like a few $1,000s a month just because there were so many cancellations with the fees. So you want to just simply, one way to avoid making and losing money in the long run is just turn the capturing to manual. And with that being said, that's all for now. I hope you guys have an amazing time. Keep on going with your store creation. Keep on working, keep on building, and you will get to where you want to be before you know it. And that being said, peace and love. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In today's chapter, we're going to go and talk about the differences between AliExpress and USA suppliers. Basically kind of give you guys an idea of where you should be at and how you should interpret USA suppliers versus like the traditional method. I know most people going into dropshipping, they're thinking, oh, I want to find a supplier from China and sell an item that's like 3 times the markup. But there's actually a way around it. And I'm going to explain to you everything that I know when it comes to the difference between these two in this video. And with that being said, let's get right into it. So when it comes to understanding the difference between your AliExpress and USA suppliers, how do we go about the supplier acquisition? Part of our training is as follows. First, we have to go back into the formula, right, that I've stressed since the very beginning. I probably stress in every single course I've created with you guys. Sales equals audience plus offer plus landing page. And let's break it down together. So by now, you should have a really good landing page. You have the understandings on what to look for in a Shopify store. You should have set it up to a certain extent. You also have resources on, the navigation parts, how to use specific like technical parts, tactical parts of, the Shopify platform. And, you should really have a somewhat of a good landing page already. So the landing page is technically pretty much on my end covered, because now it's just up to you of just making it look as pretty and as coherent as possible. So in terms of this formula, landing page is out. Now what we're looking at is the offer, because once we figure out, what we're going to sell, the last part of the training would just be coming down into finding the right audience, which is using Google Ads specifically. So consider yourself close, to the finish line, to the start of a new beginning, because it never really ends. But ultimately, right now, we have to determine which is the best offer we should be providing to our customers. So now that I decided on the, bike niche over here, I have to find the suppliers to work with and really just determine, which products do I want to really sell on my website over here, and figure out how to find people to buy from me using this website. And so the biggest difference when it comes to AliExpress and USA is obviously that USA suppliers ideally will have faster shipping times. Keep in mind, like, you're not going to have everything perfect, because some suppliers are back ordered. That's the realistic approach when it comes to, like, logistics in today's day and age, right? After the big event like the virus that happened, right? Lots of supply chains got messed up, and we're still trying to bounce back from it. So naturally, even USA suppliers, we're going to have some shipping delays. But overall, when it comes to AliExpress, if you guys don't know what AliExpress is, it's basically a China website in which you kind of go and shop for items. Traditionally, most people go onto here to kind of source products, and it's been a pretty good way to find products. Like, let's say, for example, the portable blender. I know the portable blender was a really good product to have sold like 5-6 years ago, because you could have created the portable blender and you could have created BlendJet. I know BlendJet started off as and now they're on Wayfair. I know BlendJet started off as a dropshipping store, but this product before, it was kind of massively sold and, super saturated. They didn't have this BlendJet logo, and it was pretty much just a BlendJet or like a portable blender from like here for $10. And then they would sell it for maybe like $30, and then with that profit margin, they would kind of, create a store from it, finding suppliers over here. As you can see, 23 people ordered it. Kind of find orders, find suppliers, and overall just work with these types of suppliers. Now, the problem with this is, even though it says estimated April 6th, you don't know how long it's going to take, right? You could try to use e-packet. You could try to use any shipping, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the product to them in time. And overall, it's just hard to work with China suppliers, because when a customer receives that China item, they're gonna be like, oh my god, you got it from China? Like, what the hell? So instead, let's just navigate and talk about USA suppliers now. So USA suppliers are manufacturers, like the suppliers in the United States, that have figured out their own logistics. They have their own warehouses, and they have a good product to sell already. So now we're not trying to find like a product that's like specifically like crazy. We're just looking for suppliers that already have market share, people that, are already buying stuff. So let's just say I search for massage chair over here, and I search over here, and then I'm looking at this store over here, and I could see over here that this is a Kyoto Genki massage chair. This is the SKU. The SKU stands for stock keeping unit, which is just a particular way to identify a particular model or unit. So I'm looking at here, I'm searching Kyoto, and then you add Kyoto massage chairs, and I'm looking at Kyoto massage chairs. You can see all of these people selling it, but also I go to here, and I now have found a brand that has literally been here for a while. They are from the United States. Obviously, they have a 1-800 number. They have an email. They have all of this stuff. And all I need to do is really just sell for them, right? You're finding products that already have, market share. When people search massage chair, Kyoto is in the conversation. Osaki's in the conversation. Kozia is in the conversation. Sinka's in the conversation. Sharper Image in the conversation. So you want to look for these brands that, are in the conversation. Ogawa. And you go and contact them, and you want to kind of see if you could, be an authorized dealer for them. So if we go to like this store over here, chances are, they're an authorized dealer for them. An authorized dealer just basically means that you have an agreement that allows you to sell the brand of products from the manufacturer to, customers. So it's a really good way to just kind of get like a resale certificate. You're just becoming a reseller for this brand. So now I'm going up and selling. Now I have authority to sell these Kyoto massage chairs. And basically you message them, you ask if they have, any dealer program available, right? Any, vendor program, dealer program. And so then assuming that they do, they're going to approve you. You have to, kind of sign some documents, make sure that you're legit. You have to provide an EIN and you have to provide the resale certificate. So all of which I'll explain later on in the course. However, when it comes to, closing them, so you found them, now you close them. Now you are a authorized dealer for them, meaning you have the permission to resell this brand's particular line of products. So now you could sell this M980 for $15,000. Your price is going to be maybe 25% of this. So you would get maybe a profit margin of like $1,500 to $2,000 if you're able to sell this unit. Kyoto massage chairs, people already talk about, and now you're just competing with people that are, also selling Kyoto. But it makes your life easier because now you're kind of getting rid of like testing and finding products that are super, like you don't know if it'll work or not. You're just going to people that already have something going on and you're just adding more to it. You're trying to expand and grow them. And this is where our business model comes in, right? We have faster shipping times, right? Because you're working with people that already have an establishment. And also it's easier to work with long term because if you get more sales with them, they're going to be easier on you when it comes to give you more profit. And you kind of work your way from there and build a real business relationship with one another. And with that being said, the cons though, when it comes to AliExpress and USA suppliers, I like the fact that if you used AliExpress, right, if you used the portable blender idea, right, I like the fact that you could control the fulfillment part more. So for example, if I did $30,000 in revenue for this particular product, right, and then I did $30,000 in revenue for this particular product, I would only have sold 2 units of this, and I would have sold 600 units of this. So I would have had to sell 600 units of this to make the same amount of numbers, whereas I sold 2 units of this. So obviously in this sense, this wins because you have less to worry about when it comes to like fulfilling the order. You only have 2 orders here, whereas you have 600 orders here. However, the good thing about this model when it comes to like that AliExpress model is like you could buy this in bulk. So maybe you're buying it that it used to be like $10. Now you're getting it for $5 a pop. And so you're able to kind of buy it in bulk, have your own warehouse, and really control that fulfillment process with the customer. When it comes to high ticket, when it comes to USA suppliers, you have less control of the fulfillment. Most of the time, like the best you could really do is like go and find a, shipping company to kind of go and, once you buy it from them, like let's say you got an order for $15K, right? And it costs you like $11K, it would cost you cheaper. Maybe they'll give it to you for $10,000 instead of $11,000, but you have to worry about the shipping. So what you could do is find like a third-party shipping carrier. I don't recommend it necessarily because you don't know what might end up happening over a $10,000 order. Like what if the shipping company messes up and then like who incurs all that stuff? So there's a lot of risk to it, but this is business, right? My point is it's a little bit easier to control and you have more freedom to grow the product when it comes to scaling long-term using like the old traditional AliExpress model. And there is a bigger challenge, but not impossible, to kind of manage the logistics for USA suppliers. Because what? You're going to buy 100 units of these? What? 100 times 15,000, you're going to spend 150 grand or like $1 million to buying 100 units of these? Like, that's not realistic at the time being. Whereas if you want to go over here and then you buy in bulk, you can actually negotiate and get, the cost per one unit to be like $10, like $5. And so you get one unit for $5. The cost to ship it and everything costs another $5. So you just have a $10, like that's the name of the game. So there's no right or wrong. It just comes down to like what you like. But if you do want to go into like the AliExpress scale side of dropshipping, I don't have a course for that because I didn't do it myself. So I don't feel like I have credibility when it comes to it. I do recommend like Yang Ubi. So I think his name is Brandon Ewan. Search him up, Yang Ubi, YENGUB. He was really good. Luke Belmar, LUKEBELMAR, MAR. They're really well known for creating like an ecosystem within the Facebook ads, AliExpress kind of side. And obviously everything is more updated on their end. So they obviously use like TikTok and, you know, maybe Facebook still. But my point is that it's just two different business models, and I'm just teaching you the USA one. So hopefully you guys kind of understand the difference between AliExpress and USA suppliers. And with that being said, if you have any questions, please let me know in the private community in the virtual training system so that me or my team can kind of get back to you with as much information as we can. And with that being said, peace and love.
Hey guys, Trevor here. Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 4, going over supplier acquisition. Now, in this module, we'll be going over the following. So number 1, which is going to be how to actually research and find suppliers that we're going to be contacting and securing relationships with so we can actually sell the products on our website. Number 2 is going to be metrics of these suppliers. So what type of metrics we want to be looking at in terms of these suppliers. Mainly, with these metrics, we can tell if they are going to be an excellent supplier or some suppliers that may not be as well. But we kind of need a mix of both, but we will talk about that shortly. Next, we're going to talk about how to actually outreach to these suppliers, creating a pitch deck, uploading suppliers to your website, a supplier CRM, and what to do if you're rejected. So this is going to be everything highlighted in this free video. So buckle up, make sure you drop a like down below, and let's hop right into this. So kicking things off with supplier research. So how do we actually find suppliers? So there's 3 major ways. So 1 is going to be looking at Google Shopping. Number 2 is going to be other e-commerce retailers. And number 3 is going to be big box retailers. So, all right, guys. So let's say we're building a store around fireplaces and we want to look for fireplace suppliers. So we want to go to Google and look for fireplace. We also want to click on shopping so we can go to Google Shopping. So the very first way to look for suppliers is to look on Google Shopping. And the first way is we want to filter products by $1,000. This way we're only looking for products that are high ticket. Therefore, excluding the brands that only have very cheap fireplace. We want to sell the expensive and high quality ones. So we want to scroll all the way down until we get to the brand section inside of Google Shopping. So this is one way out of many to look for brands. So brands right here, such as Majestic, Southern Fireplaces, Superior Fireplaces, Real Flame. So let's say we want to become a dealer for Real Flame. We want to, first of all, create a spreadsheet. And essentially, with the spreadsheet, we want to go to supplier research. We want to put the supplier's name. I will leave a link to this exact spreadsheet inside the Google Docs, but I can't edit it on this account. So what I'm going to do is just going to open it up in a Excel. That way it's the same way. It's the same thing. It's just not on Google Sheets. So we click on this. Want to go to supplier research. And on this tab, we just want to put the supplier's name. So in this instance, we have Real Flame as one brand that we can potentially contact. So we look up for Real Flame. And we want to type in Real Flame right here. And then we want to find the supplier's website. Here's the supplier's website, realflame.com. So we'll go ahead and paste it in there. So this is the supplier's website. The most important part we want to essentially find with the supplier's website is contact information. So we have a phone number right here and an email. So let's go ahead and save that inside the spreadsheet. So phone number. This looks pretty ugly, but bear with me. Phone number, email. Paste in the email. Okay. And then once we have the contact information, we want to look for metrics of these suppliers. We'll come back to these in terms of how to look for more suppliers in a little bit, but here are the metrics of suppliers that we want to look for. First, it's going to be minimum advertised price. This is a very important metric for suppliers. Minimum advertised price means, let's say we are a customer and we're looking for Real Flame fireplaces. That's literally a brand that is being sold. So I'm a customer looking for Real Flame fireplaces, and I see this Real Flame Hillcrest electric fireplace in white. This might actually be okay. This looks like the entire fireplace. So if we click on compare prices from 10 plus sellers, we can see that Wayfair has the same exact item for $564. Target has it for $726. eBay, we really don't want to count eBay because it can be second use, or it can be used item, or it could be an auction. So eBay, we don't want to account for. We just want to look for other retailers. So the price is all over the place, but we want to just filter by item price, and we just want to make sure that the lowest price is not out of the ordinary. What this means is like, we can see this same item is sold for $971, but TotallyFurniture.com has it also for $500. So in this instance, this supplier may not actually be enforcing MAP. What MAP looks like is, let's say we're looking for, I know one brand that I think enforces MAP a lot better, which is Osaki Massage Chairs. So let's say someone's looking for Osaki massage chairs. You can see that this is used, it doesn't count, but all of them are minimum at least $299. This is a example of a supplier that has MAP. The $299 is probably the promotional price, and these guys are just not following the promotion. But suppliers that have highly enforced MAP is a good thing, because the better the enforced MAP, the more aggressive that you can be in terms of advertising, which we will talk about in a future module. Having MAP is also an indicator of a good brand, but it's not always as straightforward, because some brands might not have MAP like Real Flame does, or Real Flame doesn't. So Real Flame does not have MAP. Let me just write that down. No MAP. Okay, so MAP should be no. Some brands like Real Flame may not have MAP or enforced MAP, but they could still have quality products where people will still buy, even if you're not the same price as someone else. MAP just gives us retailers a fair playing field. Like in the Osaki massage chair example, if everyone's selling at $29.99, then you are not being undercut on price. What a lot of Amazon sellers experience is that someone may sell the same exact item for $20, but then tomorrow someone sells it for $18, then $17, $16, and everyone just races down to the bottom, and nobody ends up making profit. So MAP kind of protects you as the retailer and the seller against other competitors, meaning everyone has to sell at the same price. They cannot go under. So it just gives you a fair playing field. What that means is that when everyone is selling at the same price, for example, $29.99, then you are not competing on price. Competing on price is not something that you want to do in high-ticket dropshipping. You want to compete on other aspects like better website, better ads, and better customer support, things that you can control. Pricing, you really cannot control other people's pricing. So you want to work with suppliers that have MAP, and generally suppliers with MAP are going to be your better selling brands. Next, we're going to look for branded demand. So we like to use this tool. It's called Uber Suggest. It is a free tool that you can use to find branded demand. We look for keyword research, keyword ideas. Just type in Real Flame. I don't think you need an account. Let's go keyword overview and just search. Yeah, you don't need an account or anything, but we can see that Real Flame fireplaces have 1900 search volume. So we want to put that under branded demand, 1900. This is the amount of people that are looking for Real Flame. The more, the better, but when there's more demand for a brand, there could be more sellers. So a great amount of branded demand is anywhere from 300 and higher, upwards of $3,000 to $5,000 or 3,000 to 5,000 searches per month is where it can be pretty competitive and nobody really makes a ton of sales. So we want to look at the average number of sellers for Real Flame. We can see if we look up Real Flame fireplace, and I'm searching it up as a customer, we can see that most of it says compare prices from 10 plus stores, 10 plus stores, 10 plus stores. So this is a brand that has around 10 to 20 suppliers or sellers. If it has more than 20, it will say more compare prices from 20 plus stores. So this example, this only has 2 stores, but this Walmart clearance is on this, so we probably do not want to count it. So this brand has about 10 to 20 sellers, and it has 1,900 branded demand. This isn't too competitive at all. Some suppliers have 50 plus sellers. I have plenty of brands that have 50 plus sellers that I still make sales with. But the reason why I'm making sales with them is because I got in early, and I'm able to use my advertising data to still stay ahead inside the advertising aspect for that brand. So without getting too complicated, we want to fill out this sheet with as many brands as possible, and their contact information, branded demand, and average amount of sellers on Google Shopping before contacting each supplier. So if we go to here, we just taught you how to look on Google Shopping to find brands. Now let's talk about how to look for other e-commerce retailers and look for brands. So we looked up Real Flame fireplaces, and we'll just click on a few ads. So I'm not clicking Bed Bath & Beyond and Wayfair because that is the example that I'm going to talk about for big box retailers. So I'm going to look for more unknown retailers that you probably have not heard of. I'm not sure why that's thing, but we are on Woodland Direct and Electric Fireplaces Direct. So with this brand, I mean, we just clicked on a listing. We looked up Real Flame fireplaces and a Modern Flame fireplace, which this is a brand right here. You can see Modern Flames. So when you are on other e-commerce retailers, we want to look for 2 things. One, on a product page, it usually has a brand name inside a title, or it can be also hyperlinked under it. Modern Flames is the brand. We can put that in the sheet. We can also look for a brand section, such as this. We click on brands, and boom, we have over on the left more brands. So these are all brands that we can potentially contact and add to our list of potential suppliers that we want to add to our website. So we'll probably just copy paste this, honestly. There's no point of manually doing each one. Something like this doesn't look that great, but this is probably because I'm not using Google Sheets. That's why it's not looking great, but I would just copy each one in there, or just, it doesn't take that long to even write it as well. So Bello, Chimney Free. Now these are probably brands all related to fireplaces because their domain name is electricfireplacesdirect.com. They have fireplace TV stands, but if you just want to look for fireplace brands, you can just search fireplaces, and then probably over here under brand, these are all the fireplace specific brands. Not all of these may be fireplace brands. I know Modern Flames is because we just saw it, but Dimplex is one, Hearth Pro, Napoleon, Musco, Real Flame would have that, Allen Home. These are all brands that we want to add to this list. So that's another way we can find suppliers, is other e-commerce retailers. Now, last way is going to be big box retailers. So big box retailers are retailers you probably know of: Wayfair, Bed Bath Beyond, Home Depot, stores like that. So we'll click on Bed Bath & Beyond and Wayfair, since those are the 2 big box retailers that we see. And then we just want to, we're on this page for fireplaces. We can also, if they have a brand section, not all websites have brand sections depending on how big the website is. Bed Bath & Beyond is a large e-commerce website, so they probably don't have every single brand displayed. So that's fine. We can just look up fireplace, if I can spell it right. Fireplace. And then we want to go over to the left, look for brand. And here are even more suppliers that we can add to our list. So open up our list. Let's look for Acme. Ameriwood Home. Obviously, I'm not getting every single one, but just showing you how I would find these suppliers to reach out to. Benzera, Black and Decker, Boston, Cambridge, Carbon Loft, Chloe Lighting. That's probably not a fireplace brand. It's a fireplace screen, so probably not contact that brand. But those are all the fireplaces for Bed Bath and Beyond. But we can do the same thing on Wayfair. Very simple. Just search up the the product type that we want to get suppliers for. Just click all indoor fireplaces, and then we will show more filters, brand, and then show all brands. And boom, a ton of brands. Now, the catch with Wayfair is that Wayfair is a large dropshipping store. They've been dropshipping for a long time. But when you're dropshipping for that long, you eventually want to get into making your own products, making your own brand, which is something every e-commerce retailer doing high ticket should look forward to eventually at some point. So Wayfair has a lot of their own brands. Their own brands you probably will not be able to sell. So just know that if you find some brands inside of Wayfair, it could be their own brand, or it can be third-party sellers. Third-party sellers could create their own products. It could just be a manufacturer that doesn't really accept retailers. So just know that anything you add here may not be final in terms of retailers or in terms of suppliers that you can sell. We'll also do Home Depot as well. It's another website, big box retailer that you can also apply the same strategies with. So we just search up fireplace. Same thing. Let's just click electric fireplaces. And over on the left, brand. Same thing. Very, very simple. We get all the suppliers. Now, Home Depot doesn't have, they have obviously their own brand, but they don't have as many compared to Wayfair. Wayfair they have a lot of their own brand because they've been around. I don't know. Wayfair, I think, is a bigger company than Home Depot. I might be wrong on that, but Wayfair just has more brands than Home Depot does. So Home Depot, most of these brands you probably are able to get in with and secure as a supplier. So get as many suppliers added to your Google Sheet as possible. Of course, there's a note section in case find something interesting with one supplier, but that's essentially how you'll be able to find suppliers. Now, the metrics that we talked about: minimum advertised price, branded demand, the competition. In the beginning, you do not want to overanalyze brands before contacting them. Get as many as you can on board as possible before choosing which one you want to devote most of your budget to. If a brand has MAP, it usually is a good indication that they care about their brand, because if a supplier does not have MAP, then people can sell a fireplace at $1,000, or they can sell it at $500. It really ruins the brand's reputation, because think of it as if you were the brand. Do you want other people selling your products at $500 versus $1,000? Like, the customer is going to buy the cheaper one, obviously, and it's just going to make people think that your brand is lower quality. If you have every single retailer selling at $1,000, it makes your brand look more luxury, because they're not going to find it cheaper anywhere else. It makes your brand, in the eyes of the customer, more valuable, or more luxury in that instance. So how to outreach to suppliers? Calling suppliers is your biggest edge that you have over other retailers that are just bulk emailing to suppliers. Do not just bulk upload the suppliers' emails and pitch them on becoming a retailer. You will not get in with many at all. The reason behind this is because a lot of other people are doing the same thing. So the only way that you can stand out, especially in a competitive space like fireplaces, is by calling the suppliers. So here are some general tips in order to secure suppliers over the phone. You want to be professional. Do not be rude and present the value that you provide to them. So a general opener that I like to use when I am talking to suppliers is, hey, this is Trevor from your brand, your store name. So in this instance, My Medical Direct, for example, and we're interested in becoming a dealer for real flame fireplaces. Would you know who would be the best person to speak with regarding this? And this is the exact script that I use to contact suppliers. It works every single time because you're asking the gatekeeper, you're interested in becoming a dealer, but who should I speak with? They might give you a person, they might redirect you. That doesn't really matter too much because you will just essentially repeat the same thing once you're redirected to the decision maker. You'll just ask them, hey, my name is Trevor. I'm from My Medical Direct. We're interested in becoming a dealer for real flame fireplaces. Can you let me know how we can become a dealer for your company? So something like that. You just want to be professional. Don't be rude. And another thing that I want to put on here real quick is you do not want to mention dropshipping. Dropshipping to them seems unprofessional. This is the ultimate business model that we're doing anyways. They know it's dropshipping, and you know it's dropshipping, but don't say the word dropshipping at all. The reason behind this is very simple. Dropshipping is a word that a lot of gurus will say, and to them it seems unprofessional. So don't mention dropshipping at all unless they already mention it to you. They say, oh, are you interested in dropshipping? Then it's completely fine to say, oh, yes, we are, but we're also looking to eventually take in some inventory of our own. Something like that. But dropshipping, don't ever mention it first. It's fine if you say it after they say it. So if they ask you, what are you trying, how do you want us to work together? Oh, we want to sell our products, we want to sell your products on our website. And they might ask you, how should the fulfillment do? Do you want to buy inventory up front, or how do you want to do that? So you would just tell them, we're interested in selling your products on our website, but when we get an order, we want to send it to you and have you guys ship it from your warehouse directly to the customer. They might say, oh, like dropshipping. So, and then you can reply yes, because that's essentially what it is. But you don't want to say the word dropshipping at all, because I also just spelled dropshipping wrong, which is hilarious. But just so you know, don't ever say dropshipping first unless the supplier already asks you specifically and mentions the word dropshipping. So once you're redirected to the person, just speak with them and kick up a nice conversation. It's really not something you should be afraid of. It's actually a lot easier than if you were to sell a service to someone, because this is a mutual beneficial relationship. You sell their products, they earn money, you earn money, boom. It's you both earn money, and ultimately the suppliers are going to be your business partners in this business model. They are your backbone of your business. You do all the marketing up front, and they are your back end. They ship, pack, deliver all your orders, all for you. So it's a mutual beneficial relationship. So don't be afraid that what you're doing is like trying to sell them a service. You're really not. This is much easier than if you were to like cold call someone and sell them on agency services or create a website or something like that. So it's definitely a lot easier. So if it's your first time speaking on the phone, don't be afraid. After a few reps, you'll just be very easy. So continue to follow up until you reach this decision. So after you talk with a decision maker, they'll probably ask you to email over some information. Go ahead and do that along with your pitch deck. So let's just talk about the pitch deck right now. So the pitch deck is essentially a presentation to your supplier, letting them know about your business model. So for example, this is one for My Medical Direct, which is a store around medical equipment. So something like this, you will be able to view this inside the Google Docs, inside the video description, but
something like this, very, very simple. You can even use the same content even, but as more people copy it, then you're not really standing out in the market. So I would highly recommend you don't copy it and just use the general idea behind this pitch deck and make your own. I recommend using Canva. It's free. This template was also free, I believe, and you can make one very, very quickly. So once you create a pitch deck, we want to email them with the pitch deck your pitch. So inside the email, when you're emailing them, you just want to say, hey, this is Trevor from My Medical Direct. We're interested in becoming a dealer. We found that your brand could be a potential good fit for our website. We would like to work with you in order to distribute your products. Could you let me know how we can proceed to become a dealer for RealFlame, in this instance, the supplier's name? So something very simple like that. And when you're creating a pitch deck, we want to contact them initially with the first pitch deck, and then we want to follow up in 3-day increments, 3 days later, 3 days later, 3 days later, until you are either you reach a decision or they didn't reply. Then you want to call them again, let them know that you contacted them over the phone and you followed up a few times already over email. If they could just look at the email and just give you a reply or essentially a decision. And then you want to follow up 3 more times in 3-day increments. Do not feel like you are annoying them, because you're not. 3 days is plenty of time between each email follow-up. So uploading suppliers after you secure them is very straightforward. There's 2 ways to upload suppliers or upload products from a supplier. One is going to be manually, which is going to be one by one. Best when it's not a ton of products. Depending on the supplier, there might be hundreds of products or just 10 to 20 products. You can also use bulk upload. I recommend and use StockSync. It's an excellent tool. There probably is a learning curve that you may need to learn in order to use StockSync, but once you figure it out, it's very simple, and you can bulk upload hundreds of products at once. Remember, with product uploads, it's not about speed, but it's about speed, but not sacrificing product listing quality. And lastly, we have Supplier CRM. So we want to use Trello for this. Trello is a tool to keep track of leads. Just sign up with Trello, and essentially, we just want to make a simple column called such as called, email, follow-up 1, follow-up 2, follow-up 3. And essentially, we just want to track the suppliers inside Trello, so we know when we contacted them, what they replied with, any comments, put that inside Trello, so we can keep track of each lead and eventually follow up and close each and every single one of them. Now, this is the last one. What should you do if you're rejected? So do not be discouraged. This is very normal. Follow up in 3 to 6 month increments until you close them. Do not feel like you're too pushy, because this is plenty of time to show them that you have sales with other vendors. An example, I just want to share this tweet with you over on my Twitter. So I closed one of the biggest suppliers in the furniture niche. So this is the initial contact over 2 years ago, back in 2021. And then September 29th, finally closed them after 2 years. So do not hesitate to follow up in 3 to 6 month increments until you close them. Every single supplier can be closed, but each one can just take different time frames to close them. Usually the ones that are hard to close are better, and the ones that just let everyone in aren't going to be your best selling brands. So you eventually want to secure them as a vendor for your business. You just want to be persistent and constantly follow up, showing them that you're interested still in becoming a authorized retailer for them. And you may need to work your way up depending on how many dealers are already selling them. What I mean by this is that if a brand has hundreds of dealers, or if a brand has hundreds of dealers selling their products, it may be pretty easy to just get approved for them. But if they only have like 5 dealers and they're a very, very well-established brand, they might not even let you in until you can show that you can actually bring in sales for them. They want to work with serious businesses at the end of the day. So that is it pretty much for supplier acquisition, part of module 2 inside the free high-ticket dropshipping course. If you took away any value, make sure to drop a like and subscribe, and I will see you guys in module 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you guys and give you some major sauce in today's training, because I'm going to show you the exact formula that you need to use, like the framework, the perspective shift that you really need to understand in order to get your first few high ticket sales, and really just piecing everything together. So before I go ahead and give you guys what you guys want, which is these online vendors with dropship friendly programs, I need you to really double down and go back into some fundamental higher level thinking. And the thinking will come down to this formula. The formula is as follows. If you want sales, if you want to make cha-chings, if you want money, who are you trying to sell to? What is your audience? What is your offer? And what is your landing page? And I'm going to break down each one. So your audience, you really have to ask yourself, who are you selling it to? You have to understand that business is a lot of pain and solution. So pain points meaning, what is it that whoever you're trying to sell to wants to buy? Because you really have to think about it. During times of economic uncertainty, during times of catastrophic recessions, who is still going to buy in the market? Because there's certainly going to be a whole ton of people that don't even have money to buy, but there's also going to be a handful of people that have money to buy. And so you want to go ahead and find people that do have this money to buy. So it's very important for you to understand, who are you trying to sell to? What product are you providing them to solve them with that problem? And how good are you piecing it together through your landing page? How good is your website? Is it fast? Does it have and provide a easy experience for the user? Because remember, most people that have the money to buy are what? They're most likely not going to be like 20-year-olds. They're going to be boomers or people that are a little bit older age, because they have more experience in the world and they just have more money to spend on these large ticket items. So you have to identify, okay, I'm going to have to either charge really rich people, or I'm going to have to charge B2B, which means business to business. Quick business lesson over here, guys. If you guys don't know what B2B versus B2C stand for, because you might hear this a lot, B2B just means that you sell directly to businesses, and B2C means you sell straight to the consumer. So you sell to a customer versus a business. Now, businesses might buy in bulk. Businesses might not be as difficult to handle because, you're not talking to Nancy from her super nice home in Minnesota or luxury Florida. You get what I mean? Like, it's business to business. But the point is, who are you selling it to? What product you're trying to sell them? And how are you doing so? So I'm going to go and give you guys a really cool niche that you guys go hopefully start and think of, and then it'll kind of brainstorm you and bring you down more rabbit holes from there. So as I mentioned, who's going to buy during times of economic uncertainty? Who's still going to buy stuff? People that have really nice homes, right? Rich people or business owners. But in today's case, I'm going to show you guys an example of, rich people or what I think about. So if somebody's really excited for their home and wintertime is coming, they might be interested in a fireplace. And so that's where the idea of like, oh my God, like, let me see if we could sell electric fireplaces. And then that is, you guys understand what I'm trying to say? You guys have to think from the perspective of who you're trying to sell to first. Because remember, money is transfer. You're getting somebody to pay you their hard-earned money, and not just like a few tens or hundreds of dollars. You're getting them to pay you a few $1,000s. So what are they thinking? What are they thinking? And so over here, as you guys could see, this is a highly profitable dropshipping store. You could tell just from the way they're giving away an iPhone 14 Pro Max, which is absolutely insane. But from here, you guys could see this is a niche that you could really think into. But don't go jumping your horses and jump straight into the electric fireplace niche just because I told you about it. Really think about the products that you're selling, right? Because that's the next thing we have to talk about. All right, let's just say you know who you want to sell to. You want to sell to rich people or business owners. Then you need to understand what types of products are you trying to sell to. Let's just say you go ahead and sell, electric fireplaces. You now have to understand that the form of communication between your audience and your offer, right? Look at my mouse over here. Between your audience and your offer, because audience has the problem, offer provides the solution, which is in the form of your product. Your landing page is the bridge between both of them. So that is why the landing page, that is why your website is so important, because anybody that's looking to buy maybe electric fireplaces, wood fireplaces, gas fireplaces, people that are looking to buy fireplaces, they're looking to buy these stoves, they're looking to buy these wood fireplaces, they're looking to buy all of these. So you could see that there are a ton of suppliers. And when you guys are going through and doing your digging, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to teach you guys so you're not just hooked on to just electric fireplace. Because I know when I first started, whenever I saw my mentor do something, I was just like, let me just hop onto it. But you really have to think about it from the high level perspective. The idea of where do you even find these product ideas in general, because there are so many niches that I could do. Just like in the previous training I showed you, there's a commercial juice niche that you could go into. It's all about what are you trying to sell, who are you trying to sell it to, because the reason why I say this so passionately is because when you guys go and find these brands, first and foremost, these dropshippers or many of these websites, they will have this section where it's going to show you the brands, and these are the brands that you could go ahead and search up. Let's just say for example Empire Stove. You go ahead and search up Empire Stove, and then from here on you could find other dealers or other people that are selling this item. Look, this is a complete dropshipper. And then you can also find the manufacturer, and then from here you just have to go and contact them to apply. You see, they have become a dealer, they have a dealer portal. And so there are a lot of suppliers that offer these types of programs. You can see become a dealer, fill in this information, and that's where you submit your pitch deck, your template. Again, just let me know, guys, if you guys are not following. I know it could be a lot, but I'm trying to go back to the most fundamental high-level overview of it's not just like, it's not the niche itself, right? It's not just about what you're selling, because when you are selling the product, when you actually kickstart your business and you finally decide, all right, I want to go into this niche, remember that the customers that come in to talk to you, you're going to have to talk to them. Meaning you're going to have to know a little bit about fireplaces, or you're going to have to know a little bit about juicers. My point is, you're going to have to really understand the products you're selling if you want to make money. That is what I love about my industries or my dropship model. It's like, there's no secret winning product, guys. Like, every single supplier out there, all of these suppliers, they have their best sellers, right? Because most suppliers just have 1 to 3 best sellers. You could literally ask them what units sell the most, because every single supplier knows what units sell the most. And then you could kind of use that information, run ads to it, and be a conglomerate of a ton of brands where you know you have the highest chance of success. Like, let's just say, for example, Touchstone Fireplace. They tell you that the Touchstone Sideline Elite is one of the best sellers. Well, you could just run ads to this, and hopefully when you get clients come on, they're going to be shopping around. Because why? Because your landing page is very important as well. Remember, you need all of these 3 pillars. But it goes back down to, remember, really think about who are you trying to sell to, what are you going to sell to them, and how are you going to do it through your landing page. And so one last example that I could give you that I really love to share is, let's just say you're a athlete or you're a gym person and you want to get into the fitness space. What market, during no matter what economic uncertainty there is, during no matter what economic collapse, there's still going to be a market of people inside the fitness space. You're going to target either gyms or you're going to target professional athletes. Professional athletes meaning like coaches, people that have their dreams on the line. So let's just say you want to go and sell like a pitch ball machine, like those softball machines where you're practicing throwing, like stuff like that. Like, think about it. Tennis. If somebody is pursuing their tennis dreams, I don't care what type of economic concern, they are going for their dreams. They need these to practice, and if they can't afford it, their coaches can. If they all can't afford it, they're gonna get funding, right? Like, think about it from that perspective, and that is how you will find a niche that suits you, because there's no winning niche. It's gonna be about putting these pieces together and really double down and think about it. If you get clients that come into your door and they're asking you and inquiring you about products, you're going to have to know a little bit. And if you're just thinking about, oh, I'm going to go and hire somebody to go sell it for me on my behalf, you're just going to have to teach them how to sell it. And you're still going to have to teach them the lingo and what to say. So you better know or understand the lingo. And I always recommend to just stick with one product line. It's going to be impossible for you to compete against like Wayfair, where they have tons and tons of different lines. Like, you're not there yet. We're small business owners, and small business owners, I like to start off niched, and I just choose like one product line. So let's just say if it's electric fireplaces, I would just go into the wood fireplace niche, or just the electric fireplace niche, or even to the sports, where I would go into just sports equipment. So think about it from that perspective, because I could promise you, if you could learn how to talk, your customers are going to be everything. So learn the idea of putting this formula together. Understand that when you do go and sell these products and people are about to pay, you're going to be, having to talk to your customers and really try to close them. You're going to learn a lot, and that's the point of this. So I hope this message finds you guys well. Let me know if you guys have any questions in the group down below, as always, and we'll talk soon. Yours truly, Marcus Lamb. Hey guys, sorry for the repeat video. I was rewatching the video. I just want to include something. I want to summarize the entire video in the sense that if you're looking for brands, find dropshippers that have this tab. All dropshippers in this space have this because they want their customers to see what brands they offer. Once you find all of these brands have potential to have these dealer programs. So, for example, I found Empire Stove, and then once I found them on Google, I went on their website and they have this become a dealer section. So you just have to rinse and repeat the process. If you go ahead and search, like, let's just say pitchball machine, and then you go and find another dropshipper. I'll show you guys right now before I let you guys go. You guys can actually click the shopping tab over here to find more suppliers in the space. I go to here to look at all of the suppliers, and I'll just go into Anytime Baseball Supply, and then we'll click over here, and then usually they will have the brand section. So this one, I think they don't have it, at least not to my knowledge, so we'll keep on going to find another one. So as you guys can see, it's not the perfect process, but it definitely works. We'll go to the next one. Let's see. I like this one, Gym Fair. And then we'll go into Gym Fair and we'll click on it. As you can see, boom, brands. And then you'll see the brands that there are available. And so all dropshippers have this. And then once you find the brand, you search it on Google, find them on Google, apply to become a authorized dealer for their program, meaning go ahead and apply for the membership over here, the dealer membership. And then, you guys kind of get accepted in. Let me know if you guys have any questions. As always, talk soon.
Welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating a supplier lead flow. So a supplier lead flow is just essentially a way to keep track of which suppliers you contacted, which suppliers you need to follow up with, and which suppliers are in process. You signed the dealer application and you're ready to onboard them as a supplier. So the software choice that we're going to be using is going to be Trello. Now I use Trello to basically manage my entire business, from employees, leads, new orders, and any issues with orders. So Trello is going to be the perfect essential tool in order to track suppliers and above that and beyond just doing that inside of your business. Okay, so we need to go to Trello.com, and this is where we're going to essentially sign up as an account. So the free plan is more than sufficient. I'm still on a free plan. I haven't passed 10 boards, so it's going to be a free software, easy to use. So you're going to use your Gmail account that you sign up with your store with to create this Trello account. So you want to use any softwares, put that on the Gmail account, because in case your subscription ends, you will still be able to essentially use this Gmail account free without any charges. So go ahead and click sign up. It's free, and you want to click sign up. Then if it asks for a CAPTCHA, just go ahead and complete that. Okay, so it's welcome to Trello, build your first board. And this is where you're gonna need to name it. So I like to name this supplier management and click next. To-do list, we'll go ahead and skip that. Invite your team, skip that for now. Trello Premium, we don't even need Premium. And then it's going to ask to confirm your Gmail account, which we will go ahead and do that. So go to our Gmail account and then verify this. So there we go. Enter your full name and then enter in the password. Alright, once we've done that, this is what it looks like inside Trello. So essentially what you do is these are your workspaces. This is going to be your hub of boards. So this is your workspace. Let's go ahead and click on it and then click on boards. So it's going to give you a few boards, but your board should appear here. So you want to click supplier management and it should look like this. Now I want to change this name because it's kind of, we can change it a little bit later, but it just says the Gmail account name, but this should be your store name. So essentially inside store management, let's go ahead and set up our columns inside of Trello. So inside of the Notion document, there should be columns that you want to be essentially copying over. So I'll show you how to essentially create one of these columns, and then you just need to
fill out the rest. So these are just pre-filled stuff. So let's go ahead and archive these. So we will do call back, no answer, to email, and then you just want to click add another list and then do emailed. And essentially you just want to follow these columns right here, and once you follow these columns, it should be filled up all the way. So I'm just going to pause and be right back. Alright, there we go. So we have done all the little lists. So I'm just going to give you a quick rundown of what each one is. So leads will start out inside the call or inside the call column. So you create a card and then you want to name this your supplier that you called. So for example, we'll just put in a supplier name, Legion Furniture. When you call this, you want to just put in their phone number so you don't have to refer to the sheet inside of this Trello description right here. And you want inside the activity, just want to say what happened on the call. Did you reach the decision maker? Did you was the decision maker not available? Did they tell you to email? Whatever happened on the call, you essentially want to put inside the activity. And when you put something inside the activity, it will track the date that you put that in there and the time. So you can refer back to this activity log essentially to see exactly what happened. So it's very, very important that you record down everything. And when you hire someone to even secure suppliers and do supplier acquisition for you, make sure that they are actually, any interactions and anything that happens, that they record down the activity inside a Trello card, so that way you can refer back to it and see exactly what happened with that supplier. So for example, I would put like called supplier Sam from customer service picked up and redirected me to Mike from the ecom department. They did not pick up, but we have their email and phone number. Something like this is very normal, and then you want to put in their email. So, something like this. And then their phone number. So you put down this card, and it shows you what time that you put down this note. And essentially you can attach images to this, so you just drag the image and drop inside this card. And Trello is excellent, just once you get the hang of things, it just makes your life a lot easier, and you're able to manage the business from a glance. So callback and no answer. This means they called but nobody answered. You want to put this here. If they didn't answer, and then you want to call back the next following day or another time. So to email, you got their information. They want to get your pitch deck and hear more about your business proposition. So you put that into email. Emailed means that you emailed them. First follow-up, second follow-up, third follow-up, very self-explanatory. You follow up with them in 3-day increments. And then hopefully by now, if you actually received a reply, then you can move on to form to be filled out if they give you a form. In others, they might give you like a meeting, or they want to meet with you before they give you the form. So sometimes you might need to move to here and then move back. But ultimately, meetings are just more valuable, because if they give you a meeting in a meeting time, essentially, if you don't screw things up or say something very silly, then it basically means you are guaranteed to close them as a supplier. And by then, we have in progress. Means you had a meeting, fill out the application form, and a lot of suppliers just end up in here, and you just have to follow up, and eventually, get the price list and be actually approved to become a dealer for their products. So acquired is the magical thing inside the lead process that we want to be looking after. Now denied happens, it's just a numbers game at the end of the day, but denied can be a lot of things. They might think you're too new. They tell you to follow up in another time, but denied usually means they don't work with ecom dealers, but you can always follow up in the future. So I don't really have many leads in deny, because even if they deny you, you always want to follow up in the future. I close a supplier after a year of actively following up. I'm still uploading them to the store, but they seem to have a lot of great brand demand and not a lot of competitors. So hopefully they are a good supplier for the store. But it just shows you, like, it takes time, and you can definitely close every single supplier in your industry. It just takes time. You need to get the lower quality suppliers in the industry and work your way up. So follow up in the future requires storefronts. So some suppliers will tell you they require storefronts. There's not much you can really do about it. You can tell them that you might have one in the future. It doesn't really sound very convincing at times, because most of the times you probably aren't going to do that, or you are able to do some workarounds, like rent another location and act like a warehouse and act like that is a storefront. But usually if they require storefronts, it's very, very hard to get into until you're big, like you can afford an actual storefront. So those suppliers, not a lot of dealers will even have, so it's not really too big of a deal. So to be uploaded means, actually, let's talk about follow up in the future. If they tell you, they deny you, you always want to follow up in 3 to 6 month increments, and just check back. Now, when you are following up, you just want to send a new email. Don't really reply to the old rejection email, and just each time, just bring in more social proof. You sold their competitors' items, you increase your sales for them, and over time, they're just going to onboard you no matter what. It's just a matter of when. To be uploaded, very self-explanatory. You got the price list, they're ready to be uploaded, or handed off to your VA. More editing means it's uploading in process. It might be fully uploaded, but you might want to add some optional add-ons and make the product pages a little bit better for that brand. Maybe do some any editing. It could be anything. You want to put it in here. To launch ads, ready to go. Let's click go on the ads. So it goes in here, and then after you launch ads, optimization ideas. So optimization ideas just essentially means, like, you found a competitor that's using that brand's items, and they're doing some unique product bundles and maybe something else. But essentially, any ideas you might think for the brand can go in here. And essentially it's just a great way to come back to it and optimize these brands to increase your sales for that business or with that brand. So hopefully this is clear on how to use Trello. It's going to be your tool to to scale, because it's going to organize everything all in one place. And once you start hiring, it's essential to stay organized. So I'll see you guys in the next few videos.
Hey guys, what's going on? So when it comes to applying for dealer programs, it's really important that you kind of understand what you're focusing on and the goal of you even applying. So the goal of everything that my course and I have tried to teach you is pretty much, going to a supplier and trying to be an extension of them, trying to kind of get permission to resell their catalogs onto your product catalog. And so the goal really of everything that you're doing, when you're calling them, when you're emailing them, and everything in between, your goal is to really just obtain a list of dealer pricings that follow MAP. If you don't know what MAP is, MAP stands for minimum advertising price. So that's just how low you could go. Let's say the MAP is $1,000. That means you can't sell it for $999.99. You have to sell for $1,000 and up. So that's the minimum advertising price. You can't advertise it for below a certain amount. Most suppliers have a MAP. Most suppliers have this minimum advertising price. And they'll also tell you the dealer pricing, which is the percent or profit margin for each sale you get. So your cost for it. In addition, ideally, if you could get, this pricing sheet with the SKUs, with the UPC codes. I'll explain more in the later trainings, but that is the goal of what you're really doing when you are applying to these dealer programs. Now, in order to apply and really get to the point of application, you have to email them with a template that I have for when you guys follow up with the suppliers. But ideally, first you want to go and call them. Try to get a representative from that company their email address so that you could go and follow up with the template. You could go and apply to them. Hey guys, what's going on? So when it comes to applying for dealer programs, it's really important that you kind of understand what you're focusing on and the goal of you even applying. So the goal of everything that my course and I have tried to teach you is pretty much, going to a supplier and trying to be an extension of them, trying to kind of get permission to resell their catalogs onto your product catalog. And so the goal really of everything that you're doing when you're calling them, when you're emailing them, and everything in between, your goal is to really just obtain a list of dealer pricings that follow MAP. If you don't know what MAP is, MAP stands for minimum advertising price. So that's just how low you could go. Let's say the MAP is $1,000. That means you can't sell it for $999.99. You have to sell for $1,000 and up. So that's the minimum advertising price. You can't advertise it for below a certain amount. Most suppliers have a MAP. Most suppliers have this minimum advertising price. And they'll also tell you the dealer pricing, which is the percent or profit margin for each sale you get. So your cost for it. In addition, ideally, if you could get, this pricing sheet with the SKUs, with the UPC codes, I'll explain more in the later trainings, but that is the goal of what you're really doing when you are applying to these dealer programs. Now, in order to apply and really get to the point of application, you have to email them with a template that I have for when you guys follow up with the suppliers. But ideally, first you want to go and call them, find somebody that is of high representative and can kind of get those forms for you and kind of get approved. And it's like a two-step process. First you call, get the forms. Once you got a point of contact, like a lead, you now have to try to close it by, sending emails, following up, and really getting the forms to your, email. Once you get the forms, you go and apply, sign the forms up, upload their product catalog, which is the catalog that they'll give you. And again, I'll show you guys how to do this in the future trainings, so don't worry about it. But basically, you're going to upload their product catalog onto your website, which should be pristine by now, and you run ads to see if you can take market share from it, whether or not your brand can sell that supplier, whether that supplier can sell, and overall just having a good product market fit. Now, a big thing when you do go and call these suppliers, however, that you have to keep in mind is if you're first starting off, if you have literally like no suppliers that you're working with, you want to go and create a mock store. Like your store should be, presentable, but you also need products into it or else they're not going to believe you. So for example, if I use Belcopia to apply, they're going to go on my website and they're actually going to see, oh my God, this brand, like this website looks legit. Of course, like they could sell for me. However, if you show up with a website that doesn't look good, it doesn't look professional, you have no products on, your chance of closing is just so low, right? So my point is when you are going and applying to become a dealer, make sure you have a mock site created. And if you have no suppliers at the moment, go and literally you're going to have to play the game and kind of just upload some products wherever you desire and really just create some mock products. Obviously, you don't have to sell them. You don't have to add advertising budget to it, but you can have some models up and really just kind of have a feel for your niche. Like if you're selling bikes, then it would make sense to have some bike products, some scooter products, maybe not like a hot tub product on a bike store. Doesn't really make sense. But, by now, before you call suppliers, make sure everything is presentable. Make sure that your website looks good. Make sure that all the pages are there. You guys should have all the resources. You guys should have, the general navigations on Ecom 101, meaning like generally just how to upload products using the Shopify platform. Then I created a mock store creation kind of module. So you should know what store continuity is. You should have email, SMS set up. You should have your legal pages. You should know what to look for in a store. So before we even go into applying, make sure you have a good mock store up. And once you have this mock store, then you kind of just have to apply, get as many suppliers as you can. And last thing is that when you do look and think about where you're going in the long run, remember this formula. I've been stressing it since day one. Sales equals landing page plus offer plus audience. So what do I mean by that? For your landing page, that's generally just the aesthetic looks of your website. So if you have a pretty website, if you have a good looking website, generally your landing page is good. It's solid. So that's one variable, one pillar out the way. The offer is basically your suppliers. It's what can you offer? What product are you offering to the market? In my case of Belcopia, we're offering bike products. There is a segment of people, there are a group of people that, want to buy bikes in the biking industry. I'm supplying them with different brands of bikes from the suppliers I close, 10 to 25% profit margins, and you can offer the best offer to them. So suppliers is the offer part. You now will have 2 out of 3, and then finally you go and find the best form of traffic for your site. Meaning you don't just want everybody to come onto your website. You don't want people that are camping in the forest to want to go and buy a bike. Okay, maybe you do. But my point is you don't want somebody that, hates bikes and then comes on your website. No, you want to have specific audience, which then goes into the ads. So that's why ads is, really just 1/3 of the pillar. It's not going to make or break your store. It's more of that foundation. Once you have good foundation, then you run ads to it. Let the product speak for itself. Let the offer, the website speak for itself, so that when anybody comes on, they're going to automatically think that you are a authority figure in your industry. They would buy from you. That's how you have to craft your foundation. So that people will buy from you. You have good offers. You work with good suppliers. You have a good landing page. And from then on, the ads, the traffic is just another game that is not too far out of reach to get 10,000, 100,000, $1 million of sales in a month. So remember that ads is a numbers game, and it's a game where you have to pay to play. So, save up for that marketing budget, go over here and build your foundations good, because you could run as many ads and get people to come to you. But if your website is not coherent, if your offers are not sufficient, if they're not good, then the people that come on won't even want to buy from you. You want to suck out the juice of the fruit as much as possible. So build out these foundations first, then get people on it. I promise you, you're going to be well on your way to where you want to be. And with that being said, if you guys have any questions, find me or my team in the private community, and I'll see you guys in another training. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In today's chapter, we're going to go talk about moving forward and beyond. Basically, how do we move forward from here? Where are we at? And what is the projection of our trajectory of the future looking like? So we're going to go and talk about where you should be at, what you should have, and how I could kind of give you my best advice on how you should move forward, kind of give you like some light in a dark tunnel. And with that being said, let's get right into it. So by now, you should have this formula memorized, engraved in your soul. Landing page plus offer plus audience. That's how we get sales. We have to put all 3 variables together. And so by now, what you should have by now is a good landing page, a website that is clean. There's no excuse for you to not have it. You have a website that you could look on and observe the level of intricacy within the website design. Look at how we structured it. So you have a model to base it off of. You have the navigation resources. You have me doing some demonstrations on the Shopify platform. So you should have the tools to kind of really create the best landing page possible. You should also have your Merchant Center approved. If you're able to be running ads, your Merchant Center should be approved. Your landing page, aka your website, looks clean, and your tracking should be set up. Like this, I wrote 50-50 because I really don't know whether or not your tracking is set up correctly or not. The only way you can know is by going and asking Google Analytics, making sure that your setup, the whole Google Analytics side is good. Also making sure with Simprocess, the shopping feed app, that your conversion tracking is set up correctly. So you got to do all that. So that's really 50-50. My limits are, I am limited when it comes to, knowing your full tracking. But assuming that's set up, your goal now is to really build a good infrastructure and get ready for scaling. Because once you kind of set the ads up, there's really not much you do except going and finding more suppliers to work with, because that is your offer, right? The better the supplier, the better offer you could craft. For example, if a supplier gives you 25% profit margin, you make $1,000 for this one sale, you could give like discounts, you could give bundle packages, you could add accessories, you could really craft your offer, right? So within the formula, you've already gotten 2 of the 3, assuming you've got semi-good suppliers that give you good margins, you have a good website, you're really lacking in the audience sense. And the audience sense now comes down to like the marketing, the Google ads, the Facebook ads, TikTok ads, Bing ads. My point is now it's all about who are you getting onto your website? What is the level of traffic coming on? Is the people that are coming on not interested in what you have to sell? Or the people that are coming on interested in what you have to sell? All of that you have to hyper focus, figure out and identify your ideal customer, then find them at scale using the Google ads, Bing ads, Facebook ads, TikTok ads, Snapchat ads, platforms. So this is really interesting because you can either learn about it yourself and kind of go within your journey and study and become the best person to run ads. Like anybody that comes to you, if you run their ads, you will go and make them succeed. Like go and do that. Or you can hire somebody that's already a little bit inside that field, that they are already in the media buying industry. And if you don't know what media buying is literally like people buying medias. So, you know, the placements on, you know, Google Shopping, Google Search, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, all of this is media buying. So there's a whole industry of people. People literally are professionally equipped and have resources in the media buying process to help companies scale. So that means if you're going to go and endeavor and take on the whole entire industry, because remember, you're competing against your competitors. Somebody's doing the ads. You're competing against giants like that. The only way that I think the fast track way to kind of success that I wish I kind of implemented when I first started and I started seeing some traction was to just get an agency straight up, because I had the ego of like, oh, I want to go and understand the ads. I want to go save money and not pay somebody. I'm going to learn it myself and I'm going to go work hard on it. Well, I did learn a lot about ads, in which I'll be explaining all of what I learned and how I kind of view ads in Scaling 101, talking about infrastructure, talking about scaling. But ideally, you know, at the end of the day, I've kind of digressed and went to having an agency now, just because I have multiple stores. My ads are profitable. I understand it. However, when it comes to daily management, day-to-day management, it is so much to keep up, because ads, it's not like you set it once and it's done. You have to check up on it every few days, every 7 days, 14 days. So it's better to have, you know, like kind of like an assistant or manager that reports to me of the marketing, analytics, and performances, you know, weekly. So that I pretty much have that right now to look at all my stores, and I can make the big decisions because I know the ads enough, because I did go and, you know, went on this side, which I tried it myself. And all of that will be taught in Scaling 101. I'm going to show you guys everything that I learned so you guys don't have to go through the same type of troubles, the same types of problems that I had when it came to, you know, scaling. Inside Scaling 101, we are going to talk about team management and building out systems. So before you go and pour a ton of money into ads, you have to think about, can you even handle it? Remember, I had a whole training about order fulfillment is greater than sales. Like the fulfillment side of things is just as important, if not even more important, than getting the sale itself. Because if you can't fulfill it, you can't keep the order. So building out systems to make sure that the customer service process is as ideal as possible. Learning the infrastructure that I have. How many people do I have on live chat? How many people do I have on sales for, you know, clients that call my 1-800 numbers? How do I handle supplier relationships? Meaning, how do I, you know, negotiate with them, ask for better margins? Because one of the best ways to increase profits is to just lower your expenses. And if you want to lower your expenses, you have to lower your cost of goods sold. And cost of goods sold usually comes down to the cost of the pricing with the supplier. So if I'm doing a good amount of sales for them, I'll go and try to negotiate and try to ask for better pricing. I have gotten approved in the past before when I've done that. Also, when it comes to marketing, I know I mentioned a little bit about the ads. I'll show you guys exactly what I know. I'll show you guys how I get data in the beginning using maximized clicks on my campaigns. Once I get some data, my Pixel, my Google Ads account Pixel knows like which traffic of audience is, you know, good and which ones to use. Then you transition into the scaling phase. Meaning in the beginning, when you first start off, you need to have a phase where you may break even or even lose a little bit of money, but you're pretty much buying data from Google so that you have something to work with. Once you have data, then you convert it into a, conversion oriented campaign so that it has data to work with, and now it could find more people. Like, that's how the infrastructure works. But basically, I'll show you guys like my scaling strategy. There's no secret to the ads, guys. Like there's really no like secret formula, right? Maybe how you set up the ads is very important, meaning how do you distribute your marketing budget? Let's say you only have $100 to spend every single day on ads. So that's $3,000 monthly marketing budget. Well, within $3,000, how many are you willing to spend on Google, Bing, YouTube, Google Display, remarketing, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat? Like, there's a multitude of platforms, right? So I'm gonna just go and talk a little bit about omni-channel marketing. I'm not the best with media buying, guys. Like, I don't know every single ads platform. I know the basics, I know the fundamentals, I know how to look at it, I know how to structure my campaigns. But overall, all of this, if you want to know about ads, the answer is in an agency. Like, you have to go and find the best digital media agency, for Google Ads agency, and kind of go and assess, figure out which ones are good potential partners, which ones aren't. And hopefully this will give you the infrastructure to really scale to above and beyond. So hopefully you guys kind of understand, like, this is where you're at. There's still stuff to be done. Even if you're not confident with your ads, don't worry. At least there's always a backup plan. And I'm also going to show you everything that I learned to kind of analyze the ads and kind of go from there moving forward. But with that being said, you should have these two set up. Ideally, you'll be working a little bit more on the offers, kind of always trying to get better suppliers to work with. But from there on, find the best audience, connect it with your website using your suppliers. And if you have any questions, always find me in the private community of the virtual training system. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next course. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In this video, we're going to talk about how to leverage your Google Keyword Planner and ultimately understand your competition, learn your market so that you know how to market fit your e-commerce store into the market. It's very important that you learn the market, you study it, so that you know where your product fits in the market and ultimately drive up those sales. And very important marketing concept. That being said, let's get right into it. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In this video, we're going to talk about store continuity. I know it's a big word, but pretty much we're just going to check if we're really merchant center ready. Make sure we have all the tracking codes, kind of just like a progress report. Make sure we're on the same page, you set up your store correctly, everything that I'm looking for, and all that fun stuff. And that being said, let's get right into it. So by now, you should pretty much have an understanding of the basic dropshipping model. You should kind of understand everything conceptually. We're going to buy something at a lower price from a supplier. We're going to build a really nice, pretty store, and we're setting up the advertisement to get eyeballs onto that store so you could get some sales. That being said, you also have to account for the marketing expense and all other miscellaneous expenses as stated from the first video, the early videos, the profit and loss statements. You should also understand the difference between Google Ads, Facebook Ads, warm traffic, cold traffic. You should pretty much know what to look for in a Shopify store and have some form of basic navigation when setting up your stores. You should know how to set up collections for your store. Your store should have somewhat of an organized product list. Whether you are doing a general store or a niche store, there has to be some form of continuity. There has to be some form of flow to your store. It has to look like an authentic store. Don't just come out of the blue and just try to sell anything and just put anything up. So some great examples of what I'm talking about is like a store like this. Don't just make a Shopify store a really poor logo, no homepage design, no nothing. This is exactly what you don't want to do. This store is a little bit better because actually this store is a lot better that I just found. But I don't know what the hell they're selling and I don't care. Going just through some Shopify stores that aren't even up and just showing you. This store is like, it's bearable. You could tell that they've put some form of effort into it, right? But again, over here you're missing some pages and, I really granted you guys a luxury, not to give myself credit, but to share with you guys one of our, client stores and just tell you about how it looks, right? This is how your store should be set up. You should have a home page, you should have collections, you should have tons of different bicycles and all that fun stuff. Not tons of bicycles, but there has to be some form of coherence, right? These are fixed gear bikes, road and gravel bikes, electric bikes. All of these is good. The About Us is good. Track your order pages settled. FAQ, shipping pages, everything is there for you, right? This is a real legitimate store, a real legitimate brand that I'm just not afraid to show you guys, because once you guys get to a certain level, you'll realize that there's really no secret to it, because if you had somehow went into the bike niche, you're going to see this store regardless, because it's going to kill it. And regardless whether you see it or not, and whether you copy it is a whole nother story, because just because you copy how the store looks and even what products you sell, we still have competitive advantage over you, because we have experience, we have knowledge, we have data. So that's why I'm not afraid to share it. But do know that when I was in your shoes as a student, I would kill something to just get and just look at what my mentors are doing, have a blueprint of how they're structuring it. And here I am giving it to you guys. And please use this as your blueprint. Look at the tracking codes. It's all set up correctly. Look at the pages. It's all set up for you. And you literally just have to replicate and make something of this level. And that being said, just for you guys to know, some other things that you should be aware of is you should know what types of products to look for. If you guys are interested in the store and why all these items are so expensive, it's because I do the high ticket dropshipping model, right? Because I find suppliers not from eBay or Amazon anymore. I find it from real actual brands. I'm able to secure and close them, work with them as a vendor. And of course, all of that will be explained in the next level. So I'm not going to go too in depth into that yet, but if you guys don't have that level and you don't want to wish to proceed to that level, you can still make an income. You could still make revenue, profit, sales, and all that fun stuff just from flipping things on eBay and Amazon. So this business model is definitely not something you want to reckon with, because it's very powerful when done correctly. I also showed you guys how to do proper product research, what you should look for in certain winning products like the search volume, all that stuff. And also I gave you marketing tips to understand the conceptual structure of what we're doing to leverage competitive advantage in the e-commerce market space. And if you don't know anything that I just said, you probably should watch the video again, because this is the lingo that I cannot teach you guys. I have the lingo, I know the knowledge, I have the experience, because I've been entrenched in this world for so long. I just get the terms, right? Conversion tracking, analytics, shopping feed, everything. Like, I get it, but I could explain it to you, but it doesn't matter if I explain it to you if you don't even understand the lingo. So please, if you got a heartache from listening to what I just said, because I'm calling you out, well, consider this your sign to kind of go back, because things are about to get really real once you start spending some money, right? This is pretty much the video or two videos before where you're not spending a significant amount of money yet. But trust me, once you start having that $35 or $50 a day budget on your Google ads, that's like $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 in expenses a month. And once you have those expenses occurring, well, the clock is ticking, because you got to make some sales, you got to make some profit to cover those expenses. And what I've taught you so far up until now will give you the conceptual idea of what to look for, how to even think of this business model to get you guys profits. And generally just speaking, honestly, from my heart, I'm teaching you guys as if I was teaching myself, my younger self. I'm just painting a blank canvas, imagining that you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, and telling you every single step of the way, and telling you all the problems that I faced along each chapter. Because remember, each chapter was a journey itself. I went through all of this, going on YouTube, finding courses, asking mentors to understand how to set all this up and put it into a one-step formula to where you want to go. So that being said, just to finish it off, your store has to have continuity. Please don't be like these stores that just put up a few products. You just copy and paste from your suppliers. No form of description, no anything whatsoever. It's just not the right way to do it. And by the way, you should also know how to upload your winning products, meaning I've taught you, how to make your description, how to structure it, to have photos, good quality photos, and all that fun stuff. So you should not have a store looking like this. At the bare minimum, you should have a store looking like Westfield Retailers or Hills and Horizons. Why? Because these are the types of stores that are getting approved on Google. We found them on Google. That means they're playing a game. They're making $40,000, $50,000 in revenue, and they're probably killing it at 10, 15, 20, 30% profit. So, understand their numbers, understand that you could do this as well. You just have to be organized, you just have to be structured, and you have to be intentional with, what you are desiring, what you are trying to manifest. And that, everything I just said goes back to the very first module of mindset training. What did I say in the basics? If you guys don't know, in the basics, I mentioned if you want to get something, you have to be intentional of what you want. You have to know what you want. This is what you want, guys. If you guys aren't doing the high ticket business model, this is something that you want. This is what you're kind of competing against. And truth be speaking, it's not that hard to compete against them. You just have to do everything that they're doing and just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Another store, Fazebo, great store. Let's look at their tracking actually for fun. So they set it up correctly. Let's look at their tracking for fun. So you could see like most of these stores have their tracking set up correctly. This store doesn't have their analytics tag set up. So, just to show you, not every store is perfect, but at least they're trying. They made the site look really pretty. They have return addresses, phone numbers. They don't have live chat. But other than that, that is really it. Like in terms of store continuity, you just have to be ready. And you could pretty much, if your store looks close to mine or just even half as good, you should be ready to submit to your merchant center. You should know what to do by now. And overall, you should be ready for understanding the real part of the game, which is understanding the ads. And truth be speaking, it's really not that hard. So please don't be worried. But it's important that you understand all these fundamentals that you got to know. And, that being said, keep on going. I am here for you. I'm cheering for you. And I'm ultimately the mentor behind your back telling you that you got this. If I could do this as a kid from Brooklyn that knew nothing, had no experience in e-commerce whatsoever, and I gathered all this information from YouTube courses, mentors, and just failed learning experiences, then you could do it too. And the best part is you don't have to go through the same hurdles, the trials, the tribulations that I went through. If you apply everything that I say, you watch my stuff 2, 3, 4, 5 times, you understand the lingo, you'll understand that most people could do this, but the reason why most people can't do it is because most people aren't willing to put in the work to do it. It's not the fact that a six-pack is impossible to get. It's the fact that most people know how to get a six-pack, which comes down to the right dieting, the right workout routine, and just doing it consistently. And most people can't put in that work, right? The blueprint is there. There's no secret to getting a six-pack. You're either going to have to diet really well or, there's no pill that's going to grant you a six-pack. The reason why a six-pack is hard to get is because it takes consistent effort. And this, my friend, my brother, my sister, my kings, my queens, will just take effort, consistency, because, just do the bare minimum or do the bare maximum, 1% every day. But the point is you keep on doing, and I promise you it's going to compound into something far greater than you could ever imagine. I'm here for you. Hit me up on the discussion board if you need. Let's freaking go. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In this video, we're going to learn how to set up our merchant center. So if you haven't set up your merchant center already, this is the video for you. Let's get right into it. So the merchant center is definitely very important when it comes to your shopping ads, because without your merchant center, you're not going to be able to set up searching ads. As you can see from this store, I was unable to get approved previously, but I'm going to double check these stores. I'm going to let you guys know what you guys need to be aware of and all that fun stuff. So I'll just do an audit for this merchant center account and then resubmit it. But that being said, once you're on this page, first and foremost, you're going to see that you only have the shopping ads. What you want to do is you're going to go into growth, you're going to go into manage programs, and you're going to enable your free active listings. You're going to enable your shopping ad setup, and then you're going to enable the dynamic retargeting, which this hasn't been enabled yet, but I'm going to enable it right now. So this one, you get to show your product. So free listing means you get to show your products in free listings on Google. So let's say someone searches electric bikes over here, and then they go to the shopping feed right here. So this is the shopping feed, but this is free listings. So you putting up you enabling this program means you're already in the game. Like someone that searches it, there's a literally likelihood of them buying from you just because they might see your website, right? It's as clear as not as clear, but it's as simple as that. Like you enable it, boom, you have items up, you're in the game. Dynamic remarketing is something for future with retargeting, but overall now you should see 3 of these, right? you should see your performance for your free listings and then your shopping ads. But ultimately, you'll see this. And then once you connect your shopping feed with your merchant center, this is interesting. So I have these products approved already, which I thought they would be disapproved because my whole account is banned, but I guess not. But overall, you're going to see this stuff. Figure out, only worry about the ones that are red. So, if there's some yellows like limited performance, I wouldn't worry too much, but definitely still keep in mind that you should have 0 merchant center errors. And then I go into account issues over here, and it says warn for policy, website needs improvement. So landing page domain matches claimed in center, no broken links, no placeholder images. So you see this one's a big one. No placeholder images or text in your online store. Meaning Google doesn't like it when you just copy a banner from another store. Let's just say I go into Hills and Horizon and I want to steal like this banner and I just copy it, which obviously I can't. Let's try to do like another store, right? You want to have like an original banner, and even in Belcopia, I have my own original banner. So after that, let's go into fixing and looking into what we want to do. So you want to go, the first thing, you go to settings and shipping and returns. And I told you already before, the shipping page and the return page policies are the most important pages you could possibly have if you want to get your merchant center approved. So definitely take a look over your shipping and return policy right here, and then kind of go into it. So under here, you're going to add shipping service, right? You're going to do, free shipping. You can go to the United States. Next, set a range of delivery times. Put your times in, right? So transit time, we just write 5 to 10 days. Whatever it says on your website. I think on this one we wrote, I don't know how long we wrote. 2 to 3. 2 to 3. Well, I don't want to go through it, but just to write 5 to 15 is standard. Then you click next, days, right? Monday to Friday, free shipping. And then, oh shoot, I added it by accident. So I'm gonna turn this off. But that's pretty much how you set up the free shipping one. And then from there on, you want to go into returns. You also want to set up the return policy, in which I haven't set up over here yet. So my return policy is gonna be right here, right? The return policy. Yes, we set the returns by mail for the defective product. So if an item arrives defective, they will be able to print it. If it's a customer remorse, it will be customer responsibility. Number of days. So you want to make sure this matches with the number of days that you're doing. So this is, I believe, 30 days. Oh, wow, 14 days. So we're going to change 14 to 30. I would do 30. And then add a return window extension. No window extension. Select the product conditions. Obviously, you want to return be new. Restocking fee. Do we have restocking fee? So there's no restocking fee. Sometimes I charge it, sometimes I don't. How will customers pay for return shippings for defective products? If they get an item that was damaged by us, no cost for them. And then you want to click done. And so now I have to actually go into the defective, actually change. I have to change 14 days into 30 days to match it. But other than that, I just did the policies, the regions, nothing to do with the regions. Sales tax, you want to enable all of this and have it Google determined, except for New York. In New York, the sales tax is 8.875, in which I'm not going to give you any legal advice for. And then also in your business address over here, you want to make sure that this matches with the business address that we put down over here. So on the bottom page of your return policy, make sure you have this address match over here. And then this is a number to verify, as well as the store information. And that being said, this is the free listing setup over here. We have a final review. So we're just waiting to review everything. And then shopping ad setup, you want to set this part up too. You want to add all your information. You want to claim your website. So let me show you guys how to claim your website. So what you want to do is you're going to go into account access. No. You want to go into preferences? No. So you're going to go into business information, go into setup, and you're just going to import your site URL here, and then it'll give you instructions. You just kind of have to verify it. Your branding, right? You want to add your logo if you can, and I would and try to incorporate this. And that being said, that is really it in terms of the merchant center. Make sure you have pretty much fill up as many information as you can over here, and then you kind of just submit it and you should be good to go. Granted that you filled in all the information, make yourself look as legitimate as possible. There's not too much crazy stuff that goes into it. It's really just making sure that your policy pages and all of them match your merchant center. And if you have watched my previous videos, you'll know that you have to put a lot of effort into making these policy pages. Hopefully you already did, so that now at this point you just have to kind of just match it and make sure that everything is coherent. And that being said, let me know if you guys have any questions. Peace and love. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In today's chapter, we're going to go and talk about setting up Google AdWords. Basically, how do we get ourselves onboarded with the Google AdWords platform and really moving forward in terms of targeting the audience. So by now, you should kind of understand that when it comes to the audience part, there are two types of traffic that we could target. We could target organic traffic, or we could target paid traffic. Right now, we're going to focus on paid advertisement, specifically Google Shopping. And in order to use Google Shopping, we're going to need Google AdWords. So with that being said, let's get right into it. So first, go to ads.google.com. And what you want to do is just kind of look over and kind of understand the Google Ads platform first and foremost. I would recommend kind of understanding how it works, what types of platforms there are to run advertisements on, and really just understanding the platform before you go sign up. But when you do sign up, there is a $500 credit when you spend $500. So that's free ad spend. That's literal free money for you to spend on ads, assuming your foundation is good. You have some, money to work with that's given by Google to kind of get you profitable results. Now, let's say your profit margin is $300 to $500. Usually when your profit margin is $300 to $500 for your suppliers, that means you have a wiggle room of $300 to $500 to spend on ads for one purchase. So that means I'm willing to spend up to $500 to get a purchase from Google Ads because I have $500 profit to kind of play about. So that's how the general concept of it is. It's known as the break-even point, your profit margin. So if your profit margin is $500, that means your break-even point is $500, which means you have $500 before you break even and start losing money. So you have $500 to spend on ads. And so imagine Google's giving you that kind of leisure to start off with. So that's a really good kind of tip. You should definitely start is use the ads credit for Google. Once you have signed up for an account, you should be greeted with the home page. Now, within the home page, you'll see a load of things, but some things that you want to note is that there are 3 types of structures within your campaigns. So, for example, it's breaking down into 3 levels, right? So, this is level 1, this is level 2, and this is level 3. Now, in terms of the level, this is a campaign. So basically, the type of campaign that you're spending. The next one is an ad group, which is the group of your ads. It's just a form of segmentation. Segmentation basically means kind of dividing it across different segments. Like a segment, it's a dividing of something. So an ad group is a segment of the campaign, and then the last one is the ad. So remember, there's 3 levels to it. Now let's go back onto the ads platform. So as you guys can see over here within this campaign, we now have an ad group, and then these are the specific type of segments that I divided my campaigns into. You could divide these via product type. So what type of product are you selling? So let's say you have a furniture store. Within furnitures, you might sell sofas, chairs, ottomans, and stuff like that. So you would kind of group it into these groups. And then within each of these groups, you segment it into specific item IDs, or known as, your specific products. Please let me know if you guys have any questions when it comes to this campaign structure as you are moving forward with the course. Ask me in the virtual training system, because this is something that you kind of do have to understand in the long run. But basically, within over here, you have 3 types of layers. Layer 1 is the campaign at scale, at the whole level. Level 2 would be the ad group, which is what are you targeting in a bigger sense. And level 3 is the most hyper targeting. It's like literally controlling it via your product. Like you could literally control, I just want to run ads to this specific product. That means you have to go all the way to level 3. If you're just like, I want to run ads to a specific group of products, that's more of level 2. You get what I'm saying? It's more about specificity, just like being specific, specificity, whatever that means. But yeah, make sure that when you are in your Google ads, you kind of go over to linked account and link your merchant center and your analytics account. Make sure that you set up your Google tag properly. Make sure you go into conversions and you set the conversion tracking setup correctly. And also make sure that you know what the Google Keyword Planner is. So the Google Keyword Planner is a way for you to kind of get keyword research for free. You're literally being given the data that Google has to give and share with you about specific products. Go and refer back to the Google Keyword Planner video if you haven't watched that already. Now, in regards to what else you should know that there's something known as a negative keyword list. Now, a negative keyword list basically is a keyword list of keywords that you don't want in your ads. So let's just say there is a keyword that you don't want running for. That keyword is cheap electric bikes. You are being put on this keyword, cheap electric bikes, and you are targeting people that are searching cheap electric bikes. However, the question comes down to, do you really want people that are searching for cheap electric bikes? Like, yes, but they're also the type of buyer that is probably looking for the cheapest model out there. You want to target people that are willing to spend more. So for my case, like I tested, like these are one of those 50-50 keywords, right? It really depends on, your keyword specifically, because I just don't know if somebody that's searching cheap electric bikes is willing to spend like $5,000 on an electric bike. Therefore, I don't think they're my target of people that I want to target. So the negative keyword list is used to kind of make sure that you don't target those specific keywords. Now, when it comes to negative keyword lists, there are two types of phrases or like ways that you need to be aware of. So there's phrase match, and exact match. Go and read up about it by yourself and understand what it means. But basically, a phrase match is like this. Phrase and an exact match is like this. When you use the exact match, you basically is telling Google, just this exact match I don't want you to use. Like this keyword exactly, I don't want. When you do phrase match, it's anything that is related to it that includes this word. So let's just say there's the keyword phase 5. You would be putting the phrase 5 as a negative keyword as well, because the phrase was included. Like there's a 5 over here, and if there's a 1, there's a 2, there's a 3, there's a 4, there's a 5, there's another word next, right? All these keywords are, targeted because these are phrase match. So go and understand what phrase and exact match more in depth, but that's pretty much the gist of it. Go and, play with your negative keyword list. I usually do create a negative keyword list for the campaigns generally. No, there's an audience manager. So you go into audience and you could kind of set up custom segments. I recommend setting up this segment. Go into website visitors and then go and do last 180 days and visitors of webpage, visit 180 days, and then create segment. So this is going to help you track in the beginning all of the people that came onto your website that were tracked. It's going to capture all the people that came onto your website over the last 180 days. So once you start running ads, you want to make sure that everybody that you got on your site, like you have their data. Like that's why there's a huge privacy problem going on in the United States with media, because this is the data. Like we're getting people's data. So now that you have that traffic, in the future you could run remarketing ads and more ads to those specific people, and it's going to be less cost because you already spent that money to get it. So that's the gist of Google AdWords, and it's really just a game of data. Go understand how data works. Go understand how media buying works, and then kind of study the foundations of how Google Ads work. Don't just think, oh, I'm going to use Google Ads and I'm going to just go and click this button and this button and this button, and all of a sudden you're going to make $100,000. Like, no, it doesn't work like that. Go understand how the platform works, understand the foundations, and ask me if you have any questions along the way. I'll point you in the right direction. And with that being said, in our next training, we're going to go and set up our Google Analytics. Make sure that you understand this last concept also. Okay, so let me try to explain this in one go. It's a big concept to understand, so be focused, all right? So right now you have a Shopify store, right? Or WooCommerce, whatever you might be using. And basically you have an e-commerce website, but that website cannot communicate straight into Google Ads. We just set up Google Ads and got the account running. You can't just connect it like that. You need to bridge it using the Merchant Center. Now, the Merchant Center is literally the bridge between your Shopify store and your Google Ads store. You could kind of ignore this for now. So Merchant Center is the bridge between your Shopify and your Google Ads. Now, in order to give and transfer the data from your Shopify store into your Google Merchant Center, you're going to need a Google Shopping Feed app, which is known as Simprosys Google Shopping Feed. So go and download this app on the Shopify store, set it up. It's right over here. Get it. And so now you could sync your product feed, the feeds of your products, into the Google Merchant Center. It'll connect it. And then once you have your Merchant Center approved, which we'll talk about in a later chapter, you'll go and be able to run Google Ads. Not necessarily mean you're going to make money, right? Once you just start running Google Ads, it means that you have everything you need and you're an approved merchant. Most people aren't able to really get to this because when they kind of go and try to get their Merchant Center approved, their store doesn't look good or the website doesn't look legit, it looks spammy, and so they get rejected, and then some people give up. So think of these as just barriers of entry. If you could kind of go and finish your website, make it look really pretty, then you should have no trouble getting your Merchant Center approved and then going into Google Ads to fully run it. By the way, when you are applying for a Merchant Center, it is best to have some suppliers that you already, have acquired. It's best to have your website good. It's best maybe even if you want, go into the community center of the training system, ask to do like a review on your store before you go and kind of get it checked out, because you only get a few tries. So make sure you don't kind of get onto Google's bad side and go from there. So use these to connect with each other. And then in terms of Google Analytics, you could kind of think of it as this inventory one. Instead of inventory, it's Google Analytics. It doesn't connect to these two, but it connects to your Shopify or any website you're using. And that's just a good way to kind of keep track of your data, because you are tracking stuff using Google Ads that's known as the purchase conversion pixel. And a pixel is basically a piece of AI that is used to track stuff. So Google Ads Pixel is a way to track, your conversions, the stuff that, is converting for you and your marketing. So basically, Google Ads has its own tracking platform and way, but the best way to kind of give the AI the best power, because remember, this is like data and it's like all machinery, is you need Google Analytics, because you got to make sure you're capturing the right data. So you want to make sure that you set your Google Analytics correctly. You want to make sure that your Merchant Center is on point. You want to make sure that your website is clean. And these are the foundations. And once you're ready to go into that, then you'll be ready to go into Google Ads and the game of digital advertising. And with that being said, if you guys have any questions, make sure you find me or my team in the private community so that I can help explain further. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next training. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? So in this video is going to be a very quick introduction video to the Google Ads Keyword Planner. We will probably go more in depth into how to use the planner for our products specifically in another course video. But ultimately, I just want to make this quick video in terms of marketing for you guys to help to kind of understand the Google keyword landscape. So, we've all been curious, like, oh, how many monthly searches? Oh, I don't know if you've ever been curious, but I've been curious sometimes, like, oh, how much searches monthly does an air conditioner get? And so you go to over here and you could see that the term air conditioner has an average monthly search of 100,000 to 1 million searches, which is really cool. And I just wanted to make this video to show you guys that there are many ways to use the keyword planner. Let's say, for example, you want to spy on a competitor. So let's say I'm going to search for air conditioner. I'm going to try to find a dropshipping store. So I'm going to I'm going to search .myshopify.com. And now I am met with Air Arctic portable air conditioner.com. So this at one point in time was one of my winning products. Let's not do things that have the .myshopify.com in the end, but let's look at a supplier like this. Not a supplier, a website like this. And then you could click Sendville. You could actually, instead of searching, you could look at the, oh, you can't search it for some reason. How awkward. Just kidding, you could just click start with website right here and then search it. Trust me, something always works. But you could pretty much spy on your competitors like this. You could see, okay, so they're ranking for Sendville ductless, Sendville air conditioner. So let's look at our favorite furniturehouse.com right here. You could search this right here, see what they're ranking for. I bet you the dog nail clipper is going to come up. And, oh, surprisingly, it did not. So as you can see, these are some of the keywords that they're ranking for. And if we put to 500, I want to bet that there's a dog nail clipper. There's seriously no dog nail clipper. Wow. So I don't even think that's their winning product. They might have had they might have a sales funnel running for it, but I think their winning product would be more of like modern dining table for 4. And they would be ranking somewhere here. And then from here on, you could look at keywords. You could search these keywords. You could get an idea and understand the industry even more. You could look for new competitors to look at. Lifted doesn't really look dropshipping. Transformer table. So you see, it's almost like a rabbit hole, meaning there's like an infinite amount of research for you to do. So in that case, don't really spend too much time on no, I should correct myself. Spend your time doing research, but leverage Google Keyword Planner. This is like a keyword planner for people to, use for Google Ads. You could get search volumes. You could get forecasts. I like to use this one specifically, the keyword. I like to study the keyword. I like to look at how much it costs to, get a click for it. This top of page bid just basically means at the lowest amount, it takes about $1 to rank for this keyword. At the highest amount, it takes about $3 to rank for this keyword. So on average, when people want to rank for this keyword, like Raymore and Flanagan, Homeri, all these sites, they might be paying an average of $3 which is about $2. They might be paying an average of $2 to rank here. The highest people that are trying to pay for, they're willing to pay $3 to rank here. That is the game of it. That is how you want to understand Keyword Planner. You could keyword plan websites. You could keyword plan these keywords. But overall, you can't keyword plan your way to success, but you can keyword plan your fundamentals of understanding the market. You have to understand the market you're selling in, or else you're not going to be able to make sales. So understand your market. Use the keyword plan to leverage your understanding of the market. Do more market research. You got this. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? Welcome to the next module of this course. In this course, we are going to talk about Google advertising versus Facebook advertising. Let's get right into it. Now, most of you guys are used to the model of Facebook ads dropshipping. That's what most people in the industry kind of talk about. So essentially, a lot of dropshippers would build a website, let's say like Doggy Dog Club, and then they would sell like this dog leash, and they would run Facebook advertisements like this. You see they have an ad like this stuff, video, and then a link. You would click this, and then someone would be interested in, buying it. Now, before we dive even deeper into Facebook ads, we have to be more conceptual and understand What is warm audience and what is cold audience? Let me use this funnel as an example. It will be very straightforward for you to understand. So the quote unquote heat of traffic. You see, I have so much experience with this that I could just grab a random photo on Google and explain it to you. That's the level of intimacy you should have as you do progress in your level. You should be able to understand it and then communicate it back. But that being said, now imagine I'm right in front of you right now and I am holding a pencil in front of you. I am telling you, what is good, PeakFlow Academy students? Would you like to buy this pencil? And that is me coming out of my way to sell to you. I am going out of my way to find people that would buy the pencil for me. Very straightforward, right? I'm looking for someone to buy from me. That is an example of a cold audience. Why is it cold? Because you are creating something and then you're trying to find people that you don't know if they're interested or not, and you're trying to find them. They're very cold. Then the question comes, what is a warm audience? A warm audience is someone that, let's say, because this is a super bad photo, you are someone that is interested in a pencil. I now know, because I know you're interested in that pencil, I can come up to you and say, hey, are you interested in this pencil? I have the best pencils in town. I could give you the best quality, best pricing, and all that fun stuff. Do you get why that is warmer now? Like, that is hot traffic because you're someone that has intent already. Instead of me going out of my way to find somebody to buy my pencil from me, I'm gonna look for someone that's already interested in the damn pencil and I'm gonna try to sell to them. Make sense? That's why there is a funnel to it, because in the beginning, it starts off with cold, right? And Facebook ads is a platform that targets cold audience. You use Facebook and you are really good at being able to target cold audience. That is my next slide. Facebook ads is cold traffic. Why? Because you are, let's say you want to sell this blackhead remover and you are creating, and again, I just literally just searched blackhead remover Facebook ad and I found this, and this store, whatever they're doing, is trying to sell, they're trying to sell a blackhead remover to random people to, convince them to buy. That is cold traffic. That is Facebook ads, cold traffic. That is the biggest thing you need to understand between Facebook ads and Google ads. Facebook ads, you target cold traffic. Google ads, you have warmer traffic. Now, don't get it twisted. You can target warm traffic with Facebook ads, but let's just say in the beginning, you don't know who wants to buy a freaking pencil. Let's say you spend some money on advertisement with Facebook ads and your ad was shown to like 100,000 people. Your ad was shown to a cold audience of 100,000 people. Out of those 100,000 people, 10% of them were actually interested in the pencil. 10% of 100,000 is 1,000. So out of 100,000 people that you advertised to, you were able to capture 1,000 leads that were warm traffic. Then once you have that data, you can then, create new creatives. Creatives meaning, videos like this is a creative, images, whatever it is, to target back that warm audience. You could make another pencil ad targeting that 1,000 people. And that comes into marketing strategy, which we don't have to dive in at the moment. But to give you some clarity, that is what Facebook ads and cold traffic means. Go into Google advertisement with warm traffic. This is really like my bread and butter. I studied Google ads for like the last 3 to 4 years. I started off with Facebook ads. I couldn't find success. I was pretty much at like my last $1,000, $2,000 in my bank account. And I was just like, okay, let me transition to Google ads and see if this works, because I just remember watching some video understanding blue ocean strategy and the blue ocean strategy. So there's a blue ocean, red ocean. Blue ocean basically is when there's an evergreen market. Red ocean is basically when there's a bloody market. Now think about it. Everybody in Shopify dropshipping, everybody that does dropshipping thinks about Facebook ads and AliExpress and getting from China. What if I flip the script? Instead of Facebook ads, I use Google ads. Instead of China suppliers, I use USA suppliers. You see, I'm gearing myself away from the masses. You have to start thinking like like an entrepreneur. You have to start thinking outside the box, or else you're never going to be able to compete in the real market. People like me, we're always thinking, trying to innovate. So you have to think outside the box, which is what made me think, all right, let me just get really good with Google ads, because of the idea of the warm traffic and cold traffic, right? And so Google ads consist of basically, your quote unquote cold audience when you are advertising, when you don't have any sales, you don't have any data, but you want to go and, advertise. People are coming to you, meaning if someone searches blackhead remover on Google, you could easily rank for Google Shopping and put yourself in this market, right? You're not really going out of your way to, make a video and then try to sell it to someone. You're gonna only be advertising to people that are interested in a blackhead remover, right? You could be this beauty store and you upload this product. And why it was so cool to me, because I didn't have to make a video. I wasn't the best with creatives. I'm not the most creative, but I'm pretty good with making a website look pretty and making, the information neat, having the best images, good title, reviews. Like, I could do all that stuff, which is why Google works for me. And I promise you that Google will work for you if you do everything that I say in this course. But basically, people that have search intent are going to search your product. Your idea is you want to, when someone searches blackhead remover, if they're trying to buy a blackhead remover, you better be on the first 5, right? Or maybe first 10. But realistically after that, not many people are searching and looking at that. But let's say, like, look at this store, Thea. Thea is killing it, right? They're killing it because they're ranking for it. They're getting clicks. They're getting people onto the website. I want you guys to understand, especially this is in the beginning of the course, don't think of ads as like a money-making machine. It's like, oh, I put in $1, I should make $2. I put in $5, I should make $10. Wrong. Advertising, right? Google ads, Facebook ads, all forms of advertisement is simply getting eyeballs onto your website, onto your landing page. I'm gonna say that one more time. Advertisement is just used to get eyeballs onto your landing page. Your landing page is the page that people click on once they see the ad. If your landing page is bad, you will not be able to get sales. And even if you do get sales, you might be leaving money on the table because you could get more sales, more sales, more sales. You understand what I'm saying? The ads is half the game. The ads is, if you have a good ad, people will be like, okay, this is interesting. Let me click on the link. Once they click on the link, all of that stuff have to be on point as well. Or else, like, that's like going up to someone that's like going up to someone in person, trying to sell them a pencil and not having a script in the back of your mind of knowing what to say, right? If you're selling to someone, you should know where you're gearing the conversation, right? You should be controlling every step of the funnel. That's the language, like the funnel. So the funnel means, let's say someone searches blackhead remover, they search beauty bile. They're like, oh, beauty bile is very interesting. They click add to bag. Add to bag leads to checkout. Checkout leads to putting information in, right? That's a funnel. You see, like, let's say 1,000 visitors come onto your site. Out of those 1,000, 70 is in the shopping area. 70, is shopping. Out of those 70, 35 places an item on your cart. Out of that 35, only 5% purchase your item. And that's how the funnel works. That is how pretty much Google ads and Facebook ads work. And so in this course, we're gonna dive deeper. Now that you do have a large understanding of the model, basically create a really good looking, clean website, get approved for the advertisement platforms. So then you could run advertisement. You're gonna run Google ads to your website. And in your website, you are going to have products. Those products, I will teach you how to find products and winning products. But essentially, that is it. Like, it's as simple as that. Build a really pretty looking website, run some advertisement to the website, make sales, make sure you're profitable, and carry on with your day. That is the essence of it, basically. I know it sounds simple, but then when you break it down into even more small steps, there are a lot smaller things that you have to worry about. But conceptually, you should now understand how this model works. If you don't, I highly suggest you rewatch this module, rewatch all the previous modules, right? Because now I kind of told the blueprint for you, and I'm gonna just say it one more time. It's, you're gonna find a product that is cheap, that you could buy, for a cheap price. You're gonna put that product onto your website. Your website has to be really, really pretty looking, or else people are not gonna buy from you. Once you have a really pretty website, you run advertisement. You get people's eyeballs onto your website because it looks nice already. People are gonna be interested in buying it. And from there on, you get orders, you manage the numbers, you manage the sales team, you manage the fulfillment, you manage all that stuff, in which I will teach you as we progress on this course. And that being said, that is the difference between Google Ads and Facebook Ads. In my course, I will teach you everything I know about Google Ads because I am pretty good at it considering what I do. But I'm not the best. I will be humble enough to say I'm not the best, but I do have experience. I have brought products to not even half, like $1 million in revenue. I've brought products to that level. I've done over 2 million in sales for one supplier that is like my winning supplier that we work really well. I have a good vendor to brand relationship. Like I have a good relationship with them. And overall, this is how you build a long-term sustainable business. It's like, make sure the foundations are good. So first and foremost, your foundation is make sure you understand cold traffic, warm traffic, Facebook ads, Google ads, how a funnel works. Just a big concept idea. Take some time to wrap your head around it. If you want, play around with the platform. It's like a video game online for you. Think about it. If you want to search, let's say you want to search for electric water here, right? You could search this. Okay, so these are the players in the market. These are the people. When I search electric water here, they're able to rank for it. Let's look at how their site looks, right? Let's look at what they're selling, right? What price point? How are these sites structured? Break down what other people are doing. Because I'll tell you right now, they all look freaking almost the same. Seriously, they all look so similar. It's crazy. But you'll notice occasionally you'll find some that's just a little bit out of the blue. You'll find some that are more expensive, like massage chairs. I'll give you another good. Literally just play around with the market. This is like free market for you. You see $1,000 products. Keep in mind, these are also most likely drop shipping stores as well. This looks like a drop shipping store, but can't confirm. I have to leave it for next time and leave you on that cliffhanger. But that being said, Google ads, Facebook ads, warm traffic, cold traffic, funnel. Let me know if you guys have any questions. I hope this video brings you value. God bless. Peace and love, PeakFlow. Love ya.
Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 5, going over launching ads. I'm your host, Trevor Zheng, and today we're going to be talking about everything you need to know about launching ads for your high-ticket store. So if you're just watching this video for the first time, make sure you watch module 1. And if you don't even know what high-ticket dropshipping is in the first place, make sure you watch that video beforehand. I will leave a link to the playlist so you can watch it in order. So with launching ads, here is the overview that we're going to be talking about. So we're going to talk about what is Google Ads, shopping ads and search ads, buyer intent traffic, and why Google Ads. So let's talk about what is Google Ads. So I'm going to pull up Google right here and then wait for this to load. And I'm going to look up, let's say, fireplace. So Google Ads are essentially this right here. If we just type in like a electric fireplace logs, for example, these are Google shopping ads. Google shopping ads have this image right here with the text and price. When you click on this ad, it will take you to that website that's selling that product. We want to set up Google shopping ads because those are usually the most and best performing ads out of all the other campaigns. We also have Google search ads, which are stuff like this. It says sponsored, and this is like a search campaign. So when you click on this, it will take you to probably an electric fireplace log collection that sells a bunch of fireplace logs. So there's two types of ads: search ads, which are like this, where it has text, no images, and then shopping ads, which are up here, which has the product, the title, and the price before you click on it. So let's talk about the buyer intent traffic. So high ticket dropshipping is where we will be selling high ticket items to customers, ranging anywhere from $1,000 plus. Now, whenever you think of high ticket items, let's say you're selling a $1,000 item and you have 30% margins. So that's obviously $300. So 30%, $300. You have $300 to acquire the sale. You're not going to make TikTok videos and try and get someone to buy a electric fireplace log. It just doesn't work. And if it does work, the conversion rate is going to be super, super low because people are not on TikTok to buy. People on Google, when they are searching electric fireplace logs, are looking for electric fireplace logs. And what we do is we just serve that ad in front of them and get them to buy. It's really that simple. Google Ads is where people are already coming to the platform to search for something, and you just need to show up, provide that offer, and get people to trust you and convert that sale. So it's pretty much that that straightforward, because we are selling to people that are already looking for what we're selling. If we are selling electric fireplace logs, we don't want to be using TikTok because people on TikTok are not looking for what we already have. We want to use Google so we can sell to buyer intent traffic, people that are looking for what we're already selling. So that should cover why we use Google Ads and how powerful Google Ads is. And then why Google Ads, we kind of covered that. So Google Ads not only is it a search platform, like when I'm looking up electric fireplace logs, I get served ads related to it. If I'm on TikTok, all I get is videos. You get a feed, and you just get constant videos. You're not really trying to buy something. So it really comes down to this: do you want to sell to someone that is currently looking for what you have, or do you want to sell to someone that is just endlessly scrolling and scrolling? They could be, not in the mood to buy, and even if they're in the mood to buy, how do you know they want an electric fireplace log? It just doesn't make sense. Your odds are stacked in your favor by choosing Google Ads, especially for high ticket dropshipping. So with that being said, now let's talk about Google Ads concepts. So here are the 4 concepts. So I have this pulled up in a Notion document, and essentially here is a more of a better explanation of what match types are. So on Google, you're gonna essentially target keywords. With shopping ads like this right here, Google will automatically show your products to people that are looking for what you're selling. But sometimes with shopping ads, Google may sell or may show your ad up to someone that might not be typing in electric fireplace logs. They might type in just like fireplace logs or logs for burning. So we want to use keyword match types in order to either remove those keywords or target those keywords. So here's an overview of keyword match types. So inside Google Ads, we have phrase match, broad match, and then this should be exact match. So when we are negative keywording or targeting the keyword blue car in a phrase match, you will essentially be targeting keywords that have the phrase blue car. So you can show up for fast blue car, Chevy blue car, green blue car, slow blue car. It could be anything that has the phrase blue car, hence phrase match. Now broad match is where Google can show the keyword up for anything that has the same meaning. So when you're using broad match in the actual advertising masterclass, we don't actually recommend you use broad match, but this is generally good to know. Broad match is where if I am targeting the keyword blue car, my ad can show up for blue Tesla because it's technically a blue car, right? A blue race car. That's still a blue car at the end of the day. So broad match, we usually do not want to use when advertising. And then exact match. So with exact match, you will only show up for the exact search term, such as blue car. It's very that simple. Now, exact match is no longer exact based on what Google changed semi-recently with their algorithm, but there isn't really too much we can control based on that. Just know that if you use exact match, you can show up for what's called exact match close variant, where Google will think other keywords are related to exact match blue car. You will show up for them. It's annoying, but it is Google's platform, so you kind of have to play by the rules. Next, we're going to talk about campaign structure. So we'll be using the reverse pyramid structure with our Google Shopping campaigns. And the reverse pyramid structure looks like this. So let me just resize this. We'll be using the reverse pyramid structure with our Google Shopping campaigns. This is essentially a upside down pyramid. So in the pyramid, we have the low point, or the top of the pyramid, which is the smallest part of the pyramid. We have the bottom of the pyramid, which is going to be the biggest part of the pyramid. And essentially, this is our marketing strategy. The bottom of the pyramid, which is also the biggest part, is called our high funnel campaign. With a high funnel campaign, we'll be targeting keywords such as car, blue fast car, if we're selling cars in this example. Now, inside the medium campaign, that area is smaller. So when someone is looking for car, they don't really know what car they're looking to buy. But inside medium, we are more narrowed down, meaning people that are looking for Tesla car, they're obviously looking for a Tesla to buy one. We would want to show up inside the medium funnel. And lastly, with a low funnel, we want to show keywords or show our ads to customers that are looking for the brand plus the model. So Tesla is the brand of the car, and Model 3 is the specific model of the Tesla car. So imagine this funnel. If someone's searching car, we don't want to bid as high as someone that's looking for Tesla car, because someone's looking for Tesla car, they are ready to buy a Tesla car. They might not know what model, but there's still a lot higher buying intent than someone looking for a car. Because someone looking for a car, they could be looking for a Ram, a pickup truck. They could just be researching cars. It could be anything. So we don't want to bid very we don't want to bid very aggressively inside the high funnel. We, want to set our bids very, very conservatively so we can still get traffic, but we don't expect this to be our biggest revenue driver. And then in our low funnel, this is where people are looking for Tesla Model 3. So Tesla is the brand and Model 3 is the model. So people looking for Tesla Model 3 are very high intent. They already know the brand and they know the model that they want to buy. So we want to be bidding more in the low funnel because people are more likely to convert than someone in the high funnel. So with this structure, it's essentially called keyword sculpting. So this is a way to filter keywords in a specific way to bid higher or lower on specific keywords. In our low, we want to bid the highest because these are the most likely to convert keywords. In our medium, we want to bid the second highest because someone looking for Tesla is not as high intent as Tesla Model 3 as a search term, but they are still relatively high intent. And in our high, we want to bid the lowest because these are least likely to convert keywords, such as car. Now let's talk about negative keywords. So let me go back here. So negative keywords are how we improve our campaigns by telling Google we do not want to show up for these keywords. We usually will add these to our campaign, and essentially we will just tell Google inside keyword match types, if we don't want to show up for like used car anywhere in our campaigns, we'll just apply that as a negative keyword inside our campaigns. So when using negative keywords, we want to think of the word or phrase we want to not show up for. If we're if we are seeing these search terms in our campaigns like buy cheap grill, use grills for sale, in order to never show up for these terms, we just want to use phrase match, cheap, and use, and we will no longer show up for those keywords. Next, we're going to talk about negative keyword lists. So negative keyword lists are essentially, a list is like a collection of negative keywords. We want to create a list so we can apply them to our campaigns. So when we are setting up our Google Ads, we want to create 3 lists. Essentially, there's going to be one called universal negative keyword list, and this is where we apply to every single campaign. Every single campaign, here's some examples of keywords that we want to put into our universal negative keyword list, such as used, cheap, AliExpress, Amazon, customer service, repair, accessories. You get the point. Stuff that is like not related to what we're selling. We're not selling AliExpress items. We're not Amazon. We don't want to show up our ads for someone looking for a manual because they already have the item. Those are some examples. And we want to apply these to all campaigns. Next, the medium funnel keyword list, we want to apply this to our high campaigns. And some examples that we want to include inside the medium funnel negative keyword list is LG, Ford, Panasonic, the brand names. So once we apply that to the high campaign, we will automatically show up for the brands that we put inside our medium funnel keyword list. And number 3 is low funnel keyword list. So inside, we will create a low funnel keyword list. And inside of that keyword list, we want to put the brand plus the SKU or model. So for example, LG refrigerator, and this is a model number, Ford F-150 Raptor. That F-150 Raptor is the model of the car, and then Panasonic Lumix GH7. That's a type of camera. So those are all examples of the brand plus the model or SKU. So we want to apply our the low funnel keyword list to the high campaign in the medium funnel campaign. All right, now let's talk about setting up Google Ads. So first, we want to create our price variables via Simprocess. And I'm going to leave this exact high ticket ecom advertising masterclass link in the description, because I feel like that will make it a little bit easier for you guys to see all this information, because otherwise it's going to be hard for me to go back and forth and recreate the videos. So I would just follow the 5.1.2 all the way to 5.1.7 and get Google Ads set up. But what I can talk about in the rest of this video is actually launching the ads. So we'll cut to the point where I'm launching the actual ads in just 1 second. All right, welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating and setting up your shopping campaigns inside of Google Ads. Shopping campaigns are going to be your essential in your first campaign that you set up in order to essentially find what works, and then shopping campaigns are good for finding what products sell and via what keywords. And then we can eventually use search text campaigns and scale and target those exact keywords that have converted for us, which is the general strategy behind this. So to set up shopping campaigns inside Google Ads, just go ahead and click on this Create Campaign button inside Google Ads and click on New Campaign. Inside Choose Your Objective, we want to select Sales, and then we want to select Shopping. Now, inside of creating or selecting a campaign subtype, we want to select Standard Shopping Campaign, and then click on Continue. Now, here under Campaign Name, there's a very specific way we want to set up this campaign name. So we want to name it the brand name, and then high, meaning for high funnel, meaning anything that is generic keywords will show up there. So going into Shopify, and I'm gonna just essentially set this up for this brand called ComfyGo. So I'm gonna name it the brand name, which in this instance it's ComfyGo, and then we want to name it high, meaning for high funnel. We want to have 3 campaigns, so high, medium, and low, but we want to set up high first, then medium, and then low. So once this is done, we want to just leave this on manual CPC. This do not change. Budget, we can put this at $5. Campaign priority, very important, we change the high campaign to high priority. And then under targeting and networks, search networks, we want to turn this off. Devices, nothing to change here. Locations, we want to click on location options. And then we want to select presence, people in or regular in your targeted locations. And then we want to click enter another location. Now we want to target United States. And then we want to also deselect 2 states. So Alaska, we don't ship to Alaska. Most suppliers, 99% of suppliers will not ship to Alaska because the shipping rate is really insanely high, probably more than the product cost. So it doesn't make sense to ship to Alaska. And then another one is Hawaii. We want to exclude that as well. So those are the 2 that you want to exclude. There's also others like Puerto Rico that you can exclude as well. But generally, Hawaii, Alaska are the 2 that you want to exclude. Next, under ad group name, we want to name this the same thing. So config hi. In bid, let's put the bid at 1 cent. This is so we can go in and change the bids later on. Click on create campaign and wait for this to load. So our campaign is fully created now. So here's some things that we need to change before we dive in, update some settings. So under config inside the campaign, we want to click on settings. So what we need to do is inside of goals, we want to click on use campaign specific goal settings, and then we want to select purchases. This will optimize the campaign towards purchases and not add cart work or or continue to checkout. So next, let's go ahead and go back to view all campaigns, go to the campaign view, and then we have this all set up. So let's go and click inside, and here are some things that we need to change. It's all listed out here. So we're going to need 3 campaigns per brand, but let's go ahead and essentially we're going to duplicate the campaigns and create 3 campaigns per brand, but we want to have all the settings changed correctly first. So what we need to do is we want to click on insights and reports, and then inside of when and where ads showed, click on devices, and then we want to click on the ad group right here, which is this right here. Now under mobile phones and tablets, we want to decrease this by 65%. The reason behind this is with mobile and tablet traffic, usually people are less likely to convert on these, so we don't want to bid as high as these. Generally, when starting out, we want to spend double or triple our budget on computers versus mobiles and tablets. This is because computers have historically performed way better, especially for higher ticket items, compared to mobile and tablets. Now let's go ahead and go back to the campaign by clicking on the campaign and then ad groups. Click on the ad group, and this is where we're going to segment the ad group. So inside all products, we want to click add subdivision and then brand. So I just uploaded these products and the brand has not actually appeared yet inside of Google Ads. Now this can take anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. It really depends. But what you can do inside of, if you're trying to force update some products, is you can go inside some process, and then you can go to, let me find it, settings, and then you can do manually sync meta fields, and then just click this, select all, and then sync from Shopify. What this will do is it will automatically pull information from Shopify and push it to the SimProcess app. Once it pushes it to the SimProcess app, that pushes it to Merchant Center, and once that is in Merchant Center, it connects and will display inside Google Ads. So it goes from Shopify to SimProcess to Merchant Center to Google Ads, at least for shopping campaigns. So there's a lot of things we need to get right in order for this to work. All right, so welcome back. So I just wait a few minutes, more like 30 minutes to an hour, and all brands are finally appearing inside of Google Shopping or inside Google Ads. So in order to, so we set this up as Configo. So let's go ahead and select that brand once we filter down by the brand. And then we want to click Save without editing bids. Now, everything else in all products, we want to turn this off because we are only advertising the brand Configo inside of this brand. So what we need to do next is we want to click Add Subdivision, and then we want to select Custom Label 0. So that is the custom label that you should have set up in the previous videos or modules. And then these are all your price points. So go ahead and select them all using this checkbox right here. And then you want to also click Save without editing bids. Okay, so now we can see that this product group, 500 to 1,000, meaning all products within this product group are within these price ranges. So what this means is we want to only set bids based on the price ranges we know here. So if we sell a $500, this is a wheelchair, then we will probably only make best case like 25% to 30%. So let's assume we'll make like $200. We don't want to bid as aggressively in this product group compared to if we sell something inside the $1,000, $2,000 price range. So use this price range to determine your bids, but inside the high campaign, usually you don't want to be too aggressive at the beginning. So inside the 500 to 1,000, I would set this at like, let's see, just like 2 cents. This 1,000, 2,000, probably around 5 cents. In this 2,000 to 3,000, 10 cents is fine. We barely want to spend in the high at the start. We want to spend the high as we ramp up and scale the business. But in the beginning, we want to prove concepts and make sure we're getting a good return on ad spend before we are ramping up and scaling the business. So once we've done this, we want to create negative keyword lists. So what we're going to do is click on Tools and Settings and then go to Negative Keyword Lists. So we're going to create 3 negative keyword lists. We're going to have a universal, a medium funnel keyword list, and a low funnel keyword list. So first, let's start with the universal negative keyword list. So let's go ahead and click Add, name this. So we're going to name this Universal Negative Keyword List. And then inside the Universal Negative Keyword List, as discussed inside the Google Ads concept module, this means we want to enter in phrase match keywords, essentially anything that we do not ever want to show up for. So anything like used, junk, cheap, accessories. Obviously accessories, if you want to sell accessories, don't negative keyword this out, but generally accessories are really cheap. We don't really want to, sell them. China, we're not selling anything related to China. AliExpress. And then there's examples of keywords that I included inside the previous module. Warranty, we don't want to show up our ads when someone's searching up warranty. Clearance. Instructions, so they're looking for instructions. We're only selling products. Manual, repair, anything that comes up right now, you can add it to this list, but as well as anything that you find inside of your keywords that you show up for, which we'll talk about later on, we also want to add inside of here. So go ahead and click Save. We created our universal negative keyword list. All right, so next we are going to create a medium funnel keyword list. So let's name this medium funnel keyword list. So inside the medium funnel keyword list, we only want to put in the brand name. So in this instance, Configo is the brand name. Now, other examples for this include the vendor. You can see African, that's the brand name. EV Rider, that's also a brand name. So put in all the brand names of your suppliers and click Save. Now lastly, we are going to have the low funnel keyword list. Now, the low funnel keyword list is going to be anything that is product specific to the brand. So an easy way to essentially find this is if you go to tools and settings and then open up keyword planner and then discover new keywords. You can essentially type in the brand name, so EV Writer for this example, and then we want to show all the rows, sort by monthly search, average monthly searches. If you haven't spent a penny or a few dollars on Google Ads, it shows ranges. Once you start spending money on Google Ads, it will show you the exact average monthly searches. But essentially for now, we can type in a brand name, filter by United States, and then just look through anything that we sell that is available on our website that is product specific. So if we sell an EV Writer Transport AF Plus, if I just search this here, AF Plus, if we do sell this, we want to include this inside the low funnel negative keyword list. This means we want to essentially spend on only these keywords inside the low funnel campaign. So go through Google Keyword Planner and then type in a brand name and find anything that is, that we sell on the store. Make sure we sell them. Otherwise, there's no point of actually including that keyword because we don't actually have the product to sell. So look through anything that is very product specific and include it inside the low funnel negative keyword list. Once you have these 3 negative keyword lists set up, let's go ahead and apply them to our campaign. So as discussed in the Notion document, inside of the high funnel campaign, we want to include all 3 negative keyword lists. So go ahead and click on keywords, add negative keywords, use negative keyword list, and select these 3. Click save, and there we go. Now, the last step that we need to do is to also create a audience for our brand. So what do I mean by this? So we are searching up, or we are setting up Configo. So we just view this on our website, or let's just click inside. This is what the URL looks like. So we want to do /Configo because every listing will have this, or every listing's URL will have /Configo, and they will pertain to the brand. So what we need to do is go inside Audience Manager, click Create, click Website Visitors, and then we will name this Configo, or the brand name, and then do 100-day website visitors. Do 100, refine action, and then page URL should contain the parameter that pertains to the brand that you're making the audience for. So in this case, Configo. Click Create Segment. Once this is done, let's just reload this page. And then we want to click on Audiences, Add Audience Segments, click Add Campaign. We want to select Observation, and then we want to click Browse. We click on how they interacted with our business, and then from here we want to select all our website visitor audiences and the brand specific audience. Once this is done, click on Save. All right, now within the audience, we want to set specific bids. So here again is all the bid modifiers that we need to do inside of the audiences. So let's go ahead and just drag this row over here so we can read all of these audiences. And then inside bid adjustment, here's what we want to do. So inside 180 day, we want to increase this by 10%. And then we want to increase this by 10% in 5% increments the closer we get to the 7-day mark. So 90 days, we want to do 20%, 60 days, 30%, 40% for 30 days, 14 days, 45%, and 50%. Now these are just the base that we want to start with. Over time, you can adjust this depending on the performance that you're getting from your remarketing audience. And then the brand's 100-day audience, they're very, very warm since they bend to the page. go ahead and increase this by 50%. All right, our audiences are all set up. And now we are ready to duplicate these campaigns. So we want to duplicate this after we've implemented all those settings. So we just want to click on this check mark right here, click edit, copy, and we copy the campaign. Essentially, once we copy this campaign, we want to have a config medium and a config low. So we want to have 3 campaigns for each brand. We want to click paste and then paste right here. And what this will paste is the exact copy of this. And there are a few things that we need to change after we copy these, including the campaign priority, negative keywords, and the bids. So let's wait for this to paste inside Google Ads. Can take a little bit, so I'll just pause and be right back. All right, this has finished duplicating. And what we need to do with the duplicated campaign is we want to rename this. So we want to name this config medium, aka your brand. And then inside of the ad group, we also want to name this medium. Next, inside settings, this is what we need to change for the medium campaign. So let's go ahead and click on campaign priority and click on medium. Go ahead and save. Now this high campaign will be high priority and the medium one will be medium priority. Inside keywords, there are specific negative keywords we want to include inside the medium campaign. So inside of the medium campaign, we want to take off the medium funnel keyword list. Essentially, our brand config is inside of this list, and if we include it in here, it won't show up in medium. So we want to remove this, and then since we have this medium funnel inside the high campaign, any keywords that have the term config will automatically flow inside of this medium campaign. And then inside the medium campaign, this is where we can bid on the brand terms and essentially bid higher. So go ahead and click inside the ad group and expand this. So inside the medium campaign, there are different bids that you want to set, but generally we want to start relatively conservatively at around 50 cents for the lower price ranges and work up in 25-cent increments based on profit margins. If profit margins are good, usually I increase them by 25-cent increments, but if they're not so great, 15 cents, 20 cents, it's up to you to make those judgments on how high you want to increase based on the price ranges. So I'm going to do it in 25-cent increments since the margins on these are pretty great. So we have 50 cents to 75 cents and $1. So there we go with setting up the medium campaign. And lastly, we need to copy the medium campaign, and this is where we are going to create the low campaign. So we're going to have a config low, and inside the low we're going to have all the keywords that are the highest buying intent that we want to bid the highest on. All right, the medium has been duplicated. Inside of the copied one, we want to just rename this config low. This is going to be our low funnel campaign. So go ahead and click on this, and then we're going to rename this config low. Now we want to click settings, and then we also want to just change this campaign priority to low. Go and click save. Next, inside keywords, we want to remove the low funnel keyword list inside of the low campaign. We only want to have universal negative keywords inside of the low campaign. Lastly, let's adjust the bids. Go and click on ad groups, select the ad group, and inside here, let's increase the bids by 25-cent increments as well. So 75 cents, $1, $1.25. These are good starting points. You can be more aggressive, less conservative, or more conservative depending on the margin. So this is ultimately up to your margins. These margins are relatively good. I'd say like 20 to 30% after shipping once we sell one of these. So these are relatively conservative bids for the products that we're selling here. So once we are done with setting up high, medium, low for each of these campaigns. Lastly, we want to create a shared budget with all of these 3 campaigns inside of it. So go ahead and click on Tools and Settings and open up Shared Budgets in a new tab. And then this is where we want to click on this arrow and create a shared budget. So Config Shared is usually the name I want to go with, and then include the 3 campaigns that you created related to the brand. So if you have more brands here, make sure you only select the brands that are the brand name high, medium, low. Make sure they correspond, and go ahead and click Save. There we go. Now we can go back and just reload this page, and then it should say budget they are shared. So $15 budgets per brand is relatively good to start out with. You can do more if you want, but $10 to $15 is a good starting point. So there we go. We set up shopping campaigns for the brand Configo. Again, any questions, make sure to message us in the private channel. But that is how you set up shopping campaigns for your first brand. Just go ahead and rinse and repeat this for your other couple brands. And then in a few days, we will verify that everything is working fine. Hey guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about setting up your columns for Google Ads. So your columns are essentially these little boxes that you're looking at. This is a column, this is a column, this is a column. So essentially, we need to set up our columns in a way that we can read data efficiently, fast, in a way we can make educated decisions on what to do next. So what we want to do is we want to click columns right here, and I'm going to click it on my other screen as well. And essentially, let's go ahead and just delete everything. We'll start fresh. So the very first one that we would like to do is going to be impressions. This is important to see generally for every campaign. Next will be clicks, and then next average CPC. Next we have CTR, which is the click-through rate for your ad. Next is going to be cost, and then after that we're going to have conversions. We're going to click on conversions, cost per conversion, and then conversion rate. So conversion rate, conversion value, and conversion value over cost. And then next we'll scroll all the way down, and then we want to look at competitive metrics. This will give us a good understanding of how much higher we can bid in the auction in terms of Google Ads, and how much or where we are placed inside the auction. So we want to do search impression share, search absolute top impression share, and then we also want to do scroll all the way down. If I can find it, bid strategy type. So this is my columns that I like to use. So what you want to do is just click save your column and just name it KPIs. Click save. And then there are some custom columns that you would want to do. So what we want to do is go and click columns, click KPIs, and what we want to do is click on custom columns, and then click custom column. So essentially, all right, so to set up the add to cart, we want to just click add column and conversions. Then we want to look for all conversions, action, and then select purchase tracking for, and then your store essentially. Go ahead and click save, and then we want to add another custom column. Name this begin checkout. Add column, conversions, and then look for all conversions, conversion source, conversion action, and then begin checkout tracking. Click save, and then we have these 2 columns. And for these, let's add them before conversions. So let's move this before costs and conversions, and then same with this right here. So cost, added cart, begin checkout, and then all these conversion and search impression. So go and save and apply, and then replace that. That way, we have the column set up in a way that's easy to digest and easy to see information in order to make educated decisions. All right, guys, let's talk about launching your ads. So here are some information about advertising ads mindset. So we go to advertising ads mindset. We want to be conservative. Conservative is always the name of the game. We want to be bidding very aggressively. We want to focus on learning how Google Ads work in the beginning of your journey and see and visualize what you're actually doing. So make sure you rewind parts of the video and just to understand things more in depth, so you can understand what you're actually doing. You're pressing this button, it does this. You're pressing that button, it does this. So just understand the concepts of Google Ads really well, so you can essentially know what you're doing. So besides that, we have advertising philosophy. So with advertising, you want to be conservative, especially in the beginning. You want to take it slow, let data come in. Then you want to be aggressive on the areas that have conversions. So let's say you're advertising fireplaces. We want to start very conservative with our bids, and then raise them up gradually until we're spending a decent amount. So we want to start anywhere from $20-$30 a day. See where the data comes in. If you get any sales, obviously we want to dial in on the bids based on what has sold, and we want to dial back on the bids where it overspends. That is the general philosophy. So we never want to turn off ads. Some brands can be competitive, and you may not make much profit. However, it's always best to set a bid where you are bound to win, meaning the odds are stacked for you that even if you make a sale in 2,000 clicks, you will still be profitable. So what I mean is, if you're selling a $5,000 item and it only has $500 margin, so that's only 10%. You don't want to be bidding crazy amounts because you only have 10% to work with. You want to be very, very conservative, and even if you don't get a ton of clicks per day or per month, that's fine, because when you get a sale, it will be ultra profitable. That's just the name of the game. So what you want to do is you want to dial bids back, never turn off, and you can slowly increase on SKUs or product ranges that may sell for you. So each store is unique and different. We want to essentially increase our bids on items that have sold for us or have good margins, but we always want to use data to back that up. So when something has sold for us, especially on our store, that is just means that our ad works. And how do we get more of that? We increase our bids. If something spends a lot but does not give us the result we want, we just want to dial that back. We don't want as much of those ads showing up. So over time, you'll get more data coming in, and you can make better and better decisions. So with each brand, each SKU has a sweet spot. This means Google Ads is a never-ending game of optimizations. This should not scare you, because I optimize my ads once a week, and you should also do once a week as well. The longer a store is advertising a product, it makes new advertisers harder to beat them, since they have more data compared to a new store. So the day that you start, the better, the earlier you start, the better, because you can get more data in, and you can use that data to beat your competitors. Because if you know something doesn't sell as well, or is not a bestseller in the industry, like for example fireplaces, you're not going to be bidding as aggressively on that. But someone that's new to advertising may come in and be bidding really aggressively on that product that it doesn't sell, and waste their money. So over time, you'll learn and get better and better on ads, and your profits will only increase over time. So here's an example of how you should advertise. So if the profit is $500, and say you're paying $250 to acquire a customer, you profit $250. You're happy with that. You can pay more to get more conversions, but your profit drops per order. You need to determine how much you want to pay for an order, essentially. So you might want to raise your bids, so you are paying $300 per order, so you're only making $200 per sale, but you might make one extra sale, so it makes up for it. So it's up to you how much you want to make per sale, and that should determine your bids. So that's the overall advertising philosophy. Again, if you have any questions, make sure you leave it in the YouTube comment section, and I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, welcome to this video. Let's talk about creating and setting up Google Search Console. So a lot of setup required, but Google Search Console is also a very, very important tool to identify different pages that are ranking inside of Google search organically, because organic traffic is going to be the most profitable traffic that you have on your website. Making a sale organically means you keep all of the profit between that product. When you have to pay for ads, that cuts into the margins. So spending on ads is important to get started, but the end goal should be relying more and more on SEO traffic. So go ahead and search up Google Search Console and click on Google Search Console Tools. Improve your performance on Google Search. Click on Start Now. Now, welcome to Google Search Console. We want to essentially put in our domain name. So in this case, it would be My Medical Direct. Click Continue. Checking verification. So there's different ways you can essentially verify this. We will be talking about the recommended way, which is TXT. So what you need to do is open up your domain name provider. So we recommended you purchase your domain through Namecheap. So this tutorial is going to be through Namecheap. All right, so pull up Namecheap and go to your domain. You want to click Advanced DNS, and then you want to click Add New Record. Now we want to look at this in what it says. Sign into your, copy the TXT record below into the DNS configurator. So we want to click create a new record, and then we want to look for TXT record. The host should be at, and then the value is going to be this right here. So go ahead and copy this, go back and paste. Now we're going to click Save Changes. And after we've done that, this can take anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes typically is what it usually takes for this to update inside of the domain. Once you've waited 10 to 20 minutes, you just want to click on Verify. Now obviously this will say ownership verification failed, as this I did not wait enough time for this to actually update. It says sometimes DNS can take a while to appear. Please wait a few hours. Typically it's 10 to 20 minutes. So go ahead and click OK, and feel free to click Verify later if you're impatient like me. But yeah, there we go. Ownership auto verified. There we go. To stay verified, don't remove the DNS. So that took about 2-3 minutes. So after this is done, you want to go over here, click on Select Property, and then select your domain property. So now we can go ahead and close out this since we're done with that. Welcome to Search Console. Click Start, and then that's it. We have set up Google Search Console, and essentially this is going to be everything that you are ranking for on the organic side of Google. So organic search, pretty sure it even does discovery and shopping, but you can look at that inside Google Analytics and or Merchant Center. So Google Search Console is going to be important once we get to the SEO stage of your website, but for now feel free to just close out of that, because now we are done with setting up Google Search Console. Hey guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about setting up Bing ads. So setting up Bing ads is very, very similar to Google Ads. The method that we're doing is essentially importing Google Ads campaigns into Bing, making some modifications, because Bing is a platform that has less search volume. So there's some problems with Bing, like if you bid too high, you will break the entire shopping funnel. Keyword match types is a disaster on Bing, so it's very, very, very important to be conservative on Bing. Now, Bing, you should treat Bing as an additional revenue source, but most of the time you cannot scale it. It's just the reality of Bing. Take any free sales from it. They're great when it happens, but yeah, it's very, very unfortunate that you can't really scale the platform because of those problems, at least for now. So essentially to set up Bing, we need to search Microsoft Ads. So go ahead and search up Microsoft Ads. Now there is a ad that shows up sometimes for $500 free advertising credit. I'm pretty sure you need to spend $500 within a given time to get that credit. It's not $500 upfront free for you to use. So you may as well use it. I don't really plan to use this, so I'm just going to click on the non-ad. And essentially what you want to do is you want to use your Gmail account that you have for your store. So go ahead and put that in. Let me just make sure got the right one and click on continue. So Microsoft account doesn't exist, enter a different account or get a new one. Let's click get a new one, click next. So here, let's go ahead and create a password. Okay, so once you're past that and enter your password, put in your name, click next. What's your birth date? Go ahead and enter that information in. And on this one, enter your code that we sent to your email inbox. I will turn this off. They're just going to spam you with emails. So go to your inbox, get the code, and just put it in there. If I can copy this and paste. Click next. Please solve a bot or capture problem. Use the arrows, move to the person to indicate seat. Wait, wait, what? Oh, okay. So I guess it's just pointing at these. So this leg and this water bottle. Interesting. Should probably cut this out, but this is pretty hilarious for me to do this. Oops. Wait, what? Wait, why is the control so awful? There we go. Let's see. This is pretty annoying, but okay. There you go. Finally got the hang of things. Verification complete. Finally, let's go ahead and get our account created. Alright, there we go. Another email verification. Okay. Okay, this is very, very tedious. Okay. No thanks. Okay, so there's no Microsoft advertising account associated with this. What would you like to do? My screen is blocking this, or this recorder is. What would you like to do? Sign up for a new Microsoft advertising account. Click continue. Okay. Hi Trevor, what would you like to do? Create a new account. Tell us about your business. English. Tell us where you want your visitors, where you want your customers to visit. I have a website. Okay, enter in your website. So click next. Which experience do you prefer? Take full control. We want full control. Does it? I guess it's forcing us to create our campaign. Okay, so I'm not sure. Is there a way to not create a campaign right now? Guess they changed this. So if they force you to create a campaign, then you can just type in anything essentially. Test, boom. All we are gonna do is just fly through this. We're not actually gonna advertise with these settings. We just want to pause the accounts because it's forcing us to create a campaign even though we don't want to yet. Set the budget to $1. I guess $2. Okay, account details. So this is where you enter in your business details. So go ahead and enter in your business details here, and then go ahead and click next. All right, and then lastly, how would you like to pay your bill? So we just want to make sure post pay. So we want to pay after we get the clicks. If you select prepaid, you essentially pay Microsoft a budget and then it spends that budget. We want to do post pay because that way we make sales, the sales profit rolls into the advertising costs, and we can pay this off. Choose a payment method, choose a payment detail. We want to select credit or debit card, and I enter that in. But for now, I'm just going to do set up payment later, because we're not actually going to launch this campaign just yet. I have to agree to the terms of service. And there we go, we're all set up. So obviously we need a payment method to actually start running ads, but let's go and turn this campaign off right away. We don't want this campaign. Let's even delete this. So you can select the campaign, click edit, and then delete the campaign. We don't ever want this to run because it was just a campaign that forced us to be, it was a campaign that Microsoft forced us to create. Okay, so once we are in Microsoft Ads, here are what needs to be done. So by now you should have set up your Google Ads. You have your shopping campaigns, your search text campaigns, and this is where you want to import these to Bing. But before we do that, we are going to need to create a Microsoft Merchant Center. We need to create a Merchant Center similar to Google Merchant Center to run shopping campaigns. So to do this, just click Merchant Center, click Create Store, and then choose how to create your Merchant Center store. So I would just import your existing from Google Merchant Center, click Next, and then it's going to tell you to sign in. So go ahead and sign into your email account. You want to click Manage your product listings and accounts for Google Shopping. Click Continue, and then your store should appear. Click that, click Next, and then you can enter in store description if you want. Doesn't really matter. Click Save. Okay, so this is where you put your support email, and then click on Create Store. So I haven't actually claimed the domain via Google Merchant Center, but you should have already on your end. But that is the last step. Put in your email, and then you can click on Create Store. After you create your store, you are finally ready to actually launch shopping campaigns via Microsoft. So when I set up Merchant Center, it may take a few days to actually get the feeds synced up. So what you need to do is go to Shopify, click Process Google Shopping, and then you want to click Bing Shopping inside integration. So sign in with Microsoft, and then let this app access your info. Click Accept. Wait for this to load, and then you want to select your Microsoft account. Next, you want to click confirm your account. Okay, so you need to create your store first. I have not actually created a store, but then all you need to do is just click on confirm your account. And then now, if we go to sync settings from Shopify or integrations, your Bing Shopping should be set up. The reason why I can't set it up in this demo is because I don't have the Merchant Center approved, or I haven't actually claimed the domain on that. But once you've done that, all you need to do is just click your store name and click on confirm your account to claim your Microsoft Center store and connects it with some process. That way, any information that you put on Shopify will automatically be pushed into your Microsoft Center store, Merchant Center store. And once this is done, then you're finally actually ready to set up shopping campaigns, or at least import campaigns from Google. So what we need to do is we want to click on this arrow next to create, and then we want to click import from Google Ads. So now go ahead and sign in with Google. Go ahead and click on that, And then you want to enable this permission, see, edit, create, and delete your Google Ads account. Click continue. So wait for this to load. Okay, and then what you want to do, choose Microsoft Center stores for shopping campaigns. So import your Google store, go ahead and select that, click next. You can name this import, so I would just say all campaigns. And then I would do automatic schedule recommended. When would you like to receive email notifications? Only if there are errors. Send it to the email. And then we want to click advanced settings. We want to customize our import. So we want to click import specific campaigns and ad groups. Now right here, you can see I only have shopping campaigns set up currently. If you have search text campaigns, make sure you import these over to Microsoft as well. So select all the campaigns. So you only want to import shopping and search text campaigns. No display, no YouTube, no discovery campaigns, no any other campaigns. Just shopping and search. That's all you need, because the other campaigns do not perform well on Microsoft ads at all. So it's not worth doing. So only shopping and search text. I'll make sure that's clear in the training. Okay, so go ahead and select those campaigns. Click next. Okay, so here are the settings that we essentially need to do. So we actually may need to, another setting that we need to do, so there's so much settings to get set up with Microsoft, but you want to go back to Symproses, click tracking tags, and then you want to set up the Microsoft tracking tag within Symproses. So go ahead and click on this, connect your Microsoft account, go ahead and sign in. So what we're essentially doing is creating a Microsoft conversion tracking tag. That way we can track conversions similar to what we've already done in Google. So go ahead and select your Microsoft advertising account. And again, I can't really create it. All right, I just claimed the domain. Not sure why I just didn't. I thought there was a lengthy process, but let's go ahead and import the store in. Try and import it this time. And create the store. All right, finally create a store, and it should look like this. So if it asks for advertising identity verification, just go ahead and complete that. You don't have to do it right away, but once you set up your campaigns, recommend doing this. It will only help you because all advertisers will require it at some point. But now let's go ahead and retry setting up our Microsoft conversion tracking. So go ahead and sign in with Microsoft. And select our store. Select our merchant center. And then click confirm your account. Now, being Microsoft Sync settings, we want to click enable UTM tags. And then what we want to do is we want to select global format. And then we want to click sync. Whoops, I forgot to actually click on enable sale price, but make sure you click on enable sale price and then click sync. Might have just glitched it out, but that was the last step. You just want to make sure that is good. And then click on feed settings. All right, yeah, it looks like Microsoft Shopping or Bing Shopping is connected. You can see the status inside of here. You can see the product catalog, domain. Let's go ahead and click on conversion goal tracking. Let's get started. Okay, we want to enable dynamic remarketing. So click yes, let's proceed. And then what options would you like to enable? So enable everything, order total. All this should be already checked. Click continue. Click create new UET tag. So this is essentially the Microsoft conversion tracking. Create, manage smart shopping campaigns. We want to click no. I'll manage it manually. We don't use smart shopping campaigns via Bing. So there we go. We have all the conversion tracking, and that way now it should be appearing inside of Microsoft Ads. So let's go ahead and reload in terms of the Google Ads import. Sorry, this is all over the place, but hopefully we should be fine. Click next. Automatic schedule. Advanced settings. Import specific campaigns. Make sure you only select search and shopping campaigns. Click next. And then here, your UET tag should be set up. So if you set it up via Simprosys, like we just did right here, it should appear here. That way conversion tracking is good, and it should be tracking conversions now. Now, we want to turn off increase keyword ad group and auto target bids. We do not want to let Microsoft do that. We want to adjust bids by Microsoft or for Microsoft advertising. We want to decrease this by 75%. Update bids, update bid strategies. We want to turn this off. We do not want to increase our campaign budgets to the minimum from Microsoft advertising. We want to customize budget for Microsoft advertising. We want to decrease this also by 50%. And then update existing campaign budgets, increase product group bids, turn this off. Do not import negative bid modifier for desktop. So we don't use desktop bid modifiers. Generally, we only use mobile and tablet, so you can just leave this as is. Let's click on other options. Okay, so yeah, leave this unchecked or unchanged. Click next, and then when. So I would do it at auto. Sorry, you probably want to do it daily. And select a time where you're probably going to be sleeping. So for me, that's probably like 11 p.m. That way, if there's any bid adjustments during the day, it would all automatically reflect once I'm done. And I'm sure I'm done because I'll be asleep at this time, and it should update the settings within Microsoft Ads. And then we want to click on Run Import Now, and then click on Run or Start Import. So this will take a little bit, but it should be pulling information from Google Ads, our existing campaigns, and importing it to Microsoft Ads. Once this is done, I believe that should be all the settings that we need to configure within Microsoft Ads. So I'll just pause and wait for this to complete. All right, the import finished. Once we're done with that, we just want to click on View Imported Campaigns. And then inside the status right here, let's just go ahead and turn off this filter. And then there we go. Our campaign should be in here. You make sure it says share, just like in Google Ads. Everything else inside should be exactly the same as long as you followed the video correctly. It's going to say product offers not found. If your merchant center, your Microsoft Merchant Center is brand new, this will say that until everything is approved on Microsoft's end, and then these shopping campaigns should start serving. But if you have search text campaigns, those should start going right away. But shopping campaigns, they just need approval. So that's it for this video on setting up Bing ads for high-ticket dropshipping. If you have any questions, let me know, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In this video, we're going to talk about how to set up your Google Analytics. I'm going to go and try to set it up for you side by side and pretty much run an audit through Belgopia to show you how to properly make sure that your Google Analytics settings is set up correctly. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So first and foremost, what you're going to do is basically go into your Google Analytics, and I already created an account. I didn't really put in the personal information to show you guys, but I did take some screenshots. So what you can actually look at, when you create a new account, you can choose website, put your account name, put your website URL, and then, just agree to the terms, and then you'll pretty much be greeted with this page over here. And so just for your reference, if you are old school, meaning you started like, I don't know, a year ago, there was something known as the Universal Tracking Analytics tag. And I think they stopped using this right now. So basically in the Google Analytics world, there were two tags. Originally, we used the Universal Analytics tag to track stuff on Google Analytics. Like that's what it was called. But now they switched it to something called GA4. And so I think if you're a new account, you're not going to have the UA tag, which is fine. All you have to do is set up the GA4 tag. And now that being said, once I set this up, I'm just taking a look at everything. And what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to install the Tag Assistant Legacy by Google. You're going to add it to your Chrome extension. And so you're going to go onto your website. So in this case, it's Belcopia. And basically, I'm going to click Enable. And basically, I am seeing what tags are firing and what's not. So basically, as you could see, the UA tag is 162900021. Okay, so I guess we still do use the UA tag actually. So this is the tag. So let us double check. What is this one that we're using right now? So this is 3609. And so basically, I'm going to go into all accounts right here. And I'm going to click Setup Assistant. I'm going to click Property Assistant. This is the property ID. And so let's take a look again. All right. Perfect. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to Settings right here. You're going to click Setup Assistant. As you can see, there's no data started right now. What you're going to go to do is click on Manage Conversions right here. Make sure that you have a conversion event, which is purchase. If you don't, make sure you go to New Conversion, name your event, and then kind of set that up. Next thing you want to do is pretty much go into Settings right here, go into Create Property, and you want to create your Universal GA4 tag. So you're going to click Next. About your business, select one. So it's going to be sports, business size, optimize my site, create. So now I created a GA4 tag for the account. And now I click web right here. I'll put my website, belcopia.com. Belcopia, create stream. So now I have some tagging instructions in which I must do. So you're going to click View Tag Instructions, Install Manually, and you're going to click this tag, and you're going to install it into your Shopify theme. So let's go into the theme right now. So you're going to go to Edit Code for your theme, right? Once you're on Edit Code, you're going to click Theme.liquid, and you're going to look for under head right here. As you can see, originally I did have some tag, but I'm just going to remove it because I don't know what this tag is. I'm going to just place this, and boom. So my GA4 tag is live now. So over here, you are going to configure tag settings. You're going to make sure that it's good. Manage auto detection, that's good. Tag instructions. So it does take a while for it to receive, but just to verify, let's just double check this is, what's on here. G366. Yep, good. So that is the same tag. So now we have created the GA4 tag, and this is going to be the UA tag. For the UA tag, you want to see right here, same thing, you're going to go Property Settings. no data received, but that's because this store doesn't have anything right now. So this is the code. Once you have installed the code from your website, what you're gonna do is you're also gonna install the code over here. So you're gonna go back to this page right here, and you're gonna click copy, and then you're gonna go to preferences, and you're gonna click paste right here. So boom. And that analytics snippet does not look like UA. Okay, so they only want it from the UA tag. Okay, I know what the problem is. So the problem is right now Shopify is still used to the UA tag, but right now they don't really kick it out anymore. So you don't have to do anything on that end for now. You'll be fine because you already have it in your themes section. So you don't need this at the moment, but you know, that sucks. Regardless though, basically your GA4 tag is pretty much set up like that. From here on, you want to turn on your signals. So you want to go over here, manage signals, click continue, activate. Then you want to go down to user data acknowledgement and click I acknowledge. So now you have this part done. So you just go back to property settings again. This is a universal GA4 tag. And again, just going back to setup assistant, making sure all that is good. This is set up. Is this linked to Google Ads? You want to link it. So I'm choosing this to link. And submit. Boom. So this is set up too over here. So again, I'm just really filling this part out. So you don't have to know about this stuff. So basically this is pretty much set up. We just have to wait a little bit to see if it gets website data. But basically it will once we get some ads running for this website. The only thing that I do want to make sure, because I'm not fully sure because this is a new account, is I need to make sure that the account, that the UA tag really doesn't exist anymore. And I'm a little bit confused on that, only because right here, like this should be the tag. And I want to set up the conversions over here, manage conversions, new conversion event. So that's tracked, so that's good. Events, audience. Okay, this looks good. Yeah. Now we just pretty much have to wait for data to come in. So basically, you know, just to sum it up, rewatch this video, guys. But all I'm really looking at is two things. I go into setup assistant. I make sure that these are all checked off. I also, you know, make sure that it links to my Google Ads account. I also link it to my Merchant Center account. So I would link this right now. Hopefully it has one. So boom. Enable all tagging again. So let me make a checklist for you guys. All right, guys. So I made a checklist for you. The first thing when you guys just do want to do it, you want to run down. Make sure you link all your accounts. You want to link your analytics with your Merchant Center and your Google Ads. So you want to link all your accounts. Again, if you have two properties, so right, you should have a UA property and you should have a GA4 property. This is my GA4 property. You should link your accounts on both of them. So on my GA4 property, I wasn't linked up with the merchant account. So I'm going to do that right now. So you see, I have to go do the checklist myself too. So you have to link it. So boom, that's good. Make sure Google Ads is good. And then after that, what you're going to do is go to, you're going to add your UAG, you're going to add your UA tag or your GA4 tag from analytics into your theme code. So again, what we did was we went to, I think, property settings, no, setup assistant. Where did I find the code? I believe it was under Belcopia. It was like data streams, no data received, and then you could click view tagging instructions. And right here it says no data received. So you can click install manually, and then you would click this script. You would copy this, and then you bring it into your theme, and then you paste it under the header section, right? Just like how it says. After that, what you're going to do is you're going to double check that your audience signals are set up correctly. So you can go back to property settings, and then you're going to go to, my mistake, the audience signals is only in GA4. So you're going to go to property settings right here. You're going to go to data collection. Make sure this is turned on. let's see, do they have over here? Oh, they do have Google Signals over here too. So you're gonna do the same thing on your UA tag as well. So and then also afterwards you want to acknowledge that you are good with this. So I am going to acknowledge. So both of it has been acknowledged. And then you want to add, and then the last thing you want to do is you want to add the code to checkout page. So what I have over here is this checkout code. And all you're going to have to do is you're going to have to change the code for your GA4 tag code. I'm sorry, this is a lot, guys. I know, but I do believe that you should set this up correctly. So I'm really giving you all the info I can. Trying to remember everything. Not the easiest. So I go to data streams right here. Go to right here. And then this is our GA4 code. So what we're going to do is you're going to go to preferences. No, you're going to go to settings, checkout, and then you paste it into, is it order status page? Checkout. It should be in the checkout page. Yeah, it has to be this then. Whoops. So what you're going to do is you're going to change the code on line 3. So you're going to change the code on line 3. And then you're going to change the code on line 8 as well. So it's going to be like that. You're going to copy it. You're going to click boom. So boom, you have this done as well now. So now you go into Bellcopia.com and it should be tracked correctly in terms of Google Analytics. And so basically now, as you could see, we have the global site tag, which is the Google Analytics tag, the Google Shopping tag, which is the conversion tracking. I'll show you guys how to set this up, and then Google Remarketing. So that is pretty much good. We have the 3 tags set up. My only issue when checking for this, right, when auditing this, is I don't have the UA tag, which I'm a little bit annoyed about. I'm not sure if the UA tag is permanently not used anymore. And I'm having trouble giving you guys the right information in terms of that because all of my stores were started at least a year or 2 ago. So they were implementing the UA tag. So I don't even know if new stores come in using UA tag or not. So what I will do is, well, first, okay, so boom, as you can see, right, users tracked. So I'm on Bellcopia, and this is just to show you, it wasn't like this before, right? So you just have to go to reports, and then real time, and then you could see right now I am talking to you from New York. So it is set up correctly. The GA4 tag is set up correctly for sure. But then my question just comes down to, I don't know if you guys have a UA tag at first or not. What I will do is recommend, this is what you do, all right? So once you finish setting up your tags and once you finish going through like this checklist, again, link your accounts, you can add the tags. So in your analytics dashboard, you should have 1 tag over here and then 1 GA4 tag over here. So you should have 2 tags. I'm pretty sure this is a UA tag, but for some reason, when I go to settings and property, it didn't say, when I go to data streams, this is the GA4 tag. It's supposed to be UA, or at least it was UA. So I really just don't have the answer for you in that sense because the code's the same. So what you could do after you audience signal and add to checkout, you could go ahead, and what I highly recommend doing is go into the question mark tab over here and contact Google Analytics. And I want you to go and just double check and just set up a call with them, set up something so that they could go and audit your analytics account. And I promise you, Google is really helpful with that. If you put in the effort, they will go out of their way to kind of give you guidance on how to, to set it up. I actually just got off a 25-minute call with someone from Google Analytics. They were teaching me how to set things up correctly because I did forget some things. And I just want to make sure I give you guys all the right information when setting it up correctly. The only thing I'm iffy about is honestly that UA tag. And the only reason I'm iffy about it is because I don't know if they still use it anymore. Because if you actually look into what it is and everything, they're actually implementing the GA4 tag starting I don't know when. But the GA4 tag is a new tag they're implementing. They're not using Universal Analytics tag anymore. So I don't know if we have the Universal Analytics tag over here. So that being said, as long as you set the GA4 tag, you're pretty much set in my opinion, because you are still getting traffic, right? You're getting the right data. As you can see, it obviously works. I have 2 tabs open and it works. And so that being said, I'm just thinking if I missed anything for you guys. I want to give you guys all the right information as possible. This is definitely one of the longer videos. But again, just to recap, you link your accounts, you add your tag from analytics and copy and paste it into the theme. Then you enable your audience signals, and then also you add the checkout code, in which I'll give you guys to the to your Shopify theme and preferences in checkout over here. And so again, remember, you want to make sure line 3 and line 8. So let me write that down too for you guys. Line 3 and line 8. Make sure you change your GA4 tags. And again, if you guys want to know where to find your GA4 tags, you're going to go into admin, you're going to go into data streams, and then you click this and you should have it right here. Okay, so that being said, just so you guys know, once you got to check whether you did it correctly or not, because I know that's going to be a big thing for you. 2 things. Make sure you really just do check with Google Analytics. They will help you if you structure it correctly and just ask them very nicely. If you could just ask them if they could double check your GA4 tag and UA tag installation. Just tell them that you did it yourself, and they will check it for you to make sure it's correct. But ultimately, if you want to just make sure that you did something correct, you want to look at your Google tag analysis. And as you can see right here, you basically just have to make sure that you have this one, the global site tag gtag.js. This one is Google Ads, so you don't worry about that. This one is also Google Ads, so you don't worry about that. But this is that analytics one. So if we go into our favorite store, let's look at themodernback.com. So enable. So they got something messed up. And I'll tell you why it's messed up. Hold on. They have 8 tags. So they, just to go to show you, like, not every store has it perfect. So they have an AW tag. That is the Google Ads tag. The G tag. So this is their GA4 tag. This is their Universal Analytics tag. The thing, again, is old stores have Universal Analytics tags. I don't know if new stores come with it or not. But if you look over here, they have it fired 2 times. And you don't want that. So that's unnecessary. And then this Google Tag Manager GTM, I don't know what this is, but they have that tracked twice too. You don't really need any of this. So basically you should have 4 or 5 only. And so basically when you see duplicates, it just means like they're firing twice, meaning if you get 1 purchase, right? If you record 1 purchase conversion, you are looking at it twice. Like it's recorded twice, and you don't want that. That's when, your data is skewed and you kind of just mess up interpreting the data. So again, I know I'm trying to just explain it to the best I can for you guys. It's like, you want to make sure it's proper. So you have your Google Ads conversion tracking. This is Google Ads conversion tracking also. And then your Google Analytics tag. All right, you should, in addition, if you have a Universal Analytics tag, the UA tag, that'd be great. But this is the GA4 tag. And, that being said, as long as you guys have this set up pretty much good, like you have this, at least you're tracking something correctly. And really the last piece of the puzzle, because again, I could only audit your store so much because, I'm not with you one-on-one. I would suggest, if you want me to help you, just hit us up on the discussion board of the system, and we are definitely here to help you. Again, we are here to serve you. We are here to give you the best knowledge and information possible so that you can go ahead and jumpstart and really get towards that e-commerce mogul that I know you are. And so again, if you do want extra help, I do suggest just going above and beyond and just asking Google Analytics over here in the question mark just to audit your tracking just to make sure you have it correctly. Because again, you do this stuff once, you're done for like a really long time. But if you mess it up, and then you start running advertisements and then your conversions, everything are messed up, you don't want that. So I don't want that for you either. So make sure everything is set up correctly to the best of your ability. That being said, I hope you guys have an amazing day. And you got this. I know it's a lot, but watch this video a few times, set it up correctly. Make sure that you go through the checklist and make sure you have all this. If you want to make sure that it's set up correctly, you should have almost instantaneous, like real time data. Like you could see before we had no data coming in. Now all of a sudden I have the data coming in. So straight from how I did it, just watch how I do it. Let me know if you guys have any questions. Peace and love.
Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In today's chapter, we're going to go and talk about creating draft orders and knowing how to take payment over the phone. So when you guys have created your 1-800 number, you guys have live chat, you might have inquiries coming in. You might have customers that are interested in purchasing from you. So therefore, you need to be able to take that customer service in the platform, meaning you need to be able to accept credit card payments and really be able to talk to them over a phone, send them an invoice, because that's how you really go above and beyond with customers, right? It's if you want to differentiate from other big players, if you go out of your way, send them an invoice, take the payment over the phone, whatever it is to get the sale, well, your hustle is going to be rewarded with a sale. And I'm super excited to show you guys what I know. Let's get right into it. So all you guys need to do is go onto your Shopify platform. Under orders over here, you go into drafts, and under drafts, you go and create order. So once you have an order over here, you could go into browse and find the specific model of product that the customer is interested in purchasing from you. So imagine going into here and the customer was interested in this matte black bacao. And over here, you could add a discount for them. If you have a discount code, you could put in like a $25 discount, custom special discount. You could put it as, and the customers can see the reason, but you could say special discount. Boom. So now they have a discount. And in addition, you could go ahead and enter the customer information. So you could also create a new customer over here and enter the information if you would like to receive an order phone. Let's say they are an elderly person and they might not have the most technical skills when it comes to like putting their credit card into the computer. You can always put, all of the information over here into it, create a profile for your client. So all they literally have to do once you send this invoice to them, right, because you're going to send an invoice, is to just enter the credit card information. Now, to go even further with that, if you have the customer profile, you have the necessary information, their shipping address, their billing address, and all the information from them, you could even collect their payment and enter the information via credit card. So you could go and take down their information over the phone and put in the billing info here over well and charge them specifically. So this is some ways to kind of close your client when you are talking to them, whether that's by live chat, whether that's by the phone, from your 1-800 number. You always have the option to kind of send invoices to them, kind of go into and take their payment over the phone. And knowing this feature will definitely help increase your sale, because if you really go hard and follow up with them, you send an invoice to them, well, they're gonna buy from you, right? So let's see what you're made of. And that is all for now. If you guys have any questions, make sure you find me or my team in the private community of the virtual training system. And with that being said, have an amazing day. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In today's chapter, we're going to go over what to do after you get a sale. So I know it might be a little bit scary when you guys first get a sale. You don't know what to do. What am I supposed to do because I got the customer's money now? So in this chapter, bonus chapter, we're going to go and talk about all of that fun stuff so you know exactly what to do once you get that money in your pocket to keep that money in your pocket. And with that being said, let's get right into it. Okay, so once you have the order, once you get a sale from your customer, first of all, congratulate yourself. Just, be proud of yourself because somebody was willing to trust you with their money. And so now your responsibility is to provide the best customer experience possible to your customer because they trusted you to make sure that they get the product that you promised to deliver. So you have to make sure that this process is as smooth cut and streamlined as possible. The first thing that you want to do is you want to go and email your supplier. You want to go and send an email to them. And you can use this template and feel free to change it however you like. This is just a general template. and it just goes, dear supplier name, you could read this. You'll enter, what you need. So the product name, which is the product name, or SKU. SKU stands for the stock keeping unit. So it's a way to identify the product specifically. So make things easier. I want this SKU. This is the amount I want. This is the price that we have this is the price that we agreed on, and this is the customer's address. Please go ahead, ship it. Let me know any, additional applicable expenses I should be aware of. And then, just move on with that. Once the supplier sends an invoice to you, and then you go ahead, you make that payment, whether you use your credit card, whether you use a wire transfer, whatever it might be, then you go ahead and ask for the tracking number from the supplier, because once they ship it, they should have a tracking number. So they'll send a tracking number to you. So it could either be in UPS, USPS, FedEx for smaller package items. For larger freight package items, they might use, third-party freight. So freight means just like large package, like these big trucks. So freight forwarding. So there's lots of different, freight transportation. There's a lot of trucking to deliver stuff, right? So you could go ahead and get that, or you could get the tracking number from UPS. So let's just say it's a UPS number. So let's just say one of these test orders that we got the other day. You could go ahead and click fulfill. And then from here, you could click this. And as you can see, it automatically goes into the system. Now, if you were to enter a third party number, go like this, then it would be TNT, whatever that might be. I don't know what that is, but I just entered some random numbers in, but that's interesting. Click fulfill item. You could send shipment details to your customer, whatever it might be. And with that being said, that's really it when it comes to it. It's pretty simple and straightforward when it comes to fulfilling an order, adding your tracking. Let me know if you have any questions in the private community of the virtual training system. And with all that being said, I'll see you all in the next training. Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In this video, we're going to go over conversion pixel setup. Now, if you don't know what your conversion pixel is, it's basically a piece of tracking code that you attach onto your Shopify website so that you're able to track which customers are coming in and making those conversions, because you need to have accurate data to make accurate decisions for your marketing in your Google ads. And that being said, I'm here to explain it all for you. Let's get right into it. So before we go into conversion tracking, I did want to give you an update for the Google Analytics. I was able to implement the codes correctly. So if you're watching that Google Analytics course video, I know it was a lot to do, but I'm very confident that if you followed what I did correctly, you will be able to install your Google Analytics correctly. And ultimately, this just goes to show you, you just have to do it and then ask Google, and they pretty much will tell you the answer. So that being said, they're always really willing to help, and let's get right into this video. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go into your app store and then go into the Simprosys Google Shopping Feed app. And then from here on, basically all you have to do is go to tags and then go to Google Dynamic Remarketing and Conversion Tracking. What you're gonna do is pretty much just enable it. It's just a few clicks of a button, and let us wait for this to process. So as you can see over here, which is pretty much covered because I don't want you guys to see the information of the account though. What you can see over here is that all you have to do is just turn into active, and pretty much you will have an active fire tag. This is blurred out for, personal reasons, but overall, that is pretty much all you have to do. You click a few buttons, and then you could pretty much even ask Simprosys. They have a chat bot. They have a chat bot or chat box, and you could just ask them, hey, did I install my Google tracking correctly? And they will tell you. And that being said, once you install it all correctly, you should be greeted with, your page. You're gonna go into your tags. You should have a global site tag, which is your Google tag. The global site tag over here is your analytics tag, and your remarketing tag is, the remarketing tag. But overall, you should have 3 tags over here all ready to go. And that being said, let me know if you have any questions. And I know that this was a quick video, but again, just to sum things up, really, you just need 3 tags. One tag is your Google Analytics. The second one is your conversion tracking. And the third one is your remarketing tag. Your Google Analytics, your conversion tracking, and then your remarketing tag. Conversion tracking basically just means, because I know it can sound a little confusing, it's to track your conversions. What are you converting? You are converting purchases. You're making sales. So you're going to be tracking your purchases via this tracking code implemented on your website so that you can have accurate data. Because, let's just say we run some ads, you put some money into some products, right? You need to know which products are selling. And it's important for your data, right? Your Google Ads data to know, because it's an algorithm. The more purchase conversions you get, the higher chances of the next conversion coming in, because it's using its old data to find new data. Like you got what I mean? Like, this is data leveraging, and this is the core of how conversion pixel really works. And this is how you set up the conversion. And that being said, you guys got this. I know it was a lot to set things up. First, you have to decide on a theme, and you have to decide on a logo and a store name, and then branding, finding products, setting up conversion. I get it. It's a lot. My best advice for you is take it a day at a time, right? Just do one thing at a time. Set up tracking. Set up your analytics one day. Set up your conversion tracking another day. Set up your shopping feed another day. Set them all up, but the point is progression over perfection. Keep on working at it. We're almost there in terms of setting it up. Once we have this all set up, the foundation, running the ads part is really simple. It's just launching some campaigns and looking at some data, right? That is, all could be done at the expense of right now where you set up things right. Because I could tell you from personal experience, I rushed my setup in the past and I didn't have the conversion pixels set up correctly. So I was spending money without tracking things correctly. And what ended up happening was I was wasting money because my pixel, which is the algorithm of Google, didn't understand the data that was coming in. Because everything was just messed up. That's why I made this course, so that things don't have to be as unorganized for you. I know exactly where to pinpoint what parts to learn, but all the information that I put in this course is very valuable, and it took me lots of money and experience and trials and tribulations to figure out. But I hope to give value to you guys. Hope you guys have an amazing day. Keep on going, and let's freaking go.
Hey guys, welcome to this video. Let's talk about setting up our live chat app. So a live chat app is very, very important in order to convert customers. So we can see, if we go to like websites like Home Depot, that they don't have a live chat where you can talk to a specific person. It usually would appear here. Now, sites like Wayfair also don't have this. So this is where you can offer competitive edge, meaning you can essentially offer better customer support to your potential customers to win over the sale. So a live chat app is very, very important to get installed on your website. So there's a ton of apps or live chat apps that you can use. I'm only going to give you 2 recommendations. So there's going to be Chatra, Tidio, and Talk.to. Now, they're all are great options, and they are all used on very, very successful stores. I personally use Chatra, but I used to use Tidio, and I have tried out Talk at one point. The only reason I use Chatra is because it has unlimited like pop-up for potential customers. But if you don't use pop-ups, then Tidio, I would probably use Tidio over Talk, just because it's just a better UI and easier to use. Now, Talk is free. Chatra is paid. Same with Tidio. Now, Chatra and Tidio are very similar priced, but if you use a lot of pop-ups, meaning you get a lot of visitors, Chatra is slightly cheaper. Now, we're gonna show you how to set up Chatra inside of this video. So go ahead and go to Shopify, click Apps, go Apps and Sales Channels, click Shopify App Store. And then let's go ahead and search for Chatra and go ahead and install this on our website. If there's no page, it says there's no page at this address. It's a weird error. Let's go and go back and try again. There we go. Let's go ahead and click Install App. Okay, Okay, now it's getting set up. So you want to put in your email address. So this is going to be the email address that if customers don't, or if you don't pick up the live chat in time, they will send an email to this email. So you want to use your support email. So we have support@thestorename.com as we set up the 3 emails when we first set up the store. You want to put in your support email instead of your email address. Let's go ahead and click Let's Go. All right, so it's installing this on your website, and what you just heard is that normal Chatra sound. It's very, very familiar if you have used it before, but that sound is essentially when you get a new message. So to activate the widget, it's very, very easy to get set up. Just click on this little go to link icon, and what it will do is it will redirect you to your theme, and then it will basically turn on your chat widget. So it should look like this. Go ahead and enable this and then click on save. That way, this is now enabled on the website and it's good to go. Now go back and then you are all set. So in the Windows settings, click the save button. Okay, we can go back and Shopify is linked. You can see this green button. It should also appear here. So there are some settings that we need to essentially get set up with. Let's just move our webcam. So let's start inside settings. So go ahead and click settings. We will start at chat widget, start on the top. So it says your chat widget seems to be up and running. So it always monitors if your chat widget is working or not. So if it's not, then there's a very simple widget snippet that you can use, but just following the tutorial that is inside this video, you should be completely set up. Now, appearance, inside appearance, we have chat widget languages. So the language that you're selling to, probably English. So select that. Chat palette. So this is going to be basically, you want to pick a color that stands out. So the chat one needs to stand out so people start to use it. So if you just look at what I have here, so we have orange and then we have this this blue, dark bluish color. So we look at this, what kind of stands out from these colors? Don't overthink it, but I would say something like yellow, bright yellow. Yeah, something like this probably. Okay, never mind. Don't really like that color. You can have it fit your theme, or you can pick something that stands out. So you can see that it changes in real time. So I'm gonna pick something like this. Yeah, I think that is good. It stands out from the rest. It's very easy to click and speak with live chat. Okay, so next setting that we want to do is you want to do color to chat header. What this will do is it will just make this purple as well, so it makes it themed. Okay, so chat button style. I use tab, but I actually recommend just using round. And then picking one of these. I would recommend using this or this one. It's totally up to you. I'm gonna stick with this one. It just looks a little bit better. A lot of people use tab, so you want to stand out from your competition. So I would recommend using this one. It's very just simple. It's a chat bubble, and people know to click on there when they need to chat with someone. Okay, chat button position. So at the bottom screen on the right is what I recommend. You can also do on the left, but I would not do any other option. I would just stick with the default on the right, bottom right. Okay, so now we have chat widget text. This is essentially the text that goes up here. So there's a lot of things that you can do, but what I do on most stores is just like chat with us, talk with an expert, something like that. And then this is on this side with the blue little icon. This is essentially when you're offline and people can submit an inquiry. So I would just do something very simple. Submit inquiry to an expert. Okay, so we're here to help, and ask us anything. We'll get back to you by email. You can do something like something like get your any questions, get your question answered immediately, something like this. All right, so messenger mode. So let me just make sure we have, looking on one of my websites just to make sure we got all the settings correct. I'm on another screen. So all these settings should be enabled, and they're already saved. So the next step we need to go to is just going to be preferences inside of Chatra. So visitors IP, I would let just show. There's really no downsides to having this enabled. So I would just enable it. You can see visitors IP if they're doing something fishy. I guess you can see anything that's happening. So visitors location, leave it on. Attach or allow attachment types. I would do allow any file types. Just makes it simple. If there's a file type that you restrict, then they might not be able to essentially upload it. So you just want to keep it simple for the customer. Two-factor authentication via email. So we want to enable this. So you just need to verify this, and then just click on require agents when they log in. Just helps with security. Email forwarding. So let me just make sure. Forward miss in any and offline messages only. And then put in your support email address in here if it's not already in there. And then email unread replies or full transcripts to visitors. Make sure this is enabled. And then go to save replies. Now, save replies, I'm going to give you some inside the Notion document that you can go ahead and copy and paste. But save replies are essentially it's like when you're talking with someone. So I'm the customer, I'm chatting. You can just use like this command, and then you can create a shortcut of whatever you want to say, essentially. So you can, inside save replies, you can say, welcome. Something simple like this. And then when you are chatting with someone inside Chatra, you can just use this / command, and then you can see your selection of quick commands, and then you can just do that, and boom, you sent it right away without having to type it each time. Makes it very, very good, because with live chat, speed is very important. People will bounce if you don't respond right away. Essentially, people are very, very impatient. So integrations. Now we will talk about setting up integrations with Slack in a different video, essentially. But the only integration that we recommend is setting up Slack notifications. So when you get a live chat, you will also be pinged on Slack. Okay, so targeted chats and triggers. So targeted chats and triggers are essentially these pop-ups that if you go to a product page, it might pop up and say, if you have any questions, give us a call us for deals and stuff like that. So there is, we use about 4 targeted chats and triggers that I will leave a link inside the Notion document with. All right, so inside the Chatra app setup, you should see these different toggles. So these are different targeted chats and triggers, and even the automated answers that you would like to, that you need to set up for your store. So essentially just click inside here, and it has all the information that you need to set up each trigger. So go ahead and go to Chatra, go to targeted chats and offers, and then I would just go ahead and delete all these ones that are pre-filled because we're not going to use them anyways. Just go ahead and delete these. And then we want to click our own or create our own. So let me just go ahead and see if I can split screen. Okay, so I think this is still good. So what we want to do is, in terms of triggers, we want to do these triggers. So the first one is going to be product page, and then landing, and then online. So this means people that go onto the product page and someone is online, then this message will send. So it says right here, any agent is available to chat. Make sure this is enabled if one of the conditions below matches. So let's go ahead and look for if let's see, current URL contains. So let's click on current URL, and then if should say one of the conditions below matches. Then let's do product, then current URL should be collection. And then once per site visit, and then send a message on behalf of an agent. And these are example texts that you can use. Feel free to customize them, because I'm sure people will just use what is already provided, but you want to be unique. You want to stand out from your competition. So feel free to configure this in any way. You can even use ChatGPT to help you, rewrite it in a different way. And then make sure enable this trigger is on, click save. Okay, so next one is going to be product page landing offline. So this is for when someone lands on the product page and you're offline. So go and click new trigger, then name it product page landing offline. Okay, and then all agents are offline. Everything here matches. So let's do current URL contains product. So everything here matches product. Once per site visit, and then send a message on behalf of the agent. Then you can use this example, paste in there, click save. And the same thing again. Let's do the next one. So this is when someone is on the product page for 60 seconds. So they're interested because they're viewing the page for more than 60 seconds. Then you want to send another trigger or a message telling them even any questions, feel free to reach out to the team. So here we go. Any agent is available to chat. Everything here matches. Current URL contains product. Then once per page load. And then let's do send a message on behalf of an agent, and then feel free to use this right here. Let's make sure it's formatted correctly. There we go, click save. All right, so next one is going to be the same thing, but when your agents are offline. So we're going to do product page, 60 seconds offline. So this is when all agents are offline. Everything here matches. So current URL is going to contain product, time, and then we want to do time spent. So time spent this visit is more. Let's do time spent on current page. Time spent on current page is more than 60 seconds. Then we want to do this once per page load, and then send a message on behalf of an agent, and then feel free to use this. And enable this trigger, save. All right, we are almost done. So this is going to be the home page. So when someone is on the home page, this trigger will essentially pop up. So when you do new trigger, and then you want to name it your store homepage. So any agents are either online or offline, and then current URL, everything here matches. Current URL contains, and then you want to do the entire URL with the HTTP. That way, this will only fire essentially when, let's see, current URL should be is. I have it on contains, or yeah, it should be is actually. So current URL is very, very important. Let me just make sure this is bold so you guys don't miss this. Current URL is, and then the exact homepage URL. And then once per page load, and then start a chatbot scenario. So we need to click save. We don't have a chatbot scenario just set up yet, so we will need to return to this to finish setting that up. But in the meantime, let's do the contact us page. So agents are either online or offline. Current URL contains your contact us page. So if you don't know what your contact us page's URL is, you just need to go to sales channels, or sorry, online store pages, and then look for your contact us page. And then you want to click under search engine listing preview, click edit website URL, and this is your URL. So you can go ahead and essentially view the page, and take this page URL and then paste this in here. Just in case you have a different URL. Yours might say contact us, for example. Okay, so current URL contains contact us, or contact. Then we want to do once per page load, expand the chatbot box, click save. So what this will do now is if we view this page, it will automatically populate the chatbot. I don't know why it was loading for a little bit, but whenever we're on this page, or when a customer's on this page, they will get this chat box that will pop up, so that way they can also contact you via live chat, because contacting you via live chat is a little bit better than contact us form, because the contact us form, there's no way to directly respond to them. Once they submit the form, they'll probably not be on the website, or they might not even read your email. So the contact us live chat is a little bit better to actually communicate with customers. So that's how it works. Now we just need to set up our automated answers. So this seems like a lot of text, but it's really, really simple. So go to automate answers, and then we're going to create an automated answers. When someone's on the home page, they get these little toggles that they can essentially interact with. So click on new scenario, and then you're going to do your website name, homepage, and then in terms of bot welcome message, you can, let me just make sure what I have. I would just do welcome to your store name. And then we can do let's do visit, delete this, add visitors reply. So this is the visitors reply that they can use. And then these are the bot messages. So essentially when someone lands on your homepage, once we get this set up, I'll demonstrate it to you. But when they are on the homepage, these little replies are automated replies. So they can click on these and then get these answers right away. So there's going to be 3 that you can use. This one is where can I get a discount? So if you have discount codes, go ahead and enter in your own discount codes. But if you don't have discount codes at this point, go ahead and make some for your store, and then make sure that you know what discount codes you have. So to create discount codes, just go discounts, create discount, amount off order. And generally with discount codes, you want to do have 2. So right here, for $2,000 off or $2,000 plus orders, you can use this discount code that if your order is above 2,000, you can use this discount code for $100 off. But if it's 1,000 to 2,000, you can use medical 50 or whatever your discount code is to save $50 off. So go ahead and create your discount codes inside Shopify before you do this step. It's very simple. I'll show you. So name it whatever you want. So in this case, medical 100 is the discount code. I'm going to give them $100 off. And then they need to purchase at least $2,000 worth of product. Product or customer eligibility, all customers. Maximum discount uses, leave it all blank. People can use it as many times as possible. You welcome them to shop as many times as possible, essentially. Okay, combinations, leave this blank. Leave that blank as well, and just click Save Discount. Very, very simple. So go ahead and create the other discount code that you may have. So in this case, it's going to be medical 50, and then that will be $50 off, and then they need to spend at least 1,000. They can use this discount code for all items 1,000, 2,000. They can use it for more, but they may as well use the one with the higher discount value. So they just need to spend $1,000 or more to get $50 off. Make sure all customers leave everything as blank, save discount. So that's how you create a discount codes inside Shopify if they aren't created already. Okay, so the last one, order, issue, or cancel. Essentially just tell them to email you because we want formal communication via email so we can make sure that we can serve them that way. So there we go. We have all the replies. And I think that's it. Let me just go back. And then let's go to the home page. Okay, we actually have not attached this. So we need to go to target chats and offers and go to the home page. Then we need to select start a chatbot scenario. We want to select the one we just created, click save. Now it should, if we set this up correctly. Yeah, there we go. Reload. There we go. Welcome to my medical direct. And then these are the questions, except. Okay, so it looks like I did this wrong. So where can I get a discount? We need to delete these. So what is your shipping and return policy? This is the reply. We want to click right here. So it's actually another question. So I did this wrong. So where can I get a discount? You want to paste this here. Paste this here. Click that. Click that. And then boom. Save. So now it should. Yeah, there we go. We have these three questions. So when they click this, they get the answer. And then they can click any of the answers or any of the questions and then get the answers to their question. So there we go. We set up all these automated questions. Now for agents, this is where you add in your VAs. Groups, not very necessary. Or let me just make sure. Actually, groups are also an important aspect of Chatra. So we want to have two groups. We want to have a product specialist group. So this is where you can assign your VAs to handle a question about product or previously answered questions. So when someone's interacting with the live chat, they will either be asked for this or this. And essentially what this does is it filters customers by either a lead or someone that already purchased an order. You want to prioritize people that have already or haven't purchased an order because they are a free sale for you. Someone that replace order, you can always respond to a little bit later because you want to prioritize the sale. So let's set up groups inside of Chatra. So go ahead and click new group. And we want to do product specialists, and then select all your or your VAs. Click save. And the last one is going to be inquiry about a previously placed order. Click all. There we go. So there we go. We have our groups set up. Now team chat, we don't use. We're going to be communicating with VAs via Slack. So inside of your account, here's some things that you want to do. You want to set up an image. So very, very important. Put an image of you, or it doesn't even have to be you. It can be someone that looks professional. You can generate it with AI, but show me on the welcome screen. Definitely like to leave this on. Okay. And then select your time zone. That should be already selected. Operating hours. So I have this completely off on my end because I have VAs that work during business hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at least currently. But for you want to enable all the days that you essentially can take customers. If that is every day, that's good. If it's just the weekdays, that's fine. And you just want to select the time that you're available. So if you work a job, then obviously you're going to have different hours. But if you don't do this full time or pursuing this full time, then you can have different hours. So go ahead and set up your hours. And outside of operating hours, let's see, invisible. I want to turn this off. In advanced settings, let's do set my status to offline after 2 minutes of not reacting to a new message. And then receive new chat messages when offline if agents delay in responding. Those are all the settings. And then notifications, you want to enable desktop notifications, click allow. Now, this is the notification sound. It's very, very annoying once you hear it a couple of times, but those are potential customers for you. So go ahead and set up your notifications. I have this make it louder and repeat sound for new incoming chats. So it's very, very annoying, but it is a potential sale for you. So make sure you have that enabled. So that is it for setting up Chatra, I believe. All the settings. Now, in terms of what plans to use. Now, I recommend the Pro plan. The reason is there's some features, can't remember what, but the operating hours are very, very important in order for the automated chats to work. So highly recommend you use the Pro plan, otherwise the chats won't work. But if you don't want to do it right away, that's fine. You can use just a free one. People will still chat with you even if they don't get automated pop-ups. So yeah, those are the plans. They start you out with a 10-day free trial essentially. And then even with Chatra, there's reports so you can see who's doing, how fast your VAs are responding. But that's it for setting up Chatra. Very, very straightforward. Obviously this was a long video, but once you set it up one time, it is good to go. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video.
Welcome to the next chapter of our training. In this training, we're going to go over how to be a nice person, but most importantly, be a good leader for your team. And I put this as one of the training modules in this course because I think it's just really, really important, guys. If you're trying to scale your team, if you're trying to scale your store, you need a team to do it, first and foremost. And in order to scale your team and bring them to new heights, you need to learn how to be a good leader, a good person, and overall just have a good, constructive, and solidified team management for your team. And here's why. Most people think that a team of people, your employees, work for the boss. However, I would argue it's actually inverse, meaning I like to say that I work for my employees. If there's something going on with one of my employees' personal life, I'm the first person to let them, do what they have to do during their time and just give them that time to recoup and, get back at 100%. If something's going wrong with the business, I'm the first person to kind of help aid them in whatever problem's going on. And the reason is simple. It's because your team management, or just your overall employees, they're a reflection of you as a boss. If you want to give the best experience possible to your customers, then it is in your duty of responsibility to give the best service to your employees so that they could then in turn give their best services to your end customer. I've seen cases like this all the time in many failing businesses, meaning when I walk into like a restaurant or like a store, I could tell automatically whether the boss treats the employees well or if they are treated very lackadaisical, you know? And it's just about how you want your customers to be treated, right? If you want your customers to get the best experience possible from your employees, you can't micromanage every part of the way. The only thing you could really do is just be a good person, be a good leader, someone that your team looks up to, somebody that is constantly casting them vision and just giving them a vision to aspire towards while also making money. That's really the goal of being a good leader. And the moment you kind of realize that it's the inverse, your employees don't work for the company, you work for your employees, and start treating them like top priority, you will notice the effect compounded because they will then treat your customers better. And guess what? Good customer service means more recurring customers to come along your way. So one of the biggest tips that I have for people is be a nice person, be a nice leader. Don't be super mean to your teammates. If they make a mistake, remember that everyone's human. You've made mistakes yourself too. So don't be too hard on them. Rather, instead of focusing on the problem, focus on the solution. Figure out how to bounce back from this problem or setback, and then also figure out a method to prevent this from happening in the future. Also be very clear with your team members. Tell them like, hey, like I know you messed up, or come into an agreement like you might have made a mistake on this part. It's completely okay. Let's ignore the problem. Figure out how to move forward from this situation and ultimately how to prevent ourselves from, doing this and repeating this mistake again. I bet you that your employee or your team member, they're going to respect you a lot more for being so kind, and they're actually going to give a even better and more emphasis on the effort towards the task in the future, because they're like, they're just going to admit like, oh, I didn't make a mistake. And that being said, that's a really, really good one if you want to scale, your businesses to 7 figures and beyond, because you can't do everything yourself. You need a team, and the best way to manage a team is to be a really nice person overall and a respectable and nice leader. That being said, in our next chapter, we're going to go over a bonus tip that I have for long-term sustainability in terms of building out systems, how to communicate with your team, and all that fun stuff in between. So until then, I'm going to see you in the next training. Goodbye for now.
Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 6. I'm your host, Trevor Zheng. I'm an e-commerce entrepreneur from the US, and we're here to talk about how to hire for your high-ticket business. So make sure you're following the videos in order. And in the previous module, you should have launched ads and started to optimize the ads for profitability. After you have launched your ads, there are a lot of things that you can do, but one of the most important parts of a business is hiring. So there's not a right time or a wrong time to hire. So I'm going to give you some examples. So below are some examples on when to hire for your business. These are not hard rules, meaning I hired my first sales rep at $50K a month, but I also hired my first product uploader when I uploaded 4 to 5 brands manually myself. You could hire earlier or later depending on how much money you want to invest, because like with hiring, you kind of have to do the work, show someone else how to do the work, and then examine. So it takes some time for a employee to understand the role, and actually at that point you can finally step away from the business and let them actually control the ship essentially. So if you have money to invest, hiring can make your process faster. If you have a lot of time, you can hire the tedious tasks, allowing you to work on high leverage tasks. So the most high leverage task that you can do inside a high ticket e-com business is securing suppliers and learning and running profitable ads. If you do those 2 correctly, then you are set up for success. You need a good sales team. That is going to be important, but then you also need to be able to delegate tasks to employees. So when you are spending too much time on tedious tasks, that is when you should hire. When you no longer have the mental capacity, that's also when you should hire. And as soon as you have revenue to invest back into your business, this is another great way to invest back into or reinvest back into your business. And lastly, when your time is worth more working on another task, that's also another great opportunity to hire someone to take over your position, and so you can work on more high leverage tasks such as securing suppliers and running and perfecting your ads. So one thing I want to let you guys know before we get started is VA. So VAs mean virtual assistants. They also mean employees. If you never ran a single business in your life in the past, or specifically like an online business, VAs are like a common term that people use for overseas employees. They mean virtual assistants, and essentially they are just employees overseas. It's really nothing else too complicated besides that and what it stands for. So here are the roles that you want to hire for inside of your business. And they're kind of in order depending on, kind of like based on your revenue mark and in the priority of when to hire. So first of all, it's going to be a sales rep. A sales rep is going to be one of the most important hires. And if you get a good sales rep, it's going to basically make or break your business. If you have a bad sales rep, you're going to not be able to close sales, and you're going to lose potential revenue. And you might like run into the issue where your ads look good, but you're not closing enough sales. It means that, oh, I need to dial back my ad spend because my VAs cannot close sales efficiently and as much as I could do. One thing you want to know is that VAs will not be able to close sales as good as you, no matter what, because you are the business owner. You have a special dedication to your business that employees just will not have, and it makes sense. You're gonna be able to close the most amount of sales, but you don't want to be working in your business every single day. And in the beginning, you really want to, so you can understand the customer avatar and how your industry works. But in the meantime, these are the roles that you want to hire for. Sales rep is number one. We have product uploaders, used to upload products to the website. Number three is going to be an SEO content writer. We haven't gotten to the SEO module just yet, but this is something to look forward to once you have SEO going. You're creating content, you have a backlink provider, aka agency, or you're doing it in-house. An inventory manager, a catalog manager, and a customer service rep. The difference between a customer service rep and a sales rep is customer service reps take care of after sales support, meaning people that already ordered, maybe they want to exchange your product, return, even though returns are very rare. There's also customers wanting manuals, maybe they want installation, help with after sales support. That is where your customer service rep will come in. Your sales reps, their primary goal is to close as many sales as possible in the day-to-day. So here are the roles and the recommended when to hire. This is a general guide. You can go above it or below it, but this is just based on my experience. So a sales rep, I recommend you hire at $50K a month. You can definitely do it sooner depending on how many orders you're getting in every single month. But a sales rep, finding a really good sales rep is kind of difficult, and we teach you, or we help you one-on-one inside the program on how to find a really good sales rep and making sure they are up to standards for your business. So a sales rep, you want to hire at the $50K a month mark. A product uploader, you want to hire anywhere from the beginning to the $10K a month mark. Obviously you can hire more as your business scales, but usually if you build a niche down store, there's not quite a bit of suppliers that you need to upload. So the next one is going to be the SEO content writer. So this can widely depend, but 100K a month probably is a good time to double down on SEO once you have your paid ads locked in and your and your sales process. So after that, we have inventory manager. This is not always necessary, but if you have a large store, with a lot of suppliers and catalog in a large catalog, then you might need an inventory manager. A catalog manager is different from an inventory manager. An inventory manager just updates inventory on your website, so this prevents back orders. It's highly recommended. You can also choose not to track inventory, it's totally up to you. It's your business decision, but I personally like to track inventory. I don't really like taking back orders if I can avoid it. And then catalog manager. So this is not always necessary. Catalog manager is just when suppliers announce new products, they discontinued old products, they come out with promotions. That is your catalog manager's role to update that on the website and make sure that you are up to date with any promotions and sales that your supplier gives you. And a customer service rep, personally, I have my sales rep do customer service, but at some point I will want them to just primarily focus on sales. The only reason why they're doing customer service right now is because there's just not a lot of, it doesn't take all day to do sales. Sales calls come in, live tech or live chat, emails. It doesn't take 8-9 hours to do that. So that's why they do customer service in the meantime. So customer service rep you want to hire at the 100 to 200K a month mark, but you can definitely hire later or sooner depending on your current situation. So where to hire? So this is my number one recommended site to hire, which is onlinejobs.ph. This is a paid program or a paid software, and I would just go for the pro $69 a month, and after you hire someone you can just cancel the plan. Basically, with the $69 and $99 plan, you can create 3 job posts per month versus 10 job posts per month. If you're hiring an entire team, you might need to create a lot of job posts, and that's why there's a $99 a month plan. But if you're only hiring for a few positions, the 3 job posts per month should be plenty. You'll get a lot of applicants very, very fast as long as you have a good job post. So other alternatives are Upwork and Manila Craigslist. Manila is the capital of the Philippines. That's where we primarily hire our employees from. You can also hire from other countries as well, but I personally have more experience hiring from the Philippines. They are excellent employees to hire. You just have to sort by the ones that are actually dedicated to your business and ones that are there to just waste your time, because honestly there are people that do that. So this is how to hire. So you want to make a job post on one of these platforms, so onlinejobs.ph, Upwork, or Manila Craigslist, using this hiring template. So I'm just going to open it up right here. So this is the hiring template. So it says, "Hi, Trevor here. We're looking for a new night shift employee in the Philippines to handle inbound and outbound sales. Here's some basic Shopify operations, such as uploading products." So what this means is you want to hire them for sales, but sales is not going to take all day. So in the meantime, like when there's nothing else to do, you might want them to upload products or do something simple to not distract them from the main role, which is closing sales. We use the following. Obviously you can tweak this as is: Tidio, live chat and emails, open phone for phone calls, and you must be able to work these hours. So we also want our potential employees to submit the following: internet speed test result. So internet test speeds are very important. I would say above a 30 to 40 is acceptable for good enough speed to work on the computer from the Philippines. Typing speed result. So 30 to 40 is also okay. You don't want them to be extremely low because it would just take them forever to type something out to you, and it's not great. So ideally 40, but you could probably get away with like 30 to 35. Okay, 1 paragraph of your written English. So especially this hiring template is meant for the sales role, as you can see, sales role example, but you can tweak this for any other role as you see fit. So 1 paragraph of your written English. Your sales rep needs to have really good English, basically perfect English. My 2 sales rep inside one of my businesses have better English than most Americans. So that just says something about what you need to actually, or who you need to actually hire to place excellent talent inside your business. So 1 paragraph of your written English is there so we can read over it, make sure there's not a ton of grammar mistakes. Obviously their native language is not English for most people in the Philippines. So expect some grammar mistakes, but generally you can tell if they are at least understand the English language to communicate it over the phone, versus someone that doesn't even understand English enough. They make so many mistakes that it's basically unreadable. You should be able to tell that pretty easily. And then 45-second audio sample of your spoken English. So that is where we want to essentially listen to the recording and see, how good is their English. If they're good, that is a potential prospect. And I believe out of all the following submissions that an employee should submit, this is something that you should pay attention to the most. Having good English, especially for the sales role, is so important. I made a mistake of hiring a customer service rep as my sales rep earlier in my journey, and I was just losing so much revenue, and I just could not figure it out for a month. So that month did not end up well. Obviously, with high ticket, it's still pretty hard to be in the red. So that month, I still made profit, but definitely not as much profit that I have wished for. If I hired a sales rep, paid them a little bit more than the customer service rep, and in terms of how much to pay, that is ultimately up to you. But I would say anywhere from $750 to $1,000 starting out per month is a good starting point for the 9-to-5 role. If they can close sales well, $750 to $1,000 per month is plenty, because even if they only close like 3 to 4 sales per month, you even break even. So I think that rate is like pretty fair to them, and it's pretty good to you as well. And basically, those are the most important parts. And then Skype ID, just to contact them. You can change that to Discord or whatever is that you want to communicate over. But most people in the Philippines have a Skype, so you can change this to Facebook. They probably have Facebook as well. So experience in any sort of sales position and or Shopify is highly recommended. And then I usually like to include something like, say your favorite dessert in the title, so I know you have read the post. So when they are submitting a application to your job posts, such as this, there is a title, at least on onlinejobs.ph, and in the title, you want to make sure they are saying a favorite dessert, or you can change it to like favorite candy or anything. So that way you will know that they have read the entire job application, because a lot of people will spam, or not necessarily spam, but they will apply for a lot of job posts hoping to get in with one. And you don't want someone that does that. You want someone that is actually interested in the job application and is trying to is interested in the job application and wants to actually serve inside of your business. So we are looking for someone that has excellent English skills. If this is you, we are offering above the salary posted. Make sure your profile contains the IQ score. If it doesn't, you will not be qualified. Looking forward to working with you, Trevor. So this is something that I've been experimenting for quite some time now, and I basically found that on onlinejobs.ph there is an IQ score. That is their actual IQ, and I found that people above 120 are usually people that are better to work with. Yes, they are more expensive because they are just smarter, and you just have to pay them more, but they are especially for the sales rep role, so much very much necessary in order to actually close sales. So above 120 IQ score, obviously we don't want to put that on the hiring job post, but just me and you internally, we know that we want to look for someone above 120. You can go lower, but I basically found 120 from my testing to be the sweet spot. Anything higher is good, obviously, but you probably will cost more. But anything lower usually aren't the best to work with. So when you make that job post on onlinejobs.ph, you want to hop on a call and shift through candidates that fit your criteria. So essentially, after you make your job post, it will only take a little bit, probably less than 15-30 minutes. You'll start getting quite a few applicants coming in, depending on the job role. For the sales rep role, they will come in slower because there's less people that have really good English, but some people will still apply anyways. For product uploaders, you probably will get 100 applicants all in 10 minutes. So because the bar is lower for applicants to apply for that role, more people are going to apply. The ones that are you need specific criteria or experience, then less people will apply there. So you want to speak with your potential VA and ask them some simple questions on the call. So questions like, what experience do you have? What was your last job? And give them a scenario based on the job role and see what they would do. So if you're hiring for a sales rep role, you can like think up of a scenario where they would be on the phone and the customer has a question and see like what their thought process is. And that's where you essentially want to achieve with the questions. Like, will they actually be able to figure things out on their own? You won't need to like answer every single question, but you kind of have to expect it in the beginning, at least month one, at least for sure. There's going to be a lot of questions if your SOP is not really good yet. So with that being said, here is the general hiring criteria and what I look for. And there we go. I forgot I put this here. My IQ should be above 120, generally easier to teach a VA. Speed test, make sure VAs have fast internet speeds, 50 megs or higher. You can do 40 is also okay as well. Sales experience for the sales role, English fluency for the sales role. In typing speed test, 40 plus is ideal. So those are the general hiring criteria. And make sure with these questions, like what experience they have. If they have sales experience, that's really, really good for the or for the role. What was their last job and why they don't have that job anymore? That's also questions I like to ask, because what went wrong with their last job that they are looking now for a job? It doesn't always mean it's a red flag or any way, depending on what they answer, but it's good to just know in the back of your mind like what they were going through. So SOPs are standard operating procedures, and SOPs are so important for your business. They are essentially what your VAs will follow. So some softwares you can do in order to create your SOP is to use Notion or Google Docs. Either one works. And this is how you should structure your SOP. So you should have in the beginning of your SOP, for example, the sales role, beginning expectations. What can they expect for the sales role in terms of hours, in terms of the environment that they're working with, and everything else in between. An introduction to the role, give them an introduction to the role. What are they actually doing? What are they trying to accomplish? And then tasks of the role. So this is where you can make a live video of you on the computer doing the actual task. So if it's the sales role, you can record yourself taking a phone call. Do as many examples as you can to give them lots of examples to work off with. And then lastly, at the very bottom, I like to do a payment schedule. So I pay mine bi-weekly, like the 15th and 30th of every single month through PayPal. If they don't have PayPal, we only go through PayPal. There's no exceptions. I write that very clearly. I want everyone to use one payment platform. That way we don't have to juggle between like 5-6 payment platforms to pay each and every single employee. So I make sure that's very clear. And then with that being said, make sure in the tasks of the role, you include every single part of the task. And after they watch through all of the SOP, you want to hop on a call and go through any questions that they have and go through some live calls, especially if this is based on a sales rep. So you would pretend like you were a customer, you would call your store's phone number and your VAs will pick up. Do as many as possible and try to do them, a couple times every single day, just so VAs can have practice and can understand like what they are doing, essentially, like what their thought process is. And then inside your SOP, this is based on the sales rep, which is the most important role by far, is to have a Google Docs or a Notion document that highlights frequently asked questions. So like, what is your return policy? How long does shipping take? Is this in stock? Just like an easy way for VAs to reference that document to find answers to commonly asked questions, because commonly asked questions are going to make up like 80% of your customers' questions. And if you can make a document there for them to look at, then a lot of times then they'll be able to handle it on their own. So this is the training process. So training process for your first VA should look like this. You show them how to do it via videos plus text. This is with the SOP. And then so Notion, Google Docs, Google Drive does the job. Pick one, stick with it, and create your SOPs on that. Have them do it, but you watch. So if it's the sales role, you essentially will have let customers call your VA and see how they would do. Obviously, in the beginning, mistakes are definitely going to happen. So do not get frustrated in the beginning because they are learning. Make sure you don't put so much pressure on them, because it is definitely a hard role if they don't have experience with it. And even if they have sales experience, they don't have probably the same. They probably never worked for like high ticket e-com store, so they need to understand like how it works. And just give them time. Make sure you don't be too pushy, and as long as they're always progressing and always learning, then you are doing your job. So spend 2 to 3 days live going through the SOPs with them and doing live demonstrations. And that's pretty much it for the first VA in terms of sales. And then your second hire should be when your first hire is well trained, so they can train the second hire. Meaning when you hire a second sales rep, for example, your first sales rep covers 9 to 5, and then your second one covers 5 to 9. Have your first sales rep, once they are very good, just teach the second sales rep. And that will just free up a lot of your time and mental bandwidth. That's very, very important, so you can stay, you can still work on stuff that are going to grow your business. So that's pretty much it for the the Hiring for Ecom module number 6 of the free high-ticket dropshipping course. If you have any questions, leave them down in the comments below, and I'll see you guys in the next one. If you want to apply for mentorship, make sure you check the link in the description below. And I think that's it, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In this video, we're going to post a job listing on Upwork live together using my template. And I made it super simple for you, but pretty much just look for hardworking and eye-catching workers. Kind of get to know them with an interview process and all that fun stuff. And that being said, let's get right into it. So over here, let's just imagine that I'm looking for a customer support agent. So I would write in the headline, looking for long-term experienced, role. So customer support agent to check emails, right? Something to kind of capture them. They know, this is a long-term job. You must have experience and the type of role. I have so many questions answered in just a title. Capturing with that, add in all of these that are related, skills that are related, and kind of go choose as many as you can. And then over here under scope, you could do whichever, works for your project. Medium is fine, 3 to 6. I like to choose intermediate level. Worldwide, I prefer using people from the Philippines because their English is really good and we just have good communication, but you could honestly get it done like from anywhere. And then from here on, you just have to post your job. And then I have a template for you guys, but pretty much you could just fill it in. My name is Marcus and I'm looking for a dedicated customer support agent to check my emails for me daily, right? For this role, you are going to kind of explain your duties. So let's go straight forward into it. Check emails daily, 1 time in the morning and 1 time at evening. Your duty is to respond to email inquiries and answer product questions. Some of your duties include answering tracking for customers, giving product information to potential clients, because sometimes your customer emails you to ask some questions. The salary for this position will be, $3,000 to $5,000 an hour. I'm looking for experienced and long-term individual, and then anything else you want to add, feel free. But this template already kind of gives you an idea. You kind of straight to the point, tell them what you're looking for. You kind of tell them their duties and what to expect. You also tell them how much to expect for this position, which is $3,000 to $5,000 an hour. And then from here on, you kind of just review your job post. And again, how you structure it, how you write it, that's completely up to you. This is just what I like to go. I like to go straight to the point. I like to tell them what I'm looking for. I like to tell them, how long I'm looking for it, which is long term. I like to ask for experienced, what they're doing, and then their duty, all in this. And then kind of just, post a job. Once you post it, you will have applicants to choose from. And then you could click to my jobs over here, and then you will have people propose to you. And then from here on, let's just assume, one of these people proposed to you. You could actually message them. You could talk to them. You could ask them questions, review it, and kind of, decide who you want to onboard onto your team. some types of characteristics I look for. I look for, good English. I look for people that respond fast, because that shows that they're going to be responding fast to, if I have any questions or assignments to give to them. And, look for someone that is hardworking, someone that has experience, someone that, just has been in the game. And that I can't really help you with, because that is subjective. I don't know which freelancers are coming onto your job, but I can give you the template that I use to kind of, attract them. And then from here on, it's just an onboarding process, you teaching them how to do it and all that fun stuff. And that being said, that is all for this course video of the module. You now know how to, kind of set up a job listing on Upwork to kind of hire people from overseas to help you facilitate your businesses. And that being said, let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm here for you in the discussion part of the system. Peace and love. E as in elephant.
That is correct.
Okay, so
SKU number, will that help?
yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, the SKU number is basically the same thing, but at the end it says SWW, but I'm wondering if the WW isn't the white.
You want it in the stainless steel, right?
On, the white, I have a white in my house, and I want it to look more commercial. We're doing over a bedroom that connects to it, so she's making it a pretty big. So.
Wow.
So she wants it to feel a little bit more like the restaurant,
Uh-huh.
She's gonna retire. What it is she's retiring, but she's still just gonna be doing cakes from home. But she's still, there's a different feel. I don't know if you've ever worked in a restaurant, but there's just a different feel when you're working in a commercial.
Okay, got that. So my team just got back to me. We do have 2 of the stainless steels. We have them in stock.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that is wonderful. Let me see. She's not here right now, and I have to verify it with her because she's the one spending the money. So, do you want to call me back, or should I call back and ask for you, or how do we want to do this?
Okay, so to
She's ready to go right now. So, I
okay.
mean, we're only here for another 2 weeks. So, and what kind of shipping time are we looking at?
If they are in stock, which they are, they usually take about maybe 2 to 3 days to process, get it ready from the warehouse. But after that, it takes about 1 to 2 weeks, depending on the shipping company and, their schedule of deliveries, but generally fast.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're looking at a couple weeks before we get it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So that's going to be kind of tough for.
If we get
anywhere where we could go pick it up.
If we get the order today, I could have this processed by the end of today and try to have it shipped out within the end of today or tomorrow, because I could put this and flag in high priority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we live in Texas, and I just came out to be the really good big sister because we flip houses and we do all kinds of stuff.
Uh-huh.
So she doesn't have anybody. She doesn't have a husband. She doesn't have anybody. So, and if you saw her little bitty tiny kitchen, you'd be going, oh my God. So we're only here probably until maybe the 15th, maybe the 18th at the most. So if we could get it here by then, it would, it would make her, it just means something really special for her.
Well, I mean, if I get the order to,
Is it free shipping?
Yes.
Did I read that? Right? That it was free shipping?
Yes, shipping is included.
Okay.
So we could proceed. I could actually send an invoice to your email so that you guys could take a look at it, look at the quote together, and then I could also give you a call back just to follow up once you guys, do your, due diligence.
Okay. Yeah, she's at the doctor right now. She hurt her arm at work.
Oh my God.
Yeah, do you want to, it's been Actually, she heard it at work, and she had to actually have an operation on it. The operation got infected, and it has been going on for like 3 months. So that's why I'm here doing this for her. She's just been through the last 3 months of just pure torture on this arm.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear that.
Because she's my baby sister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
You know, so me and my husband, you know, we're pretty much retired, so we were able to come and help her out with it, and we've been looking for a while, and you know, then we came across these, and it was like, seems like it's just because they are. Let me confirm that they do have to flip them so that I can make, you know, one open left and one open right. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
I'm pretty sure I saw it in there. Yep. Seals, reverse doors. Yeah, reversible doors. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let me give you my email. It's a bunch of letters. Busy letters. Exactly.
Perfect.
And who am I talking to?
My name is Mark.
What's your name? Hi, Mark. My name's Judy.
Judy, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
And last thing I just need is your phone number.
She's ready to buy. So, I was up last night. I couldn't sleep, so I'm like, you know. So, and then let me ask you this too. What is the next width size if she wanted to go bigger instead of just like does though?
Okay. I just need your phone number before I let you go. I just need your phone number.
Okay.
Judy, real quick before I let you go. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to send an invoice to you so that you guys could take a look over the price quote. I'm also going to go and forward this to my team where we're going to go and find some extra models for you. Maybe we can send that to that email, and then I'll also have somebody follow up to make sure that everything is situated on both our ends.
Okay. Let me ask you this also. You guys are East Coast?
Yes, we ship and deliver across the whole entire United States.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. She won't be back for, I don't know, at least an hour or two.
Okay.
You know, and we're just, you know, like I said, we are ready to buy, and the one for the restaurant, we're ready to buy too. So you have a possibility right now. I hope you're on commission because you have a possibility to sell 3 of them today.
I'm looking forward to that. That sounds very nice.
Cool. Wouldn't you be like going, woo-hoo?
I would be honored. Yes.
All right, Mark. Well, it's up to you now. Okay.
My pleasure, Judy. We'll reach out to you as soon as possible. We'll send that invoice to you right now.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Judy. Bye.
Welcome to the completely free high-ticket dropshipping course, module number 7, going over conversion rate optimization for high-ticket ecom. So inside of this video, we're going to talk about some areas where you can improve your website to optimize for conversions. Doing CRO on your website is going to be very important to maximize your return on ad spend, because the more customers you can convert on your website alone and build trust, the more customers you can close and add revenue to your business. So we're going to go over just a couple major points for CRO for a high ticket store, and I would recommend you go beyond this. This is just the obvious pointers that you can implement inside of your website. Now, I'm going to also show you some websites that are doing really well in terms of website design, what they are doing correctly, and implement that into your own website. So with that being said, let's just get started. So the very first part for conversion rate optimization for your high-tech ecom store is having a prominent banner at the top of your page with an offer. So something like this: free shipping, guarantee lowest prices, exceptional reviews, contact us today. What I mean by this is, if you look up stores like Barbecue Guys, wait for this to load, they have something like this: free shipping over $49, and then they have something like this that has links to their services.
but this is their actual banner. Save before Cyber Week chaos, shop deals. You can either have it here or at the very top of your website. Next is going to be font and size. So depending on your industry, if it serves older demographics, let's say you're selling mobility scooters, you might find that the data says your customers are older and you might want to increase your text size. So if this store was selling mobility scooters and target demographic is older people, they might want to increase their the text on the website. So this right here, and all this can easily be increased inside of Shopify just by increasing the text size. You might also want to add something like an accessibility option at the very bottom of the website, so people that have disabilities, looking online or just using the website can actually use those accessibility features to assist them in purchasing whatever product that they want. Next is going to be a phone number in as many places as possible. So if we look at Barbecue Guys, they have a phone number right here, and usually people will land on the product page. So let's just take a look at the product page. So obviously the phone number right here, we have phone number, live chat, and email, and then they have a live chat support box right here. If we keep on scrolling, they obviously have the phone number at the very bottom of their website and a way to live chat. So in my opinion, Barbecue Guys does not really have many areas where they're displaying phone numbers, which they can definitely improve on. So stuff like this right here is good, but they could increase the font so more people are likely to call them. So Barbecue Guys is a multi-million-dollar company, hundreds of million dollars of revenue every single year. So their phone support is, probably not as good as someone that has a smaller team and more focused in on their industry. So they probably don't really want everyone to call them, but they can definitely increase more trust by displaying their phone numbers more often on their website. So other areas you can display phone numbers is like above the add to cart or next to the add to cart button. You can also display it somewhere inside a description, or when people are reading reviews, you can add them right here if they want to talk to a customer service rep and answer any questions that they might have. You can also add them inside the FAQ section, so if people are reading FAQs about your store, then if they have any questions, they can also call you. So adding the phone number on the website in just in many places does not hurt your conversion rate. It can only improve, because the phone essentially is a very easy way to build trust. Over live chat, it's a little bit harder. When you're taking calls from customers, it's a lot easier to build trust over the phone, give them deals, and ultimately you're going to convert more people if you can get them on the phone. Next is going to be descriptions. So what description or what type of description Barbecue Guys has is just like, we scroll all the way up to here. Their descriptions is laid out like this. So they have key features, they have the actual description that talks about the grill itself, and then the specifications and dimensions are separated, meaning they're not just jumbled up inside of here, they're separated up inside its own section. So specifications and dimensions. You can use an app called Tabs Studio. It's a Shopify app, and essentially it will do the same thing by separating out the descriptions. So you can have a tab for description features. You can also have one for specifications and dimensions, and also one for manufacturer's downloads. These are very important to have, because if people are looking for more technical questions, you want to provide them it there on the website ready, so if they want to look at it, they can. So Barbecue Guys has that ready, like right in the description. So if they want to read it, they can just click a link and then read more information about the manual, or about the, in this case, Napoleon, which is the manufacturer, and what they're doing in terms of helping the community. So those are some areas where the site, or you can apply the same principles from Barbecue Guys to your own website. So next up is going to be social proof. So reviews are big, especially for high ticket, because reviews are more scarce with high ticket. So this $2,000 grill, there's only 33 reviews. Compared to if you were selling like a $20 fidget spinner, you're going to have more reviews, probably more negative than positive. But generally with high ticket, reviews are very powerful. And reviews with images are even more powerful. So the more you can add to your website, the better. But you do not want to add fake reviews. Very, very important. Do not add fake reviews to your website, because this will devalue your brand. People will view your brand or your website as untrustworthy. If you're faking reviews, it's very easy for people to tell. Do not think you can outsmart customers. Customers are very smart nowadays. And if you're faking reviews, it's just not going to look good for you long term. So how do you actually get real reviews to your website? It's by, getting orders to your website, first of all. As long as you can get consistent orders coming in, when the order is delivered to the customer, after 3 to 5 business days, you can call the customer. I have my VAs do this and ask them, how did the experience go? Did everything that they received, was everything that they expected? If yes, you can offer them like a $25 to $50 gift card, either to your store or it can be to Amazon or any other retail store, and offer that to them in order to exchange for a photo/video review. And those are very, very powerful for high ticket. So you can display them on the product pages, home pages, and even in ads. So the more reviews you can get, the better. So prioritize adding social proof whenever possible and maximize the amount of potential you can use your social proofs in advertising. So you can add it to your home page. You can add it to a review section on your product page. You can add a reviews page specifically for all your customer reviews. There's a lot of ways you can implement reviews inside your store to boost your conversion rate. Next is going to be heat maps and tracking. So heat maps are very important in order to see where people are interacting with your website. So a free tool is going to be called Microsoft Clarity. This is a free tool, and you don't need any other paid tools like some other Shopify apps that are like $60 a month. This tool does the exact same, free, and there's no cost to it. So what I would recommend with Microsoft Clarity is install on your website. It does actually slow down your website a little bit, so make sure your website is already fast to begin with. So even if it slows it down a little bit, it's still manageable and still fast. So install Microsoft Clarity on your website. It's very easy to use and set up. Just follow the tutorial and you should be able to install it on your Shopify website. And with Microsoft Clarity, you want to see like where people are essentially rage clicking. Rage clicking is like this. See where my mouse is? If I'm rage clicking, I'm like spamming my trackpad on my laptop and just trying to just click on something. If someone is rage clicking, it means that the part of the website is probably either wrong or they expected something else to happen. So you can fix that on your website. So rage clicks are something you can fix. You can also see where people are, they click something, it's going to a dead page. You want to fix that right away. So having Microsoft Clarity and just a heat map in general is very important to improve your conversion rate. You can find problems that you may not be aware of. And the last one is going to be website speed. So using GTmetrix and Page Speed Insights, this is a free tool and this is a free tool as well. Page Speed Insights is actually a tool made by Google itself. So I highly recommend you use both so you can see areas you can improve. So not getting too technical about how you can improve your page speed. Essentially, you can clean up old code. You can lazy load images. You can lazy load videos. You can do a lot of things to clean up your website so it can load faster without affecting its usability. And if you just want a simple, very easy answer without having to worry about how to do the code and everything, because I use this Fiverr gig as well. Every 3 to 6 months or so, if you're making a lot of changes, I would do the 3 to 6 months and optimize your website for speed. If you're not making a lot of changes to your website design, then you can do one maybe once a year, because if you install apps and you delete apps, those add code to your website, and with those codes it actually slows down your website. So you want to use this service every 6 to 12 months if you're not making a lot of changes, so that way your website can remain very fast. So based on this Fiverr gig, it's very inexpensive. It's only $70. And with $70, you can get your mobile speed to 75 to 85, which is very, very fast, and desktop to 90 plus, which is less than 3 seconds to load. Make sure when you're using page speed insights and the other tool, which is GT metrics, to make sure when you plug in your website that the load speed is less than 3 seconds. Any longer than that, people will bounce. So make sure it's no more than 3 seconds in terms of loading. So those are the recommended ways you can improve your conversion rate on your high ticket e-com store. But this goes beyond it. You want to always be looking at big stores, barbecue guys. Think of big stores, Wayfair.com, HomeDepot.com. Those are all huge stores that you can go ahead and see what they're doing right and implement it to your website. So this is a LG refrigerator, and essentially it looks like Home Depot has a different type of setup compared to barbecue guys. They have like these tabs, very large tabs that goes over dimensions, a lot of labels for things, questions and answers that you can implement that on your website. So this is just a very easy frequently asked question app that you can install on your website. Customer reviews, they have a lot of reviews on this specific product. So just look at the website and look at areas where you can improve your own websites. They have a shop or brands at the very bottom. These are probably their very exclusive brands that they sell. So go through each website and see areas where you can improve your own. So I'm on Wayfair right now, and obviously this is a pillow. It's not too expensive. Let's just click on like lighting. How about ceiling lights, chandeliers? So this $629 chandelier, just see how they're doing the product or their website. They have tabs like this just on the right side of their website. They have a weight and dimensions, like an image right here. You can easily edit this, or you can hire someone to it's just simple. Like you just put a line here and then put the how long the item is. And same with here, the diameter. You can make all this custom. That is a lot. There's a lot of ways you can improve your product pages and your offer so you can stand out from the competition. Because there could be 100 sellers selling the same chandelier, but one store is doing majority of the sales. And it's not because of just ads, it's because their offer is the best. Their website also invokes the most trust. And those are a lot of ways you can, stand out from the competition. So with that being said, always be improving your conversion rate on your website. But the thing with conversion rates is the higher you go up inside your journey of high ticket e-com, meaning advertising, the more you spend on ads, the more you're going to cap out on, branded traffic, meaning people that are searching for the brand. And from there, you have to go into, more colder audiences that may not convert as well. So naturally, you're going to have a lower conversion rate. So don't just look at the conversion rate on your Shopify, like analytics, and just take that for granted. Because with that analytics, it takes the entire month. If you're looking at an entire month's worth of data, that data may not be accurate because you could have a month where you're getting traffic for your blog posts that may not be people that are ready to buy. So don't always look at your conversion rate number per se inside your Shopify dashboard. Just look at areas where you're missing out compared to your competitors and implement those changes and aspects of larger retailers like barbecue guys, Wayfair, and apply those to your store. So I think that's pretty much it for this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome to the final free high ticket dropshipping course, module number 8, going over SEO for high ticket ecom. This is the final module of the completely free high ticket ecom dropshipping course series. And in this video, we're going to talk about everything you need to know about SEO. We're going to give you the framework, but everything else comes down to you to actually figure out the actual steps to actually implement SEO for your store. So we're going to talk about why SEO and what even is SEO. So SEO stands for search engine optimization, and essentially SEO is a way we optimize our website to get more organic traffic from Google. The reason why we're doing SEO and we want to get Google traffic is because Google traffic is the most highest buying intent. People on Google are more likely to buy than some traffic sources such as TikTok. You might be able to get a lot of organic traffic from TikTok, but they might not convert as well compared to Google traffic. So why should you even care about SEO? So there's three big reasons why you should even care about SEO to start with. Number one is going to be profit margins. Now I'm going to tell you, if you make a $2,000 sale and you make $500 on that sale and you pay $200 to acquire that customer via Google ads, you're left with $300 left over on your $2,000 sale. Not bad. Now with SEO, you can make that same sale all organically, meaning you didn't pay to acquire the customer. So you made $500 on that $2,000 sale, and that's even better. So that indirectly boosts your profit margins. Next is going to be building a moat around your business. So building a moat around your business is very, very important, especially for a niche down store. You want to be the go-to store for that industry. If you're selling, for example, espresso machines, you want to be the top e-commerce store eventually at some point for espresso machines and coffee. So building a moat around your business and also authority in the industry. It goes hand in hand with building a moat around your business, because when you build a moat around your business, meaning people cannot just go into that same industry, let's say espresso machine, and start up a store and take over your entire market share. It's going to be very, very time consuming and very, very hard for someone that's brand new compared to a store that's already been doing it for a couple of years that already has organic traffic coming in. So building a moat around your business, if you want it to be long term, and building authority around your business, as well as profit margins. SEO is very, very great for this. You can, the more traffic at the end of the day you can get to your store, the more revenue you can get to your store. It's as simple as that. So I'm going to give you a general strategy breakdown for how you can do SEO for your high-ticket e-com store. So there is 9 steps to this. Number one is going to be keyword research. So you want to identify one product type that is lucrative to your business using Ahrefs. So this can be your best sellers or the ones that have the highest potential, meaning maybe you don't have a bestseller product type just yet, but you feel like there is one product that has high margins. There's a lot of decent amount of people searching for it, and the most important is low competition. Lower competition equals you can rank more content faster because you don't need as much backlinks and you don't need as much content to rank higher inside Google's organic results. So make sure you use Ahrefs, because in my opinion, Ahrefs is probably one of the best SEO tools that you can use for keyword research. So let's go ahead and fire up Ahrefs. All right, I've signed into Ahrefs account, and inside Ahrefs, you want to go to the Keyword Explorers tab. And then here is where you want to essentially search your keyword. So let's go back to this tab. So we want to identify one product type that's lucrative to your business. So depending on what your industry is, so I'm going to just pick one. Let's say fireplaces. This is a very big industry. It's also very competitive at the same time. But there's probably other related product types that are not as competitive that you can do SEO for. So I'm on this website called North Country Fire, and let's see what other products they have besides fireplaces. I don't really want to do fireplaces because a lot of people do fireplaces. So we have an Osborne 2500 pellet stove. So let's try pellet stoves. Let's see how competitive they are in terms of SEO inside of Ahrefs. So we're going to paste that in there, and we're going to put that inside Ahrefs, and we can see keyword difficulty is 22. So medium difficulty, according to Ahrefs, we have 54 or 57,000 volume, and you can see that it's trending up over time. Like at the peaks, every year it's increasing. From 2018 it was at 118,000, 2015 peak was at under 80,000. So over time it's slowly reaching new peaks. So this is definitely a growing industry. But one thing I'm looking at this and I realize is This is definitely seasonal. It obviously peaks in the winter season when people are, in colder states. They need pellet stoves to stay warm. So if you're gonna do this, just know that if you pick a seasonal product type, then the organic traffic, around the June area might not, result into as much sales as you want to. However, this should not be something like you just ignore. Just because it is seasonal doesn't mean you should not do it. But I do believe, more stable year-round product types are probably better than, this huge swings up and down every year. So let's see if there's anything else. Obviously, fireplaces and stuff are going to be seasonal. So maybe let's look at like grills. How about something like this? So this is like I was looking at these, I think grill islands. So let's look up grill island. These are probably seasonal as well. I'm trying to find something that's not seasonal. So let me just look around and see if there's any other product types that is not seasonal. That's also high ticket, obviously. Let's look at furniture. Let's just pick pantries. So pantry cabinets, okay. So if you're selling pantry cabinets and those are your top sellers on your store, this is the exact process that you want to implement SEO. So pantry cabinets only has 2.4 thousand searches, which is a lot lower than pellet stoves, but there's definitely more. It's not seasonal, and with it only having 2,400 searches, do not be worried that this is a bad keyword to target. Usually means that it is very less competitive than the other product types. So when we look at pantry cabinets right here, and we look at these SERPs, we can see the number one ranking position is pantry kitchen cabinets at Lowe's. So Lowe's is ranking number one. Pantry cabinets, IKEA, Home Depot, wholesale cabinets, Amazon, Wayfair, Target, Craftsmate, Bath & Beyond. So you can see that with this keyword, there's definitely a lot of high authority websites, but that doesn't mean you can't be in the top positions as well. These websites, for example, this page that's ranking for Lowe's, is just a auto-generated page. You can see just based on the URL. You can create a page that's way better than this, that's not automatically generated, that's way better and more likely to rank based on what is currently ranking on Google. So we look at all these results, they are all like automatically generated. Like it has no, all this content is very slim. There's also no text under the collection pages as well. And this is all, look at this. Pantry cabinets 23609. This is an automatically generated page, so it's very easy to actually rank, in the top 10 because your page is more qualified for the search term, which is pantry cabinets. So let's say we want to do SEO for pantry cabinets. We want to download all these keywords via Ahrefs. So there's 2,117 keywords, and you can see the total volume is actually not just 2.4 thousand. These are all related keywords to pantry cabinets. So we select them all. You can see that there's 18,000 volume. So select them all. Let's see. Go to export. We want to do all 2,117. We export them for Excel. Then we can go ahead and open this up. So first of all, we only need two columns. The column for keyword and the column for volume. Everything else we can delete. We don't need that data. Next, you want to apply the same strategy for the other other tools such as Answer the Public. So Answer the Public is a tool that will look for questions related to the keyword. So if we just type in pantry cabinets, I think inside of Answer the Public and click search. Same with low fruits. Low fruits, I believe, is a paid software, but let's go ahead and load it up. Yeah, it requires some credits, but with low fruits, you essentially will also find keywords that are not in Ahrefs and not in Answer the Public, that are underserved. So using a combination of all three, we want to format all our keywords into here. So take the keywords that you downloaded from Answer the Public and download it. We need an account, but you can download this from Answer the Public for free. But take the data from these two other platforms and format it into your Excel sheet where it's just keyword and volume. So all these ones where there's none right here inside of Ahrefs, it's probably because it's underserved, meaning you could just put 0 for them, or you can put 10. We can just put 10. So take that and just apply it all the way down there. So take all these keywords from Answer the Public in low fruits and apply it inside of one big Excel sheet where it has the keyword and it has the volume. Don't worry about duplicates because the next tool that we're going to use will remove any duplicates. Next, we want to format the keyword and volume data in the spreadsheet, which I just said. And then next, we want to use keyword insights. So the objective of keyword insights is this tool will take our keywords and volume data and it will format it into a what's called a keyword cluster. A keyword cluster is essentially a way for us to organize all our keywords in a way so we can write each keyword in a specific way that it will interlink together. The reason why we want to interlink all the content together is when we build links and get links organically, let's say we get a link to one page. It interlinks with other pages, so it boosts, it passes link juice to all the other pages. So that's essentially the strategy in terms of how we want to create content on our website paired up with a backlink strategy. So what we want to do is we want to sign up with Keyword Insights. You can also just use the $1 fee or one-time $1 fee for 6,000 credits. I don't know, that's probably like 500 keywords, and we probably have more than 500. So you probably need to spend a one-time cost of $58, and you can cancel the plan right after it. So I will show you once I'm inside Keyword Insights. So I'm logged in inside Keyword Insights now, and essentially what you want to do is you want to click New, and then we want to click Cluster Keywords. Or I think they changed the UI. So we need to click Keyword Clustering, and then we just want to name this the project name. So you store, and then we're doing pantry cabinets. No presets, but location, we want to do the state or the country that you're selling in. So US for this example. Track search intent, we can leave that as is. Advanced settings, we don't need to change anything. You want to click next, skip. And then here we want to upload our keywords. So we want to click local files, and then I just want to make sure this is formatted correctly. Keyword and volume, we'll save this. Save it as a CSV, and then we upload it inside of here. So map keywords, so this is going to be keywords, and map volume should be volume. So this way, they're going to read the CSV has this column as keyword and this column as volume. So you want to match it up. Processing time, keywords, and credit costs. And then we just want to click summary. Review your order, and then you just want to complete the order. Try now. There we go. So mobility scooter is going to be the hub, and the spoke is essentially these keywords. So whenever you're writing content for mobility scooter, this should link to all these keywords. Each one of these keywords should be its own dedicated page. So you're going to have a mobility scooter collection page, and then you're going to have buy mobility scooter, mobility power scooter, motor mobility scooter, handicap mobility scooter. The ones that are misspellings I would not do, because there's a very possible way that you can overdo your SEO, meaning you're making too much content for related keywords. Like this one, mobility scooter with a period at the bottom, is the same as this. There's no point of creating the same content. So just use your best judgment on this. Like mobility scooter, you can make one mobility power scooter, motor mobility scooter, handicap mobility scooter. Those would be the only 4 that I would make for those. All the others are nonsense, so you don't need to make content for those. So if we go back here, so take keyword insights, and you want to make a schedule using Airtable, Notion, or Google Sheets. And essentially on the table, so you essentially just want to do this. So page type, you either put in main page or sub page. So one of those. And keyword, publish date, and writer. So if I'm the writer and I want to publish this November 7th, 2023, the keyword is mobility scooter. This mobility scooter, based on what we just looked at inside the other sheet, this would be a main page. If we're making content for mobility power scooter, this is a keyword that should be a sub page. Sub pages should always link to the hub page, and the main pages should always link to the sub page. So you just want to view it like this. This is the top of the pyramid, and these are the bottom of the pyramid. These should link to this, and this should also link to this. So whenever you get a link to one of this or one of these, they will build authority together. So it will pass link juice between the two. So you just want to make a simple like a calendar like this that goes over what you are posting. So after mobility power scooter, I might want to do motor mobility scooter. After I publish it, I just put the publish date and who wrote the actual content. And just keep track of all your pages. You can also do a URL, so the URL of the actual live page, and just keep track of your SEO efforts based on like a easy spreadsheet like this. So that way you can keep track of how much content you're producing, and you essentially just want to complete these entire lists. And after you complete the entire list, you should be at least getting a lot of decent traffic coming in from organic traffic from Google. So you want to categorize and format the site plus products before writing content. So what I mean by this is, if you're writing about mobility scooters, for example, mobility scooters, if we look at this right here, if there's mobility power scooter, and if you sell that, you want to categorize that into your heading in a way that it makes sense for the buyer. So there's really no good way to explain this, except you can look at some live examples. So for example, fireplace, they have electric fireplaces here. This menu is very big. or gas fireplaces, and then it lists all the types of gas fireplaces. Same with outdoor gas fireplaces, and then also gas fireplace media, so like what goes inside the fireplace, and accessories. So it just labels it out in a way so it's still SEO optimized but also buyer friendly. If you have a store that's very big, meaning you sell a lot of product types, then you might not be able to do this. But if you have a niche down store, this should be very achievable, and this should also, make the buyer experience a lot better. So here's the general concept. Start with the main keyword in subtopics in interlink pages. So you want to link from the main page to the sub page, and then link from the sub page back to the main page. And then on the actual content piece itself, you want to link to other related pages as it makes sense. So you can link to your other blogs, your other collection pages, and then your pages and then you can also link to resource/blog posts. So if you're writing a blog post about mobility scooters, or let's just do the pantry cabinet. Maybe you're writing something about, pantry cabinet sizing. And you want to link to a resource like this, pantry dimensions for every type and style. You might want to link to this so it can describe more in detail. So you want to balance it out. You want to have more internal links than external links. External links are links to other websites that is not yourself. So that's how the general SEO strategy works. After that, you want to just rinse and repeat until all the keywords are done from the keyword cluster and there are no results to show, or there's no more keywords to write about. You just want to complete the entire topic about that one product type, and then results should show. However, if you're in a more competitive industry, like for example fireplaces, you might not be able to get as much traffic as you hope for, and that's completely fine. More competitive industry also mean a lot of demand, and once you complete your entire content cluster, we want to build links. So I'm going to give you the straightforward way of how to build links. You can use an agency. There's lots of SEO agencies that you can use. If you just look on, go on Twitter, and you can definitely find SEO agencies there. See ones that have results, and you can work with them. Fat Joe is also a marketplace where you can buy links. Hero is where you can do, you can write articles, or mostly like very short paragraphs for reporters. And when you write paragraphs for reporters, they will link back to your website, but not always, because there's a lot of people pitching on that platform. Essentially, Hero is a tool. I'll show you. Hero. So Hero is a source for every story. So you're going to be a source, and there's going to be journalists on this platform. You're going to essentially provide value by either answering their questions or giving them your story. And journalists will essentially use your resource and link back to you. So there's many major media outlets using Hero. So New York Times, Fox News, Chicago, WSJ, ABC, Time. So lots of very reputable news and media outlets on Hero. So definitely something worth doing. And then there's also linkbuilder.io. This is definitely pretty pricey for SEO services, but they do a really good job in terms of backlinks. So they start at $3,000 a month, and you can get 8+ links per month, anywhere from DR 50 to 90. So DR is the domain rating. It is a scale from 0 to 100. I don't think there's any sites that is 100, but 90 is like very, very, very good already. So 50 to 90 are very good quality links. So linkbuilder.ai or .io is also a tool that you can use if you have the budget to reinvest back into SEO. And the last thing before we end this video is you do not want to use Fiverr or Upwork. This is because Fiverr and Upwork usually has people that spam backlinks, and spam backlinks will not do any good for your website or your business. So do not use Fiverr or Upwork at all costs. Even though they might seem like it's a very, very great deal, Usually the links are very bad and it will trash your site. So that's it for this video on SEO for high ticket ecom. If you enjoyed, make sure you drop a comment down below, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? So in this video, we are going to talk about SMS and email marketing. Basically, when someone goes onto your website and they're trying to shop for an item, they might not purchase from you the first day, but they might leave some information for you to kind of obtain. For example, if someone goes onto Bellcopia.com and then adds this product right over here, clicks add to cart, goes to the cart page, checks out, and puts their information in, we could actually set up a system to kind of retarget them with emails and send them stuff. So in this video, that's what we're going to talk about. Let's go. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into the App Store section of your store. And if you guys want to take a look, these are some of the apps that we use for your reference. And ultimately, you could go into here, click SMS marketing, SMS bump. You just click install, and then you're brought to this page in which I will guide you through it right now. So you're going to click set up SMS only. God damn it. So I will be right back. So I just filled in my information right there, and then I'm going to automate your marketing. So this is just them giving you their automatic setups. This is where you could kind of custom create the, well, we could do this part later. And thanks for subscribing to Bellcopia. We're so excited to have you shop here. Boom. So now it's pretty much set up for you. And so it's really fun because you could watch this. They give you free $5, and you really don't need too much money for SMS. Basically, once you go onto your SMS campaign, you're going to click to flows, and you could read all of this if you want. But basically, I'm going to turn this on. And so now when somebody puts their number onto our checkout page, they will be greeted with a SMS text. And so you do want to be careful though, because you need to fill in some certain information, right? You have to, it's privacy policy. So let me look for it. I'm pretty certain, but I can't find it right now. I would honestly ask them about privacy policies and kind of chat with them and ask them about it. But there are certain requirements that they do give you information. Like you just have to kind of just do what they ask. We could do a live chat together. Are there any privacy policies I need to put on my page to use this app? And I guess what I'm trying to say with this part of the video is just like, feel free to be asking questions, okay? It's very normal if you don't understand it, but you know, with every platform, I can't go into detail of how to use every single platform because that takes time on your end to just learn it. But you can see over here, they have a custom flow. And so when someone adds to cart, it'll be like, we noticed there are some items left in your cart. If you're ready to complete your order, boom, boom, boom. So now, you know, they wait for 24-hour delay. And from here on, you could kind of play with it, meaning you could create your own, you know, strategy. I just stick with the default. I know it works, but I don't really know how great it works. But you see, I told you there is a policy thing right here. So you have to follow all of this stuff. And so let us go and record that down. So for the sake of this video, I'm not going to go into doing it manually, but you know, there it is. That's what you have to do. Once you have that done, you just have to have your flows, which is your abandoned checkout flows that I really care about. The welcome flow, you can kind of custom create, make it yourself. Post-purchase upsell flow means when somebody purchases it. Like let's say somebody purchases a bike from Bellcopia, I would upsell them with like a accessory, right? Or like a pedal or something to kind of upsell flow. Win-back flow I don't really use, but abandoned checkout is definitely like the one you want to be keen on. And don't worry, you have a balance. I usually just refill it every $20. But it really doesn't spend too much money. It just, you know, you're just kind of sucking as much. You're trying to like use the data that you get. If someone's, you know, giving you their number, you might as well send them a few, you know, abandoned checkouts, which moves on to my next one, which is Klaviyo. So
I'm not going to show you that, go into the App Store again, but you could kind of set up Klaviyo again from here. And again, they have some privacy policies. You just have to ask, just make sure that, it's up and running. Their support is really, really good. And you just have to double check that your flows over here are, correct. So right over here, you want to make sure, like, obviously this is messed up, but I could go ahead, let's do one and edit email together. So it's really simple. Switch to new editor. What's the new editor? Ooh. So I don't know what that means, but I will go and add the logo. So as you can see, I have the logo updated right here. So I will go click like this, and then I could add some images, right? You can make these images on Canva, or you can make it yourself. But the point is, see, I don't like this. I want to have, let's see. Change template. I would just change the template, and I would use just like a super easy template, like a Black Friday template. Boom. So we have this right here, and then you just change the logo, replace. I'll add the logo. Belcopia Friday sale, shop, Black Friday deals right here. And then if you want to add the URL, you could go on to the Belcopia website, and then boom. And so now you have a full-on Black Friday sale. But I just realized that we're trying to make the abandoned cart email, so I messed up. I will go and redo it real quick. So I'm just going to use the basic templates, actually. Like the basic ones is honestly perfectly fine. So I'll use this one right here. So I'll use this template. But again, you see like how I'm doing it. It's really just playing with it. I'm not perfect, but at least I know how to use it, right? So you could use this template. Did you miss something? So as you can see right here, I just made a copy, right? Did you miss something? Bum, 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 bum. And then I added some photos right here. So this looks really nice. Shop bike. Shop accessories. You could kind of just play with it from here. But again, let's see. You also want to add the product right here. Oops. So again, just really playing with it, and yeah, like that is really it. Like I don't know how to like, this really just comes down to like organizing your own like emails and stuff, but very straightforward. So now you see we just made a whole like thing right here, but I don't like the color, so we gotta go in here to styles, change the color right here. And I'm not going to do all this right now. I don't want to waste too much of your time. But basically, like that is how you set it up. And then from here on, just to give you guys a little bit more value, I would highly suggest going on to certain competitors. Modern Back. Granted that they are one store. So, if you're going to... So what I suggest is you could actually go into certain people's websites, and then you could add it to cart. And then when you check out, you put your email in, and so you'll be able to get the template that they use, and then kind of just piggyback off of them. I definitely do suggest checking out Hills and Horizons. They definitely do something right. And Modern Back, just the same. I would, subscribe to their welcome list so you could get the newsletter. This is the welcome list. You could do what they're doing, look at what they're doing. You could look at what the Modern Back is doing. I wouldn't suggest looking at what Belcopia is doing because I'm not doing much on the email right now. But I would look at what they're doing. I would add a product to cart, like maybe this one. Put my email in. Literally just check out like a regular customer. Put my email in, and we're going to get targeted. And if they don't have a target, like if you don't get target, it means they don't have their email, which means they are not a good person to even look at. They're not even a good competitor. But Overall, they should have an email. So will any other dropshipping business. Any real brand will have an email. Wayfair has emails, and like literally any store will have emails done for you. So you could just kind of look at it from there and just use it. That's why I'm not too crazy on showing you guys the setup, because once I show you guys how to set it up, realistically, you just have to kind of just plug and play with, you know, what type of composition, everything you're working with. So for my case, I would look at people that are selling like electric bikes and kind of make a abandoned checkout layout for based off of, you know, how other people are structuring it. Nothing too crazy. I'm not reinventing the wheel. But that being said, that is really all when it comes to email and marketing. Thank you so much for your time. I hope this video really helps. Realistically, email and SMS do matter, but they're not going to make or break your store. At the end of the day, you want to have ads running to your store to get eyeballs onto your website. But once you do get some eyeballs, some way to kind of not leave money on the table is by recapturing your leads with SMS, with email. So this will not make or break your store, but it will really help increase your revenue once you start getting some data, right? There's no point of having your email and SMS set up if you're not even getting eyeballs on your website. But once you do get some eyeballs on your website, you are able to get some sales. Let's say you make 10K in 1 month. A really easy way to go from 10 to 30K is simply just by having emails in place, having the right abandoned checkout emails, having the right newsletter, the welcome emails, having the text message sent to the customer when they give you their number when they're abandoning their checkout. All of that stuff will most definitely help. But again, it won't make or break your store. It will only add value to it. So I highly suggest you to implement email and SMS. And that being said, I hope you guys have an amazing day. I hope you guys found value in this video. If you guys need anything from us at PeakFlow, you know where to find us. Just hit us up on the discussion part of the system. You know we at PeakFlow are here for you. We're here to serve you, and we're ultimately here to help you get to that final version that you're trying to be when it comes to e-commerce. And you know, here I am telling you all my knowledge. I have nothing to hide from you. Please do your best to get good, and I promise you, as you get better, you will keep on progressing. You will keep on advancing, and one day you will come to my level where we will be competing against each other via e-commerce stores. And I think that will be super fun. I'm sure that you will be able to, you know, gain a lot of knowledge from me, and vice versa. I could learn a lot from you. Granted, you get to my level. And so that being said, I hope that gives you a little motivation, inspiration. I hope you guys have an amazing day, and thank you for your time. Peace! Yo, what is going on, PeakFlow Academy? In today's chapter, we're going to go and talk about chargebacks and disputes. And if you don't know what that is, basically, when somebody makes a purchase from you using their credit card, every customer that you obtain has the option to dispute the charge. And if they do that, there is a decision-making process between the bank and then you and the customer. So the bank is in charge as a middleman between the money from your customer or you, and they're going to be deciding whether or not the customer should win the case or if you should win the case. And with that being said, let's get right into it. So if you want to go and learn more about disputes and chargebacks and understand the process and how it works, you could go ahead and Google it, Shopify chargeback, and they actually have a whole entire page about it. Some things that I want to let you know in advance is if you get too many chargebacks, your payment processor, so it's either going to be Shopify Payments or Stripe, they will flag you. So you have to be very, very careful. And what does that really come down to? It comes down to having good customer service, because if you have good customer service, people are satisfied. They're not calling their banks to say this is a fraud charge, this merchant, like the store was, you know, didn't work out with me, whatever, because most of the time, like I'm telling you guys right now, they will side with the buyer. I've tested this on my own before. I've gotten a order that was high fraud before, and you guys should keep this in mind as well. You guys should download this no fraud Shopify analysis tool. And so I use this one, and basically what it does is that it will tell me whether it's a high, medium, or low. I've tested it. Literally, I've had one high risk before, and it was for a $20,000 order, and I really took a big risk. But this is the data that I got. So it was a high risk order, but I was like, yo, this customer seems legit, and even if he does charge back, I'm going to record all of our phone conversations. I'm going to record all the email. I'm going to put in a report. And I got all the evidence. I proposed all the evidence to show that my product got from point A to point B, all the track information, every single key element that I thought would help me win the case. And then I submitted it because they ended up charging back on me. It was like a 2-3 month thing. Like they gave me 20,000 in sales, and then I got the merchandise to them. I called to confirm to make sure that they got it received. They confirmed that they received it on the phone, on record, and still I lost the case. So what does that mean? It means that there is just a less likely chance of winning. Does that mean you're going to always lose? No, not necessarily. I've won most of, I wouldn't say I won most of it, but I've won lots of cases as well. I'm going to say that it would be a 75-25 distribution. Like I would look at it as that. 25% win rate, 75% loss rate. And it's really just 50-50 no matter what type of evidence you do. Obviously, it is up to your responsibility to kind of present the, most evidence as you can. And this is how chargebacks usually look like. You'll have a particular order, and then it'll say the customer opened a chargeback for a specific amount. You'll have a certain time frame to go and respond to it. And let me show you guys the template that I use to kind of fill it in. So this is the template that I use. Basically, you can kind of read it, but I'll put the transaction ID, so whatever the ID is to reference it, the date, from who, to the chargeback department. You fill it in the respective information over here for your order. And then over here is kind of where I write like my argument. In this case, we inform the customer about the estimated time arrival of her order. Track information was sent. Customer order was delivered. We didn't receive any email or phone communication from the customer if there were any issues with her order. And she still charged back, because this happens sometimes, guys. Like you could do everything good on the books and you did everything right, and people will still, say that it was fraud or just charge back. Like that's just how the world works. So you have to have a template kind of like this to kind of show your points. And then so you fill in all of the information here, and over here, I'll just put in, screenshots or just more fat to the model, I guess, right? Just adding more evidence and giving my side of the argument, showing everything as much as I humanly can to, increase the chances of success for winning the chargeback. So I'll post this in the file vault as well. Let me know if you guys have any questions in the private community of the virtual training system. And remember, guys, by no means is this the perfect way to respond to a chargeback. This might be actually not even that good. Maybe that's why I'm losing, but this is what I use. And if you guys have anything to add onto it that helps increases your chances of winning or stuff like that, share it in the community so that we could all use the necessary data to kind of increase our probability of success. And I'll see you guys in the next training. Hey everybody, right now I'm actually on the Pinterest homepage. I just signed up for an account, so this account is fully fresh. I just went through the account sign up. So what you're gonna do in order to kind of go and proceed with the Pinterest integration is you go onto your top right, you're converted to a business. Once you convert it to a business, you just click upgrade, and now you fill in your information. So you just kind of go and just fill in these information, pick up to 3 summer products like this is fine. Describe your business, consumer goods. Would you ever be interested? Yes, I'm interested in advertising. The reason why you click you're interested in advertising is because there will be Pinterest reps that go through the accounts, and they'll actually reach out to you and help you with setting up Pinterest ads and integrating everything correctly. So that's also very important when it comes to this. And I'm going to skip this part. And now you just have to click import your products from Shopify. Then you click next, connect the account. Click add app. So now you're going to be greeted with this page of connect your Pinterest account. You're going to click connect Pinterest account, and then you're going to give access to it and kind of just go through all of this stuff. And once you do, you should have the Pinterest app now on your Shopify platform. In addition, you should be able to go into the shopping tab over here, and it should say merchant approval pending. So now, assuming that you get approved, your catalog will be on the Pinterest platform for free, and that's literally free eyeballs, free organic reach, And if you want to make some posts, if you want to do some pins, that's always a great way to get organic traffic, free eyeballs onto your website, get more brand awareness. So definitely go and consider using Pinterest or just adding on to your sales channel. It doesn't hurt. You saw it's just a few clicks of a button, but you could actually get crazy amount of monthly views if you have the right product. So we'll keep on moving with that. And if you have any questions, make sure you find me or my team in the private community of the virtual training system. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next training.
Hey everybody, welcome to the next chapter of our training. In this chapter, we're going to go over the entire sales formula over here and kind of break it down so you guys could kind of understand it from a perspective of a graph, I guess. So let me zoom in right now. So right now, as you guys could see, you'll see this whole section on the green over here. Ignore that for now. That's going to be for a later training about how it's kind of an ecosystem. But as you guys could see, we are talking about the formula. We have audience plus offer plus landing page. By now, you should have an idea or kind of better understanding when it comes to this formula. However, once you kind of break it down into the formula, right, we're going to dissect the audience section. Now, within the audience section, I want you to look at everything from a funnel perspective. Look at things from an ecosystem, from a funnel perspective. Many people, the misconception is that like ads are, it's like people think that ads are a printing machine. And it's like you put some money in and you're going to get money out. But it's not as simple as that because your ad is fundamentally a placement, right? We're going to go more in depth about this in a bit, but your ad is a placement. It's just a way to it's a placeholder to kind of get the attention of a potential prospect. So therefore, it's not just a machine that prints you money. It's a machine that places whatever content you're putting out on, a placement, a placeholder, and then somebody's going to look at it and then they go through your entire funnel, which is why it's an ecosystem. So when it comes to a funnel, there's 4 stages to a funnel, and you can look more in depth about what a funnel is, but this is generally what I think you should know when it comes to a funnel. There's 4 stages. The A stands for awareness, so that's getting brand awareness, all the way to the last one, which is action, which is making a purchase. Now, in between the 2 A's, we have I and P. I stands for interest, and P stands for prospect. Meaning, first somebody is aware of your brand or they're aware of a product that they're interested in. Then they go into the interest phase where, they start checking out potential images, specifications, looking at, whatever it might be. Then they become a prospect because now they're looking for the best price possible, in which we target them using Google and Bing ads because those are search intent ads. So basically, when we're using Google ads or Bing ads, we're targeting warm traffic, people that are potential prospects already, to increase the chances of success. Now, if you were to run campaigns like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or other stuff for the brand awareness side, that's not wrong too, right? Because there's still potential leads. It's just that they're not as warm as potential prospects, which is Google and Bing. That's why we put most of our budget into this because there's more search intent based. However, once you kind of have some market share in this space and you start noticing that, your bids are kind of like as good as it could be and you're starting to hit your ceiling, quote unquote ceiling, you could go and focus on other areas of brand awareness to kind of get your brand name out there. Because think about, for example, do you think a store like Amazon do you even think Amazon needs to run ads for people to go on Amazon? Most likely not, because they have such good brand awareness that they don't have to really depend on any advertising channel. However, when we first start off, we are mainly using, on the P side, we're targeting the prospect sides. But as you scale, move forward, you definitely should look into the A and the I because this is all a funnel. Because, let's just say somebody found you and saw you on like Pinterest during the brand awareness. They saw you on Pinterest, they searched the product, then you showed up on Google. Look at how much, authority you have. They saw you one time, then you're popped up again. And then once, they kind of gave you their information, maybe they, add their information like their email or phone number into your website, then they become a potential prospect in which you could use email targeting or SMS targeting to kind of facilitate that purchase. But all of which, it's all about that A to Z. Like it's going from literally, point A to point Z. Of, from the moment somebody interacts with your brand to the moment they purchase, you have to guide them through a funnel, which brings me to my next point. When it comes to, lead acquisition, lead generation, meaning acquiring new potential prospects, acquiring new leads, there's 2 ways to do it. So there's basically two ways to get eyeballs. But before we even look into two ways, remember that everything is a funnel. So you're either going to find people in the prospecting side or you're going to have to find people on the awareness side. But regardless, there's two sides to getting an audience. You either get them through organic or you'll get them through paid. Paid is pretty much what we talk about, like, using Google ads, Bing ads, Facebook ads, all those ads. However, if you are more or less, limited by budget when you're on this side, like you only have so much budget you could spend a month, until you see some real good profit to put it back in, you're going to have to look into organic because everybody could make posts. Everybody could make, different posts on Facebook Reels, Instagram Reels, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, LinkedIn, and Pinterest. Because that brings me to my next point, which is content is king when it comes to, getting the attention of people organically. Now, you can make posts, but you have to be very intentional, and your posts that you're posting, it can't just be anything. Like, don't just expect to post something and then expect people to kind of, follow you and you could create a mass following. The way you kill it on organic is by posting a lot, but also remembering that quality over quantity, guys. I'd rather you guys post 3 good quality pieces of content than push 15 if the 15 pieces are just not going to be good. Make sure that you always remember content is king, and it comes down to, is your content educational, entertaining, or utility? All of the best forms of content that go viral usually incorporate all 3. It's educational, which provides value, but it's also fun to watch, and there's also something that's applicable to the viewer in real life that they could use. What is the point of this, right? Because if you utilize and you keep this in mind when you're creating a content, then you're going to create quality content, and quality content at scale, in large quantities, is going to yield successful and positive results on the organic side. You could also look into SEO over here. SEO includes blog posts, doing your keyword research. That's a whole industry of its own, but this is the way to play with organic. So there is literally no excuse for you to not be able to scale, because if you have extra marketing budget, then you could play more and get more traffic using paid advertising. You could expand to Google. You could use Google Search, Google Display, Google Shopping, Remarketing, Bing ads, Facebook. You could use all of these omni-channel marketing platforms. However, if you are limited by budget, you could also always go into creating good content, whether that's by you learning a little bit, a video editing experience to post on these and, edit videos, or hire somebody to kind of do the video editing for you, whatever it might be. You have the knowledge now that in order for you to get audience, in order for you to get proper leads to your store, either buy them or you have to work for them. But at least there's a way. Because even if you work for them, you have to create good quality content using these 3. So there's pretty much no excuse for you to not be able to obtain prospects and leads. Every single day, I am constantly updating my sheet of prospects. I have new leads coming in every single day, whether that's by them calling or live chatting or leaving their information in an abandoned checkout. There's always leads to call. And then once you kind of obtain the leads from here, that's where sales come into play, right? Because now you have a list of information. You have somebody's name and their number and maybe their email. You could go and have somebody reach out to them, call them, text them, try to get the sale, right? There should be no excuse for you, because now you're able to get leads. And then once you have their information, you go call. You become the Wolf of Wall Street. You call. So this is all in kind of like coherence with each other since day one, guys. If you guys remember from the previous chapters, we talked about sales, operation, team management, and marketing. So this is really marketing. The sales part occurs once you get the leads from the marketing. Operations is how you run the business, which is how are you getting these, content pieces into play. And team management is you being able to, manage your team. So all of this, what am I trying to say, guys, just to wrap things up, is that brand is everything. Your brand is everything. This is all about branding. It's about, how can you get the attention of your customer and build value for your brand, which comes down to having good customer service. Remember, the best form of marketing is word of mouth marketing, meaning if you just naturally do good business, if you're naturally just giving a good experience to your customers, then you're going to be able to facilitate word of mouth marketing, which is basically when somebody recommends you to, their friend or something or a colleague. Let's say you gave such good customer experience that Chad recommended your product to Bob. And so Bob came onto your site without you doing any work or any ads placement, like paying money for ads. You didn't have to do anything because your customer service was so good that it recommended a potential warm prospect lead into your funnel for free. So that's the power of, having brand, having operational efficient systems, making sure all of this is handled smoothly, having good customer service, really building a good brand. So now the blueprint is kind of there for you guys. Remember, if you have any questions, find me or my team in the private community of the virtual training system. I know this was a lot, but hopefully this was a good way to kind of conceptually help you understand how to kind of look at it from the audience standpoint. Remember, there's also offer and landing page that we're not going to go too deep into, but remember, the audience side, there's a ton of ways to generate, people that are interested in buying. You just have to look at things from a funnel perspective. You have to look at things from A to Z, whether it's organic or paid. The work is there, the blueprint is there. So either save up money for your marketing budget or work really, really hard on the organic side. Or if you're a grandmaster, you could do all of this, which is what you should ultimately aim to do. So good luck on your journey. Let me know if you have any questions along the way, and I'll see you guys in the next training. Hey everybody, welcome to the next chapter of our training. In this chapter, we're going to go over the ecosystem part of scaling. So how you should look at your funnel, how you should look at your business is through the eyes of an ecosystem. Most people do not look at it like that. Most people just look at ads and the metrics of the ads and just see why it's working or why it's not, right? I look at the creative, which is, whatever you're trying to sell, and then they'll look at the ads and then just kind of ignore everything else. But if you look at things from an ecosystem perspective, then you're going to start thinking of the whole entire customer journey experience, which is ultimately the way you get sales. So the way I like to look at things is from a funnel perspective, right? As you guys recall from last training, we talked about going from, brand awareness all the way to the purchase side. It's a whole entire funnel. And inside this funnel is all ways to kind of generate and obtain leads. But ultimately, what is this, guys? This is an ecosystem. Most people just think that ads is a printing machine. And I'm here to remind you that ads aren't a printing machine. You don't just put money into ads and then expect to make money from it. It's about, what kind of offer are you offering? What kind of landing page experience are you bringing? And overall, what is the funnel experience? Think about it. It's all in the funnel. It's all about the customer journey experience from the moment they interact with your brand, whether that's on Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok, or Pinterest, to the moment they search you on Google, then they come onto your website. The website has to be clean. There has to be live chat, has to be a 1-800 number, has to be about us, good blogging, good social medias. Now you have, good potential prospect. And once they're in the prospect side, then you have to also hit them with retargeting, email, SMS to really get a purchase. It's all a ton of different, almost like checkpoints from a customer. From the moment they hear, you're just weeding it out. So there might be the most people that, are aware of your brand. But as they go more and more down the funnel, as you guys can see, the bigger circle turns down into a smaller circle. Because the more people that know you, generally, as they go down, there's going to be less people, that will buy. However, when you are considering your scaling abilities of your e-commerce brand, you really have to think, can you really address all of this all in coherence, right? Because that's the name of the game. There's no secret to building a crazy big brand. Of course, there's tactical secrets and stuff that, might be less known. However, the foundations are all the same. It's all about the end customer. It's all about what type of offer are you bringing. You got to create an offer that's so compelling that it's almost impossible to say no. If you have an offer that has the perfect product market fit, meaning there's a problem in the market, your product solves it, and it could be sold to the masses, then you have an amazing offer. Plus, your landing page experience is fantastic. So your website is clean, the website is fast, your titles, your descriptions, your images are all good. And then from there on, you just have to acquire leads. But what am I trying to say, guys? I'm trying to say when it applies to your dropshipping store, if you could build a best offer, so adding accessories, bundles, frequently bought togethers, whatever it might be, to kind of make you stand out, have a really compelling offer, plus your website looks really, really clean, well then think about it. This is all an ecosystem. Go back to, this formula over here. Where are we really trying to go right into? It's building an ecosystem through each variable, perfecting and finding the right leads, with bringing them into the right landing page and giving them the right product that they're looking for. All of which goes down into this is all about having an ecosystem. So hopefully you guys understand it. I'm not trying to reiterate and repeat myself too much, but start looking at things from a funnel perspective, look at things from an ecosystem perspective, and even guide yourself through your own journey on your own website, right? Like go on your website, check out, go add your product to cart, go through the checkout experience. Is it fast? Is it slow? Are the logos in place? Are the colors right? Do you like your about us? Like go through every little thing that a customer might look at, because once you start paying attention to all those minute details, I promise you're going to see an increase in your results, and you're going to be able to see some leakages in your system that you might not have seen prior to, watching this training. So that being said, if you guys have any questions, let me know in the private community of the virtual training system. And with that being said, guys, I'll see you guys in the next training. Hey everybody, welcome to today's chapter. So in today's chapter, we're going to go over the power of omni-channel marketing. So when it comes to omni-channel marketing, there are a multitude of ways to look at it. So the first thing that you want to look at is that there are two types of traffic sources, meaning there are two ways to get people to come onto your website. You could either get them through paid traffic or you could get them through organic traffic. Now, when it comes to omni-channel, the best way is to use both, which is why I put both of these on the drawing board. So we'll go into paid first. When it comes to paid advertisement, you want to use platforms such as TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Bing, Google, and all of these multiple marketing channels. When it comes to looking at your ads, the two most realistic and most solidified fundamentals to know is always to know the cost you're paying for a click, so your CPCs, as well as your cost per acquisition. I think these are the two most important variables when it comes to analyzing your ads. However, there's obviously more stuff to look at when you are analyzing your paid traffic, but generally, always look at how much it costs you to acquire an acquisition. How much does it cost to get a purchase on your website? Maybe on Google, you might get $300 cost per acquisition, but when you go onto Pinterest or Bing or Facebook or Instagram, your cost per acquisition goes down by 50% and you're paying like $150 for a sale instead of $300 for a sale. Always measure your cost per acquisition and know how much you're paying for a click, because knowing these numbers is generally going to gear you in the right direction when it comes to paid advertisement. The other side of advertisement, other than paid, is via organic. So organic is more of work capital, meaning you're going to have to put in some work. If you want to post regularly, organically, in a really good foundational way, you're going to have to put up to 15 pieces of content per day. In addition, you would also want to look into social branding. So really getting your profiles up there, meaning getting your Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Pinterest, Bing, and all your profiles up and running so that when people do search your brand, they'll be able to see your social branding in addition that you're posting regularly. This will be a great way to get organic traffic, which brings me to my next point for the both of them. You're either going to be a one-man team or you're going to hire a digital agency with a 50-plus man team. So there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's all about how you view business. It's all about how you kind of are taking it and how you want to move forward with it. But basically, when it comes to omnichannel marketing, this is what you have to do. You have to get multiple paid advertisement platforms to get traffic on this side. So you could use multiple platforms. And then you also have to post regularly, organically on those platforms to get free eyeballs. So this also includes like SEO, blogs, and just ways to get eyeballs for free. So because this is so much work at scale, right, in perpetuity, the best way that I highly recommend is to hire a digital agency. Now, when it comes to hiring a digital agency, that is a very ambiguous and kind of like unclear type of route of approach, because what agency do we hire? I don't have a specific agency right now to kind of share with you guys as I'm creating this training for you. However, if you always have any questions or you want me to refer you to an agency that I kind of approve, definitely ask me in the private community of the virtual training system. Or if you're interested in one-on-one mentorship, find the chapter of mentorship and click on that link to see if we're a good fit for each other. That being said, I definitely recommend you go to that digital agency route only because at one point there's going to be so much work that you have to cover and your brain can only do so much as a one-man army. You're either going to have to get really, really good with ads and look at all the metrics for all of your ads, do all the back-end optimizations, and also make sure your order fulfillment and everything is handled, customer service handled. So you're going to have to do this part while also kind of getting organic posting, making sure that you're making 15 pieces of content per day. By the way, 15 good quality pieces, not just posting like a picture of your product photo, like actually good reels, good content. So this is a lot of work in itself, but if you can manage both of this, you're on your way to omni-channel marketing. So once you kind of understand the paid traffic and organic traffic of omni-channel marketing, then we're going to be able to move forward, and it's going to come down to more general senses of you want to understand market trends, you want to understand seasonality, how the economy is doing. You want to look at real world things. So for example, right now as I'm recording this training, interest rates are super high, and because interest rates are high, there is a fear in the market, and because there's a fear in the market, there's just less purchasing power in the economy, which means that sales might be lowering for majority of industries. So right now is the time to stay afloat and kind of just be adapting to the real world, which is where I'm going at. All of this stuff correlates, guys. This is like a whole continuous ball of continuity. Like you need to have all of these in play for omni-channel marketing, which is why it's so powerful because it's so straightforward and there's no secret to it. The secret is the work that you have to put in to actually executing it, because everybody could tell you, oh, run ads on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, Pinterest, Google, Bing, while also posting regularly organically to build brand, while also maintaining good customer service throughout the whole fulfillment time at perpetuity, right? So this is really easy to kind of understand, but very hard to execute because there are just so many variables that you want to look into. But hopefully by now you guys kind of understand or have a better understanding of the blueprint of omni-channel marketing. There's no specific key marketing channel that's like a secret ads platform, right? There's no secret to the ads. It's which platform does best for you, meaning this part, this paid traffic part, Google might do better for you, but for your friend or somebody that you know, Pinterest might do better for them than Google. So it's all about testing, always looking at your cost per clicks, looking at your cost per acquisition. How much does it cost to get a sale for you is really what you want to look at, in addition to posting regularly, to building that brand and getting that awareness spread for your e-commerce store. Make sure if you have any questions along the way, you find me or my team in the private community of the virtual training system. Go to the homepage, go to the community section, ask a question so that we could point you in the right direction. But hopefully you guys understand the power of omni-channel marketing. It's a lot to handle, but I know you guys got it. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next training. Hey everybody, welcome to the chapter overview of our course. In this course, what you could really expect to learn are a plethora, a multitude of skills when it comes to developing a really good relationship with your suppliers. I always stress that to every student that I have and everybody that I meet. When it comes to e-commerce, it's like the supplier is everything, guys, because you could get sales and you could get cha-chings, but if you can't actually fulfill it, if you don't have a product that a customer wants, your business is going to end up kind of blowing itself up in the long run. So definitely work on developing a good relationship with your suppliers. You never know how far that'll get you just by being nice, just by being responsive, easy to work with, because then you'll be able to actually gain negotiating power. You could try to increase profit for your stores by negotiating for better margins and really just developing a long-lasting relationship so that you stand out as a dealer. Because you remember, like the supplier, they probably have like hundreds of dealers that are working for them, hundreds of different businesses that are trying to sell whatever they have because they have such a good product. In order for you to kind of stand out, in order for you to kind of, get the highest priority when it comes to getting those orders to the customers, like the fulfillment part, it comes down to how much does your supplier like you. Because remember, these suppliers that you get, assuming they're a winning one, they get like hundreds of orders a day from many different dealers. The question comes down to how do they place it? What is the order in which they place it? Do they place you, early in the morning when they just got in the office and they're ready to kind of start the workday? Or do they kind of place it towards the end of the workday where everybody's starting to get on lunch? I mean, everyone's post-lunch and everybody's just, kind of ready to go home. Then it's going to get a little bit more lazy when it comes to like placing it, right? Just kind of like human sense. So definitely, if you could do your best, get the best relationship that you possibly can with your supplier. And I'm super excited to share with you guys everything I know when it comes to supplier relationships. So with that being said, enjoy the training. Hey everybody, welcome to today's chapter. In today's chapter, we're going to go over negotiating with our suppliers. So basically, what are some key fundamentals that we should know prior to going in and actually negotiating with that supplier? So the first thing that I want you guys to be aware of when it comes to negotiating with your suppliers is to recognize who you're working with, right? You are purchasing a product from a particular supplier, and at the end of the day, that supplier is also business. They're also human beings. They're also a team and collective of people. When I was first starting off, when it comes to e-commerce, and as I was scaling, I put my suppliers on a pedestal, and I do to a sense still to this day. However, you have to understand the playing field of the game, right? They need you just as much as you need them, because at the end of the day, yes, like they have a product that can sell, but they also want dealers, right? They also want people that could actually go and sell for them so that they could get even more sales and also handle that customer service. That's literally what the dealer position, like being an authorized dealer, is meant for. You're going into manufacturers, brands that already have been selling well, and you're telling them like, hey, like I could be one of your top dealers, and what I could offer you guys is, tons of orders, good responsiveness, easy to work with, and overall, like, what are we really doing, right? We're negotiating with them, but we're also building like a relationship with them, because when you do have a relationship with them, when you do kind of do pull and fulfill your part of the spectrum, meaning you're actually able to get them a lot of orders, you are very responsive, you are easy to work with, well, then that kind of negotiating power kind of comes because you're the one that's, putting in work to help them make their money. So they're never gonna kind of like say no to that. So when you kind of think of it like that, you guys are on the same playing field. And also one key thing that I want to mention is like negotiation just comes down to like, are you willing to walk away? So this is actually a very key, factor. If you're going in to negotiate with your supplier, if you're kind of going in and saying like, hey, like I want to have this amount of profit margin, I want to increase my margins by 3%. The reason is why is because I'm going to use more of that money, the profits that I make, and I'm going to reinvest it into our content strategy and kind of stuff like that. So you kind of go in with like a willingness to actually help, bring them success while also bringing you success. Like those are the best negotiations, right? Negotiation is only good when both parties of the spectrum are able to kind of, get the best out of it. Like when both parties win, both sides win, those are the best negotiations. So when it comes to like negotiating with your suppliers, first of all, don't put them on a pedestal because you already lost the battle if you do that. And second of all, just realize that they're also human beings. They're also a business, and they also want to work with dealers that are competent, that are willing to kind of go and handle their customer service, do the marketing, get lots of orders for them, easy to work with, responsiveness. And as long as you could present yourself as a competent and suitable dealer for that brand, then you're going to have no problem when it comes to negotiating, because when you negotiate, you are kind of, in the game of you want it best for both of us. It's not just me just eating, if I'm negotiating with my supplier, it's both of us are going to eat more because you're giving me more margins so I could put it into more marketing budget. And so in return, we're going to take more market. So you see how I kind of structure that? So you guys want to kind of go into the negotiating with your suppliers with that kind of mentality. And if you have any questions, of course, feel free to ask about it in the private community, in the virtual training system. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next training. Hey everybody, welcome to the next chapter of our training. In this chapter, we're going to go and talk about how to increase profits for our Shopify stores. So as you are scaling, I think a big thing that you have to keep in mind is even though you might hit bigger numbers and larger numbers, that sometimes doesn't necessarily mean you're hitting the best profits. Sometimes you might be increasing in revenue, but you're actually decreasing in profits. So there's always that to keep in mind as you are scaling up, which is something that I actually had to learn the hard way, because there were months where, I did good, right, in terms of the revenue standpoint, and I hit really nice numbers. But then you kind of look at the post-purchase fulfillment, meaning like, did we get those orders delivered? Did the customer actually follow through with the order? Like, did they actually just accept it? Or did we get chargebacks, returns, all that stuff? So sometimes just because you have a nice number doesn't necessarily guarantee profits. And in this chapter, we're gonna go exactly into how to increase profits, so that even if you're running at $10,000 a month, if you're making 30% profit, at least you're making $3,000, right? It's all about the profit at the end of the day. So once you kind of understand that, you need to look at your bottom line revenue, you need to look at your profit margins first and foremost, or else if you're running a business that might do numbers but is running negative profit, you can only sustain it for so long. So definitely learn and understand that, profit is everything in the business. So the first step when it comes to increasing your profit is to lower your cost of goods sold. So the most simple way, obviously, if you want to increase profit, why don't you go and lower your expenses, your cost of goods sold? Cost of goods sold basically just means how much are you spending to kind of acquire your products. So let's just say I'm selling a $1,000 item and I have 20% profit margins. So my cost of goods would be 80% of that 1,000, which is $800. The easiest way for me to increase profit is literally just going to my supplier and asking if I could increase that profit margin from 20 to 30%, right? A 10% increase in margins would yield an extra like $100 for me, which, could be used for other expenses, So the first and easiest way to do it is, can you go and actually lower your expenses? Are you really needing to use the best plan of this app or software? Or can we downgrade and kind of minimize as little expense as we can? That is, obviously one really good way to increase profit, which leads me to my next point. If you can improve your operations or logistics, that might save you some trouble as well. For example, I've tried to go and work with shipping companies. I've went to shipping companies and tried to negotiate and see what my price point was versus the price point that my suppliers give me, kind of see which ones give me better margins. And sometimes you might see like a $200-300 difference just if you use the shipping carrier by yourself. And I don't recommend it necessarily. I'm very so about it. You have to try or you don't. But from my experience, if you take over that shipping kind of responsibility, well, then you're going to get more margins, right? Well, that's why you're working for suppliers, so that they worry about it. But if you go ahead and, kind of take action when it comes to the logistics and operations of your fulfillment, then you might be able to increase your bottom line revenue as well. The next part when it comes to increasing profits that is heavily worth mentioning is to capture payments and use the manual payment option when it comes to kind of accepting the transactions from your customers. So a big reason why when I did do a lot of numbers, I actually still went negative wasn't necessarily because, my expenses were yay high. It's because I got an order for like $100, and every time I go and refund that order, I would have to give $3 to the processing company, the payment gateway. So for example, if you're using Stripe or Shopify payments or PayPal or Authorize.net, any type of payment gateway, then you're going to know that they take like 3%. They take like 3% of every transaction you do. So basically, if you're selling a $1,000 item, and then let's just say you got the sale for $1,000, the $1,000 went to your bank account, then the customer wanted to cancel because they didn't want to wait for lead time, so you transfer that money back into your customer's bank account. There's actually a $30 transaction fee of that, in which you're going to have to incur. So kind of if you stack that up at scale, right, you're gonna actually save a lot of money if you actually just capture payments. And if you don't know what that means, just go back into the dropshipping course and kind of go to that chapter of manual payments, and you'll see exactly, it's just an option, very simple way to kind of lower your cost and maintain, profit for the long term. The next few points that I want to talk about comes down to credit card points. So a great way to increase your profit margins is to go ahead and find the right credit cards for your business. So I'm not too expert when it comes to the credit card game for e-commerce, but I do have a few in my sleeve where I do use, and every single month I get monthly travel points, and I have, actually they do 4 times the rewards on American Express, the gold one, as well as the Visa Chase Business Inc. Preferred. So those are kind of like my go-to credit cards when it comes to the expenses. Because listen guys, if you're spending like $5, $10, $15, $20,000 in expenses, you could actually rack up points using those cards. And you'd be surprised at, how much points you actually get, because those points could be used to kind of come back into the business. And remember, you're not getting taxed on those points as well. It's free cash money just because you're operating a business, and it really does go a long way in the long term when it comes to increasing profit and sustainability for your business. Last but not least, the best way to increase your profit as well when it comes to the marketing side is if you could kind of incorporate organic marketing. Meaning, if you could kind of get eyeballs onto your website for free, then you're going to be really good, right? Because you're going to have an influx of people constantly trying to buy from you. For example, right now in my course, I obviously teach using Google Ads, but Google Ads at the end of the day is what? It's paid advertisement. If you go back into PhD marketing, you'll know that there are 2 types of marketing. You could either do paid marketing or organic marketing. So, obviously you want to have one side of paid and master that. But at the same time, if you could kind of really double down on your content creation, creating content for your suppliers, getting eyeballs onto your store for free, well, then you're always going to be constantly getting some funds into the account, right, for free. So those are some of the tips and key pointers for me when it comes to increasing profitability for my Shopify store. And I hope you guys find value in this training. Obviously, if there's any questions or some kind of loopholes that I might have missed that you might need in terms of one-on-one, make sure you find and ask me in the private community in our discussion group in the virtual training system. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next chapter. Hey everybody, welcome to the next chapter of our training. In this chapter, we're going to go and talk about developing personal relationships with our suppliers. So obviously, I'm not going to be like, oh, we're going to go and date our suppliers. That's not what I mean by personal relationship, guys. What I mean is actually developing a bond with your supplier, getting to know the ins and outs of their operations, and kind of seeing how you could kind of fit into their business chain to help improve their lives and really develop a long-lasting relationship with the supplier. For example, I actually went out of my way to go to Vegas to a convention center to meet a ton of suppliers, new and existing, so that I could kind of go ahead and get my hands wet when it comes to them knowing me. Because the best way for you to develop a good relationship with your supplier is if they know you're legitimate. Like, you could only work with somebody so much and get so close if you've never really met them in person. I've worked with some of my suppliers for like 2-3 years, and I've been talking to the phone with them so much that I know their voice, but I've never really met them in person. So what I want to do is I want to stand out. So what did I do? I literally went out of my way to different conventions, and I plan to go to other conventions like fitness conventions and all that fun stuff. But my point is, go and develop some personal relationships. Stand out from the crowd. This will give you really good, positive reinforcements when it comes to getting the orders prioritized for you. For example, when a customer kind of places an order with you guys, you place it with the supplier. However, if you look at from the supplier's standpoint, they probably have like 100 different orders every single day to place. So obviously they're gonna take that, amount of orders, but there's a priority to it, right? And if you're one of the top dealers, meaning if you're one of those people that do have relationships with the close, higher ups, then they're going to prioritize your order. And guess what? More priority, better customer service, more sales for you long-term, better cooperation with them. So it's in your best interest to really kind of develop a interpersonal relationship with your supplier as professionally and as formally as you can. In addition, if you really could, kind of like once you start talking to them over the phone over specific orders, go ahead and see if you could kind of get like their special phone numbers that other dealers might not be able to kind of get a hold of. So instead of actually calling the manufacturer's phone number that's like 1-800, go ahead and call them with, if they give you like their personal number or like their cell phone so that you could text them. There's times where those are going to come into advantage because they might be out of the office, or you might not be able to get a hold of them because they're not in their actual office. But as long as you kind of need to, follow with the order, you're going to have to reach out to them, right? So a great way is to really get those special phone numbers or those special extensions and those connections so that you could kind of get your orders prioritized and develop really good customer service so that your customers come back to you, you get more orders for them, they like you like them, and it's a everlasting relationship. The next topic when it comes to, developing a good relationship is really put priority into your fulfillment, guys. And that's the biggest thing that I want to stress upon when it comes to scaling. To be honest, it's not about just the numbers. It's not about the sales. It's about that post-purchase experience via sales, right? So once you kind of get the order, how are you as a dealer handling it? Are you organized? Are you unorganized? Can you handle large volumes? These are the things that the supplier is going to kind of gauge you at and determine where you are in the hierarchy of dealers. So if you're someone that is very, very organized, someone that is willing to work extra hard, get and make sure the customers are taken care of, you're going to have high priority with the fulfillment. And what did I say, guys? High priority with the fulfillment leads to better customer service, which leads to better word of mouth, which leads to more pockets into you. So you get more orders for suppliers and you understand, right? So make sure that you go out of your way, truthfully speaking, to go and meet your suppliers in person. It will really make you stand out of the crowd. It will show that you are legitimate. It will show that you are sincere and that you really want to make this a long-lasting relationship. And maybe even get to the point where you meet the founders of those specific brands that you're working for. It's such an experience doing it, and they treat you with a lot of respect. Well, obviously it depends on the brand, but overall, you're making them money. They're making money, like everybody's happy, So it's all about, connections, networking, supplier relationship. And with that being said, I hope you guys find value when it comes to, developing that personal relationship. You have to keep all of this in mind, guys. You have to have like a tactic and a game plan. Don't just go in and kind of, be goofy and act like it's your fraternity party. No, like when you go and meet them and when you talk to them in person, outside of person, you need to be professional. You need to let them know that you're here to help work with them. And as long as they help you, you'll help them, and fosters like a really good, long-lasting supplier to dealer relationship. And that's what I want for you guys, all right? So keep on scaling to the moon. If you have any questions along the way, make sure you find me or my team in the private community found in the virtual training system. I can't stress that enough. Go into the community tab, find me or my team, post a question, ask anything. We're going to do our best to point you in the right direction. With that being said, I'll see you guys in the next training. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the customer service course of Scaling 101. In this course, we're going to go and really dive deep into the most powerful form of marketing. Many people think, oh, is it Facebook ads? Is it omni-channel? What's the best form of marketing, Marcus? In my opinion, that is word of mouth. And that's exactly what we're going to go and talk about in the customer service module of this course. The reason why it's word of mouth is because word of mouth means that you are such a customer-centric brand, because you really had to give the customer such a good experience, so good that they recommend your brand to somebody else for free without you even asking. So that comes down to having good customer service. That comes down to you being customer-centric and really maintaining and building off those positive results. In addition, we're going to go more in depth about building a long-term sustainable brand, really how to gear your store, your brand to a customer-centric level from the point they notice you to the point they check out. You should have every single step of the journey covered. You should have built an ecosystem that really mirrors and gives them the best possible experience possible. With that being said, if you guys have any technical difficulties or you just have any questions along the way, find me or my team in the private community of the virtual training system. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the training. Hey everybody, welcome to today's chapter training. In today's chapter, we're gonna go and talk about the best form of marketing. So you might be wondering, what is the best form of marketing? Is it Facebook ads? Is it Google ads, TikTok ads, Pinterest, Bing? What is the best form of marketing, Marcus? Is it using omni-channel marketing, meaning using all these platforms simultaneously with organic traffic as well? Because when you get, marketing, when you do marketing and advertising, there's paid traffic and organic traffic. So is it mixing all of that stuff? So the answer to the question of the best form of marketing, in my opinion, is through word of mouth marketing. Word of mouth marketing is when your product is so good, the customer experience was so satisfactory that your client, your customer, the ones that have interacted with your business, go and kind of spread a good word of mouth to their friends, their family members, and other people that might be interested in purchasing from you. Now, when it comes to word of mouth marketing, it is very hard to kind of track that because obviously you're not kind of controlling how people speak about your brand. Just like how somebody could speak good for you, they could also speak bad for you. That's why it is in your best interest to create the most customer-centric brand, the brand that cares about their customer, has the best customer service possible, because I promise you in the long run, if you could guarantee good customer service to every single client that leads and comes your way, then you're gonna be really good in the future, right? Because you combine this with paid advertising and organic traffic, there's no way you're not gonna get the right type of audience, which is all, that I stress in this course. It's all about finding the right audience and building with the infrastructure that we already have previously to, getting the audience, meaning having a good landing page, having a good offer, a good backend, and then from then on, finding more people to target, finding more people that would be interested in whatever products or services that we have. When it comes to word of mouth marketing, I really think that the biggest key, the biggest thing that you should be aware of is if you have a good product. Now, I know you're not controlling your product. However, you could kind of tell from like the first 5 to 10 orders whether or not the product that you're trying to scale is good. Because if within the first 5 to 10 orders, there's returns or customers are not liking it because it's coming broken or it's missing like a screw, stuff like that are all kind of signals to let you know that the product might not be as suitable and as good as the quality might seem to be, on paper. Customers might like it, looking at the website, but once they actually get it, they don't like it. That's not something you want to really think of scaling in the future, because you're going to have a ton of clients that, did get the product in time and everything. However, they don't even like it, so they're not going to go and spread word of mouth. So it's a lot that plays in, but if you could kind of put these variables together, kind of build your empire from ground up, making sure the product is good, making sure the offer is good. Because remember, guys, if you guys want the best marketing, all you have to do is make the product so good that it markets itself, right? For example, if you were to kind of sell a water bottle, but that water bottle quenches everybody's thirst, it's the best product in the world, well, it would kind of sell itself. And then you mix it in with paid advertising, organic traffic, and all that stuff, then you're gonna be really good, right? And so that concludes today's training in regards to the best form of marketing, in my opinion, of course. I noticed that there's no specific one channel of marketing. It's not just Facebook ads, it's not just Google ads. It's a mix of everything, plus having a good customer experience, so in which you kind of combine them two leads to the best form of marketing. So I'm super excited to kind of hear how you guys interpret, this training. Please let me know if you have any questions in the virtual training system. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next training.
Hey everybody, welcome to the next chapter of our training. In today's chapter, we're going to go and talk about using artificial intelligence, yes, AI, into our business endeavors. Now, if you are in the year of 2023, which you should be, you should know how important AI is into the business, because AI has truly blossomed and it's still underlooked right now, but I could see it being an industry-changing variable for many industries, meaning it's going to change a lot. And how we utilize it is really going to ultimately determine our endeavors when it comes to business with AI. Now, when it comes to using artificial intelligence for our business, I really like using ChatGPT or Jasper, because they are really, really good when it comes to providing the necessary information for me and my team. Sometimes when a client comes and asks us questions when it comes to specifications or just a question that is really intricate for the product, we'll go and ask Jasper or we'll ask ChatGPT, and many times they have the answers to the specifications for us. So we'll be using the AI platform to get specs and really answer our chat inquiries or whatever inquiries we might have in the most efficient manner possible. In addition, you could also use ChatGPT and get keyword research, so you could apply it to your product titles, your product descriptions, overall your ad copy, so that you could maximize the success of your landing pages. Furthermore, using ChatGPT, you could also create blog posts and really just improve the SEO of your store simply by asking the right questions. So we're going to go more in depth of what questions to ask in the later part of this training. In addition, you could also create images using the Midjourney AI, which is a way to create images just by talking to the bot, and it'll create images for you, literal custom images in the words that you want. And I use these images to promote it on my social medias, on my collection pages, and all that fun stuff in between. Make sure if you have any questions along the way, find me or my team in the private community of the virtual training system. And with that being said, let's get into the next part of our training. Hey everybody, welcome to Building a Long-Term Sustainable Brand from Scaling 101. When it comes to building a long-term sustainable brand, it's really important to understand the fundamentals of building a business and long-term sustainable brand. Meaning, you're gonna have to incorporate what we talked about earlier in the trainings: sales, operations, team management, and marketing. So all 4 pillars are going to need attention and catering to so that you could really maximize the success of your business. When it comes to obtaining leads and obtaining customers, that's really just half the game, because if you can't fulfill your orders, if you can't make sure that the customers coming in are happy, you're not going to be able to build a long-term sustainable brand, which is why we went so heavy onto customer service, being very customer-centric focused, and really creating that ecosystem that the customer can experience from top to bottom and really, really love the experience. Overall, the time that you have with your customer is very important. So make sure that you know every step of the way, from the moment they see your ad all the way to the moment they check out and purchase. You're controlling every single part of the funnel. And if you can master that in perpetuity, then you're going to be really good and be able to build a long-term sustainable brand. In addition, keep in mind that the formula to obtaining sales still as follows: sales equals audience plus offer plus landing page. I'll say that one more time. If you want sales, you must create the most compelling offer so that it's so good somebody is stupid for them to say no. Create a compelling offer. Use a landing page to communicate that offer to your audience. So sales equals offer plus landing page plus audience. Your landing page is pretty much your website, and your audience is going to be the traffic that you get, whether that's by paid ads or organic ads, and all of which kind of go into continuity to really give you that long-term sustainable growth that you're looking for. With that being said, if you guys have any questions along the way, or if I was unclear about anything, make sure that you ask, and you find me or my team in the private community of the virtual training system. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the training.